And I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. Who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him? Hello everybody, I'm CG, and welcome to Monster. If you haven't read this manga before or watched the anime, thanks for stopping by, but with all kindness, please click off. This video assumes that you've gone through the story already, and we'll be spoiling things with that in mind. One of the first things we'll talk about in the story is how it ties into its ending reveals. Monster is an amazing series, and you will ruin that experience by watching this before going through it yourself. Don't do that to yourself, you deserve a good read. You can come back here when you're done. Today we're going to go through the whole manga start to finish and talk to just about everything there is. We've got some stuff to set up before we get into the story itself, but I know some folks do like to skip ahead, so here are your timecodes. I recommend at least checking out biases and bases so you have an idea of what the video is based on and where we're going, but hey, you do you. There'll be a more detailed timecode breakdown in the comments as well if you want to jump around. For everyone else, let's get moving. This video is a bit of a slow burn, you could probably tell from the timecode. We want to take our time to go through this series. Monster has a lot going on in it that needs some time to get into. Whether it's the character work in someone like Richard Brown, or trying to science our way through CandyGate, or even how historical injustices in the Sudetenland are part of the complex series of events that led to the creation of a monster. Yeah, these are all topics we're gonna hit, and I'm pretty sure researching some of it put me on a watch list. Forewarning that we're not going to pull punches here. Monster has got some pretty glaring flaws and they shouldn't be ignored. The work has been put in to make sure these are actually genuine flaws and not just misinterpretations, so hopefully they should all come across as fair criticism. If I've got them wrong, do not hesitate to call me out in the comments. We're here for an honest look at Monster, not just bullying a series. Also, there are some really amazing moments in Monster that should be praised, so likewise we'll stop and make note of those, especially the ones that tie through the story into a number of different characters and ideas. Again, we're here for an honest look, not just bandwagoning in praising a beloved series. Hopefully, this will all balance out into a good fair look at the manga. Alright, here's your final spoiler warning. From here on, there be monsters. Let's lay out the video. Broadly, we're tackling this in 4 chunks. Part 1 is the intro. There's a few things we need to do for context. Firstly, the basics of Monster the story, its author, its reception, current opinions, etc. Then an introduction into interpretation and the fundamental role it has in approaching the series. Finally, talking through the text which this review is based on, what we're not considering, and my personal biases. Some context is always important. Part 2 is going through the story of Monster, every single chapter, and talking to things as they come up. For topics that need a longer discussion, i.e. more than about a minute, we're gonna segue like this. So now we can talk about a particular topic in more detail. These are the topics that we'll be covering like this. There will actually be a few things that we miss, mainly minor things or the smaller moments of character development, but that's just to keep some sort of pace to this video. We're also going to move around some of the events a little bit. Monster does a lot of cutting between concurrent stories, which doesn't suit this format well. So instead, we're going to take, say, all of Nina's story across a couple of chapters to talk about at one time, before catching up again with, say, Tenma's story. Part 3 is diving into some of the bigger ideas in Monster as a whole. We'll start by unraveling the ending, the Johan discussion, and my best shot at a cohesive explanation of him, and then a side character special to talk about the more notable ones all at once and how they're used. Side characters are a real big strength of Urasawa's writing. Part 4 is picking up the loose bits and pieces. We'll run through a few parts of the story and discussion that we couldn't fit in anywhere else, then some time to talk on some things that I'd consider more my personal takes than anything else, including talking to some of the more common criticisms and praises of the manga and how valid they really are. The last bit to sneak in here is getting literate, using some other stories, and we'll focus on one to try and expand our understanding of Monster a bit more. Broad timestamps are in the description, details in the pinned comment.
Johan, huh? Yes, there was a time when I went by that name.
Monster is a seinen manga that ran between 1994 and 2001. Its primary genres are crime, mystery, and psychological thriller, following surgeon Kenzo Tenma in his pursuit of serial killer Johan, uncovering the secret history of Johan as it explores what creates a monster. This was the series that cemented author Naoki Urasawa as an absolute king in the manga industry. He'd already proven his mettle in Master Keaton in '88 and Happy in '93, but Monster is where he really starts absolutely slam-dunking the industry, going on to write his other standouts, 20th Century Boys, Pluto, and Billy Bat, all phenomenal in their own way, as well as others. Monster began in 1994, which means Urasawa was working on it concurrently with first Happy and then 20th Century Boys. Yes, this man is a king. The series was incredibly well received. Over its 7-year run, it won a number of manga awards, recognized for its excellence by critics and fans alike. Over the years, it has only gained appreciation. Many consider this a masterpiece manga, and you'll commonly find it near the top of manga recommendation lists. Likewise, many consider Johan one of the most compelling villains in manga. In 2004, the manga was adapted into an incredibly faithful anime. Urasawa has a very cinematic style, so it translated well to video. The anime itself was quite good, however, most of the praise still went to the content rather than its execution. That the anime itself was fine, but the story is what remained the most compelling thing. In 2014, Monster got a perfect edition, which is essentially a final version of the manga. It didn't change anything to the story, but it collected the individual volumes and added some color pages. And I have nowhere else to say this, but it still has typos in English, getting some dates pretty obviously wrong. Thanks so much, Viz. There has also been some talk of an American production of a live-action series or movie for Monster. At one point, Guillermo del Toro and HBO were going to do something, but HBO ended up passing. It seems like nothing has come of it so far. Manga live actions have a pretty bad reputation, so this may have been a blessing in disguise, although again, with Urasawa's style, this would be one of the easier or better mangas to translate into live action. So we may see HBO pull out this license again at some point. Finally, fan perception of the manga is overwhelmingly positive, praising a deep and complex villain that provides a level of nuance a lot of other mangas omit. The chase itself to find Johan and the gradual reveals are well paced, interspersed with a genuinely likable supporting cast, Grimmer, Longer, or any number of the minor characters. A giant puzzle of motives, characters, and events that all weave themselves together in a way that somehow makes sense. All that with the underlying historical intrigue into the fallout of communism's collapse in Eastern Central Europe. And somehow, that's all balanced by an actually engaging and entertaining main plot of chasing down Johan. To contrast, detractors of the manga will criticize the following: an overly helpful cast of characters that Tenma will run into, the dark setup that promises a tone that's rarely engaged in by the narrative, a tendency for the manga to flip-flop between telling and showing, with characters either blatantly spilling their heart out or not making it clear at all what they're doing, a lack of thrills in a thriller, and an anticlimactic ending that doesn't answer anything of value. Urasawa endings are pretty divisive. All the Urasawa big boys have their endings as one of the most criticized things, and Monster is no different. Every series, even generally beloved series, will still have those who don't click with it. For a series like Monster, whether that is a failing of the manga or not, I'd say is ultimately left up to the reader. Most would consider those criticisms not applicable, or at least not significant issues in the series. Overall, complaints are definitely from the minority of Monster readers, with most praising it as an excellent read, and arguably Urasawa's magnum opus.
All that I did was grant you your wish, Doctor.
I feel I should pregame you on this idea because it'll come up as we go through the story. The short version is, Monster has a lot of moments left intentionally vague, and you will naturally need to interpret them in some way. Those interpretations will in turn shape your conclusions to Monster, your conclusions on who the characters are, and what the messages are. Monster is a series with big ideas. What makes a monster? What is a correct or just end for Johan? How do we explain Johan's actions? What is the most moral choice to make in response to those actions? How do we interpret culpability and reasonable punishment, nihilism and the value of a human life? I'm a firm believer that Monster is a series that encourages you to interpret the story to come to a conclusion. Our final shot with that empty bed is a big question mark that you are supposed to have an opinion on. An opinion to explain that empty bed, and an opinion on how you feel about that. That opinion will be formed by how you interpret the preceding events. Things like Richard Brown's death, or why Johan cries for Karl, or what really happened at the Three Frogs. These things don't have conclusive answers, and you need to think about them. There are too many moments like this in Monster to call them accidental or poor writing. Urasawa writes a good story. We'll get into some of the depth of things like the political background, which shows just how much thought goes into this. I'm convinced the ambiguity in the manga is intentional. In real life, these large issues are large issues because there aren't any easy answers to them. Likewise, they're presented in the story as incomplete. You don't and will never have all of the information to know what is true, but we'll still do our best to find what works for us, both in the story and in real life. Different codes, creeds, governments, religions, societal norms provide frameworks or might even suggest they have all the answers, but at the end of the day, we respond as a person with what we believe to be true. Even in the story, different characters have different views and will act in accordance with those. An exploration of possible responses and interpretations of events. A big trolley problem where each character has a different lever but also sees a different set of tracks. But ultimately, it is still up to us as the reader to pass final judgment on Johan's story and the ideas we find inside. To keep it super simple, let's say there are just two ways to look at Monster. One is that Johan himself is through and through a monster. If Tenma killed him, it would be fully justified. Then we assume a number of things about the hidden intentions of the manga. Or two, we could say that Johan is a victim of circumstance and should be redeemed. Nina is correct that he can and should be saved. Then we assume a number of things about the hidden intentions in the manga. I know some of you probably just had a very visceral reaction to one of those perspectives, but this is what I'd consider one of the central ideas of Monster. Certainly, there's a lot more nuance beyond those two simple conclusions. There's a million ways we could interpret this manga. But passing this moral and character judgment at the end of Monster is, in my opinion, one of its greatest strengths. A conclusion is not spoon-fed to you. It is up for you to judge Johan and ask yourself why you made that judgment. It's Schrodinger's Johan. There is a character in the box, but you, the person opening it up by reading the story, change who he is. Now, I'm of the opinion that Monster has a particular perspective to it, that while it invites you to draw a conclusion, it has one that is the most prominent, or at least the one it tries to push the most. But then again, that might just be my own biases leading me to that conclusion. You can see why talking about Monster is such a monster of its own. I'd love to say that after a deep dive, I found all the conclusive answers and can make a final, be-all, end-all judgment and explain Johan to you, but I can't. I think that would be a really dishonest take to say that I've solved all these moral dilemmas proposed. Finally, characters just lie through the manga, or more commonly, say things they believe are true, but are plain wrong. Nina will do it quite a bit. She takes a long time to get her memory back and keeps making a bunch of incorrect assumptions as she goes. Other times, characters will say things which hide their intentions. Not just the quote, bad guys, but Tenma and others do it too. When you see someone talking in this manga, don't always assume they're telling the truth. So as you're going through the story, make sure to keep all of that in mind. Build your case, interpret where you need to. We'll talk about some of the most likely scenarios, but disagree to your heart's content. When we get to that empty bed, see what you think is the canon and correct ending for Johan.
The truth is, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be standing here right now.
For any long-form review like this, it's so important to know where the person speaking is coming from and what they focus on. So here are my relevant biases. I love Monster. It's one of my favorite series and definitely one of, if not my most influential manga. As a kid, I read a bit of shonen that I could find at my local library, Shaman King, Dragon Ball, Naruto, but it was checking out Monster in high school that really affirmed my love for manga and got me to dive into so many different series. So as much as I praise it as a story, I'm also aware that it is very important to me personally as a manga. That being said, I recognize that and have tried to balance out the video by being more critical. Hopefully that has led to a nice balanced opinion on the series, which is the intention. I don't want to let my love for the series blind me to its actual flaws, neither do I want to overcompensate too hard and be needlessly harsh. I also really like the sequel novel, Another Monster. I didn't know it existed until a couple of years ago and really enjoyed going through it. I think it's an excellent read for a Monster fan. For those who don't know, this book picks up a few years after Ruhenheim with an investigation into another possible monster. This investigator, Werner Weber, goes on this big investigation which includes going over Johan's actions. A good chunk of the book is just a retelling of Monster's plot with a few details added. Weber interviews a number of key Monster characters and we learn a bit more about their perspectives. And yeah, the book has a few light retcons as well. Overall, I really like the book. I like most of what it adds to the story, certainly not all, but most, and for any Monster fan, I'd consider it a compulsory read that's like second side canon to the story. As far as stories go, characters are and always have been my main focus. Character journeys and figuring out their internal motivations is where most of my thinking goes. This is probably one of the reasons I enjoy Monster so much. Trying to figure out Johan makes a compelling read. So as we go through the video, character is probably what I will be picking up on the most. I've also come to realize I care a lot about tone. Tone is the secret sauce of manga. It can make or break a series. Moments meant to be serious shouldn't break to comic relief. Objectively horrifying or gross moments shouldn't be played for comedy. Of course, there are exceptions to these rules, but broadly, you get me. Keep consistent to what the series wants us to feel. So things that quietly add to tone get praised, like rain starting to fall to darken a mood. Thankfully, Monster handles its tone incredibly well. I do like a complex story. There's always a difficult balance to be made in these situations. How to introduce so many different things while keeping the story entertaining. Bonuses are definitely given to when a story can tie its ideas and concepts together over the length of the story. Have ideas established early, parallel, and set up things later on. Monster does this a lot, so there will be a bunch of parallels to make. Some surprisingly strong, others a bit of a mess. A quick note on art. I mean, it's good, clear, obvious who is speaking, some nice subtlety in a few moments. We're not going to go into art much here. Know that it's just classic Urasawa. There's a lot more to praise than to criticize. Mostly, I find it works to get you invested and following along the story while not being distractingly gorgeous or confusingly mucky. There will be a few times where it does hinder, but mostly it helps ground the drama in what feels like a real world. So what's the video based on? We're looking at the perfect edition of the manga. Again, no relevant changes to note from the anime or the individual volumes. While we're not tackling the manga by story arcs, I will add them here for those who prefer that. I also went through the sequel novel, Another Monster, again. We will be making reference to it through the video, mainly for extra information. I firmly believe a story should stand on its own and not need extra content to explain itself. I.e., I won't give Monster a pass on something it doesn't explain well just because its sequel does. What we can use it for is an idea of what Urasawa's intention may have been. If Urasawa felt something important enough to discuss or clarify in the sequel, it's a safe bet that that was his intention all along. Besides that, there will be a few times we go into the extra detail Another Monster provides for just that, the extra detail. There's some interesting things in that book that can add to our understanding of Monster's ideas. Plus, I think for those who haven't read it, you're just going to find that stuff interesting. For the sake of getting a broader view of the manga, I also went through some other stories, ones either with loose connections to Monster or influential of ideas within the manga. That's more just to get a better understanding of the ideas of Monster rather than to parallel the books directly. We've looked at Monster a few times already on the channel, and there will be a bit of overlap with those videos, but this alone should be a pretty holistic look at the manga. I will be referencing a couple of those other videos when they come up, but purely as supplementary. Much like in those videos, once again, German and Czech names are going to destroy me. I'm going to get them wrong, so sorry in advance. I've tried going from the English dub, but yeah, these are names from literally the other side of the world to me. That's it. That's all the context and setup. Feel free to take a moment to go and get a drink of water or a snack, and let's get into the story of Naoki Urasawa's Monster. We open on meeting our hero, Dr. Tenma, fresh out of surgery. As his eyes adjust to the light, we cut to a dark quote. "And I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. And they worshipped the dragon which gave power unto the beast, and they worshipped the beast, saying, Who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him?" The Revelation of St. John the Divine 13, 1-4. Yep, we're already segueing, so this passage comes out of Revelation, the last book of the Bible. And when it comes to biblical parallels, don't worry, the manga isn't going to go into it. I mean, I will in just a second, but the manga doesn't. The only times in the manga this passage is used is right here at the start, and again right near the end, one of the many bookend ideas of the manga. Christianity has deep roots in Europe, so considering the locale of the manga, a biblical metaphor does seem apt here, but Urasawa is using this passage for purely its imagery, the beast with 7 heads and 10 horns. You may also pick out the particular reference to names. I'd say the point of its inclusion here at the start is to get the reader comfortable with the idea of absolute evil, to set the idea of an actual monster, a beast that none can make war with, eventually to merge this idea with Johan's character, to make him a beast in human skin. While the flavour is good, I think this is a key example of one of the biggest problems of the first volume of Monster: false expectations. This manga will have nothing supernatural or spiritual going on. Johan gets nowhere near any sort of apocalypse. Mainly, this manga will explore a more psychological and political stance of the creation of a monster. But this first passage, the second page of the manga, tells us to expect the former, actual satanic beasts in an upcoming apocalypse. For someone coming into this manga completely blind, this can only build disappointment. I've seen a number of negative reviews that revolve mainly around this idea, that they felt Johan was built up to be so much more than the impact he has in the story, and things like this are why. So while the first passage may build intrigue, the fact that its ideas are mostly absent from the rest of the manga is a strike against it. It's also indicative of a larger problem the manga will have, where the story will tell us that things are abhorrent or this person is a literal devil, but we don't necessarily get to see that. All through this manga, characters will look at Johan or other characters will come to meet and describe something off about them, or that they saw them as a monster. But we never get to see that. While defendants will say that it's intentional to show Johan's charisma is hiding his true nature, I think this is more a case of Urasawa's particular art style not being one to convey these ideas well. Don't get me wrong, the style is absolutely going to nail things through the manga, but this is not one of them. Okay, I didn't want to start the story off with complaints, but as we continue, we're going to find that Volume 1 of Monster is the weakest of the series. So before we get to the truly fantastic stuff, there's going to be some missteps to cross. Now I want to take this original Revelation passage a bit further because I think it's safe to say Urasawa used this text as a reference point, meaning he probably checked out the whole book, and there are some really interesting connections to make, particularly in the previous chapter 12 that leads into this passage. To be clear, Urasawa doesn't just reskin the story for Monster, but rather takes inspiration from some of the ideas. For some context, Revelation is said to be written by John, one of Jesus' disciples. He gets this massive vision of the end of the world, and the book is his account of what he sees. It's a guy before 100 AD trying to comprehend a literal future spiritual apocalypse, so yeah, it's a bit crazy. This is from the previous chapter, and I'm going to chop it up a little. Now a great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun. Then, being with child, she cried out in labor and in pain to give birth. And another sign appeared in heaven. Behold, a great fiery dragon having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 diadems on his heads. And the dragon stood before the woman who was ready to give birth, to devour her child as soon as it was born. She bore a male child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron. We can make some pretty obvious parallels to Johan's mother, Bonaparta, and Johan himself here. The dragon, Bonaparta, stood before the woman, the mother, to devour the child, Johan, to consume his identity. And then the next chapter begins with the passage we see in Monster, but I'm going to include the important bits that Monster leaves out. And I saw a beast rising up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his horns 10 crowns, and on his heads a blasphemous name. The dragon gave him power, his throne, and great authority. And I saw one of his heads as if it had been mortally wounded, and his deadly wound had healed. And all the world marveled and followed the beast. So they worshipped the dragon, who gave authority to the beast, and they worshipped the beast, saying, "Who is like the beast? Who is able to make war with him?" Honestly, the mortally wounded head part made me pause, like, wow, okay, yep, Urasawa definitely used this. I mean, he cut these parts out as to not make it too heavy-handed or spoil things, but obvious parallel is obvious. The dragon, Bonaparta, gives power to the beast, Johan, who is healed of a deadly head wound, the gunshot. The people, we can see this as the organization of Čapek, General Wolf, etc., followed the beast, Johan. They worshipped the dragon, Bonaparta, and worshipped the beast, Johan. I'd even say the photo behind the dark quote, while I'm suspecting is meant to be a young Bonaparta, it looks almost like a dark cross between Bonaparta and Johan, the beast and the dragon. Then again, it might just be the literal darkness obscuring the view. We should probably take this moment to address Johan as an antichrist figure as well. This is one of the many floating ideas explaining Johan out there. The whole antichrist idea is a pretty nebulous one, even in most Christian denominations. There's a lot of different interpretations out there. The main ideas for Johan rest on the obvious parallels we just went through out of Revelation 13, the fact he's shot and survives, a false resurrection, he kills freely standing against life, a type of war against God, and in the end he's killed by hero Tenma, our Jesus parallel in the manga. I mean, the theory is fine and there's kind of enough there to support it, but again, it's never fully engaged by the narrative. The manga never reinforces this idea with further spiritual imagery. In fact, it will focus on increasingly earthly ideas as it goes. The only moment to call back to is Wim's father right at the end. So a fine theory in concept, but one I cannot see as intentional beyond a surface level. If that starting quote in chapter 1 was important to the story, I would have loved to see Urasawa bring that completed version back at the end. With full context of the story, I think it fits much better at the end. There's some other broader ideas in Revelation as well to do with names and words, even an angel described as having a mouth that came out like a two-edged sword, which could possibly build into Monster's central ideas of how brainwashing tactics are done, but nothing too close for comparison's sake. But let's actually start this story. We see Tenma's good life with Eva, his fiancée, in 1986 Dusseldorf, Germany. Pay close attention to that date and location because, oh boy, do you need to be clear on this. It's so significant. The manga will do a good job of explaining the relevant bits to us. This is Cold War times Germany, where it is still divided in two, though we're near the end of that period. In 4 years' time, Germany will be reunified as the Soviet Union continues to dissolve, and there are massive systemic changes happening in Germany. We see the Lieberts with the twins on TV, a natural if cliche way of prepping some knowledge for the future. Also, notice that Johan is the only one not looking at the camera, already getting us kind of interested in what he's doing. We also get to see how the Heinemans are taking advantage of Kenzo. Between the director of the hospital and Eva, they're using him to promote the hospital and their own comfortable life respectively, painting our hero as a bit naive and Eva as just the worst. Later at the hospital, Tenma is confronted by the wife of a deceased patient. Tenma was supposed to do her husband's surgery as he was at the hospital first, but the director pulled him out to work on a famous opera singer instead. The wife, stricken with grief, yells at Tenma asking for her husband back. And this is the first wake-up call for Tenma. The idea that his role as a doctor is more than just saving lives. His choice to leave and work on the opera singer did leave the Turkish man to die. He had agency in that decision, and that realization is going to haunt Tenma for the rest of the manga. Also, the decision to have the dead patient be specifically a Turkish laborer, adding in some undertones of discrimination against racial minorities as well, we'll be seeing that a lot more as the manga goes on. It's a nice quiet setup here. Sometime later, Tenma goes to dinner with Eva and talks about what happened. Apparently not for the first time. You can tell it's been weighing on him. Well, Eva voices her own opinion, really hitting it home with an entire half-page panel. Some lives are worth more than others. I wonder what one of the key themes of the manga is. Cut to some police rushing to the home of the aforementioned Liebert family. Inside, they find the parents dead, the son Johan is shot, and the girl Anna, who we're gonna call Nina from here on out, she's, well, traumatized is putting it lightly. With the boy apparently still alive, Tenma gets a call. As he heads over to the hospital, we cut back to how his dinner with Eva ended. They went back to her house where her father was. Udo Heinemann is pretty upfront about how he's using Tenma, but Tenma for his part is too meek to say anything against him. However, beneath the surface, Tenma's discontent is bubbling up. By the time he gets to the hospital, he's rushed into surgery for the young Johan, passing a shocked Nina whispering some ominous omens. As he prepares to start surgery, the director calls him out to go and work on the collapsed Mir. Udo lays out his financial incentive for the Mir's surgery, which might just have been the last straw. Tenma remembers all of the recent moments he's been struggling with and makes a choice. He's going to save the patient who came in first. So he goes to work on Johan. In hindsight, maybe a bad call. Miraculously, Tenma pulls off the surgery. However, the Mir's surgery didn't go so well. The doctors who worked on the Mir start chastising Tenma for his choice, for deserting their team and them having to scramble to fill in for him. That desertion played a part in the Mir's death. Whatever play Tenma makes, he still doesn't know what the right decision is, and people die. Now the fallout starts to come down. Tenma is confronted by the truth he was willfully ignoring, that the hospital director was just using him. Now Tenma is going off script, he's lost that favor. He gets demoted, he loses Eva. If he tries anything, Udo will blacklist him in the medical community. Under the pressure and tragedy of it all, he returns to what he got in exchange for all of that. The life of the young Johan. In this scene, Tenma vents his frustration to the young Johan. He reaffirms that his conclusion is correct, that all lives are equal, he made the right choice, that the others are just chasing money, they're not following a doctor's duty. To a point, he's correct here. The manga is pretty clear in the Heinemans being bad people. Eva debatably grows up by the end, but here at the start, bad people. But also, Tenma is glossing over the very genuine criticisms of his actions. Tenma did abandon his team, and he's conveniently leaving that out of his outburst here, which raises an important idea about Tenma. Is Tenma making a strong moral stand as he truly believes it's the right thing to do, or is he simply escaping guilt? Tenma is clearly shaken by his encounter with the Turkish woman, and that plays such a big part in why he chooses to work on Johan. I don't think we should just assume that's because of some newfound conviction in a morality he just got. It would be easy to write Tenma off as our paragon of virtue for the story and leave him as such. I've seen a number of discussions do just that. There's more to him though, he's not a flawless character. A big part of his choice here is the fact that he's feeling guilt over his actions with the Turkish woman and hasn't fully realized how to respond to it yet. Our leads in Monster, yes, carry large ideas, but they're not solely defined by them. They're more human than that. When he comes in to work on Johan, Tenma is presented with a choice: mare or child. He sticks to his original patient, believing this new conviction that all lives are equal, so there is no reason to change from his current patient. Then, after the other doctors ridicule his decision, explain the effects it had on their operation, Tenma doesn't have an answer for them. Then, after the party and Tenma's fall from grace in the eyes of the hospital, he lumps all complaints received together with Udo. Surely they're all in it for the money, so they must all be wrong, and my choice must therefore be right. Tenma chooses to fully commit that his actions are correct and justified, and it comes across as him using that to assuage the guilt of his actions. Note that the Turkish woman, the doctors who worked on the mare, none of them ever get real apologies from Tenma beyond this moment, which seems more like sympathy than an actual apology. We go into this because there's a lot tied into why Tenma so vehemently goes after Johan, and this is a part of it. Guilt and a very personal response on how to settle it. It's not just this, obviously the conviction of the value of a human life is a big part as well, which becomes bigger as the series continues, but it's important to note that there's a lot more personal, less idealistic push to Tenma's actions as well, and perhaps not a truly noble one in simply trying to escape guilt. Human beings are complex machines of motivations and drives. Tenma is no exception. Tenma vents his frustrations to Johan, specifically saying, "I wish they were dead, and all lives are equal." Also that he's thankful that all of this has let him reaffirm his morality as a doctor. Then he leaves, but whoops, it turns out Johan is awake. Meanwhile, a cop, who astoundingly actually comes up again near the end of the manga, is trying to question Nina, and we get a bit more info on the Liebert murders. So, Mr. Liebert was an advisor of the East German Trade Bureau who defected to the West. Yes, I'd say it's fair to suggest Johan intentionally set himself up with a family with these business and political connections. The police suspect a political motive to the murders. Reminder that Germany is still two countries under very different ideologies at this time. The gun used was wiped to remove prints and thrown away, clearly the work of someone with experience. Back with Dr. Heinemann, he's planning to use the twins as a sob story to drum up some good press. While talking, he opens up a packet of candy gifted to Johan and shares them with his co-workers. Hold this thought. When Nina is pushed in for a photo op, she yells and faints, but Johan is fully awake again, crying and reaching out his hand. Why he does this is a complex mess of intentions that will depend on how you view Johan. There will be a lot more moments like this, so hold on to these thoughts as well until the Johan talk. Tenma's kicked out of taking care of Johan since he's gained some press, and then Tenma gets kicked while he's down after seeing Eva walking off with another doctor, basically his replacement. All of this sends him drinking through town, again claiming that he did the right thing, and wondering why he's being so punished for it. When Eva gets home, she finds her father dead. But it's not just him. All three of those upper doctors picking on Tenma have died. Hold this thought. In the morning, Tenma learns about the deaths and rushes to work. It's a mess of reporters and cops and work to be done, and to top it all off, the twins are missing. Cut to the funeral of Udo Heinemann sometime later and the introduction of Detective Lunge of the BKA.
Bundeskriminalamt.
Or Federal Criminal Police, think FBI of West Germany. With the Lieberts having just died and now the doctors of their adoptive children being killed, there's a fair chance of something serious going down. Lunge reveals that all three doctors ate candy poisoned with nitric acid, and that's how they died. And okay, let's get into it. The poisoned candies, not referred to as whiskey bonbons here, the second time is where they're called bonbons, but for now, just candies. I know this is a bit of a meme take on the manga. Herder, how did Johan poison those candies? And yeah, well, most often detractors of the manga will just use this moment to throw stones. I think it is still valid criticism. How did young, recently shot and surgeried Johan poison those candies? Well, instead of just asking that question, let's answer it. Okay, so we see Dr. Heinemann go through a few gifts. In this shot, we see most of them are boxed, wrapped presents. Another shot here, wrapped boxes, and arguably wrapped up bags here as well. The only thing immediately openable then, seemingly, is the candies bag itself. Just an easily removed ribbon on it. Most likely arranged by Johan in order to take advantage of the self-serving nature he's been told that these characters have. It's set up as the only immediately openable thing that the doctors will take advantage of. And that's where the praise ends. Yes, I'm going to kind of bring up a proper defense for this in a minute, but it is a plot hole. I don't really care how you slice it. Most people focus on the poison aspect, as the manga will do later on, but it's an acid that's being used. That's what it says right here in the book, nitric acid. I'm no chemist, but I do have Google, and I did some research. First, let's distinguish nitric acid from nitrous oxide. Nitrous oxide is two nitrogen atoms paired up with an oxygen atom, which in the body can help relax smooth muscle tissue, i.e. you could call it a relaxant. Hospitals carry this for use in ventilators in order to dilate blood vessels and alleviate blood pressure. Nitric acid, on the other hand, the thing that supposedly showed up in the bodies, is a bit beefier, nitrogen with 3 oxygen atoms and a cheeky hydrogen. It does a lot of bad stuff to your body, so as far as I can tell, hospitals don't use it. I'm going to refer to this UK toxicological summary here. In the case of the 3 poison doctors, we're looking at acute single exposure ingestion. Ingestion of nitric acid can cause immediate burns to the lips, mouth, and throat. If swallowed, it can cause burns to the mouth, esophagus, and stomach. In some cases, ingestion of a strong solution can prove to be fatal. The reported lowest fatal oral exposure dose is 430 milligrams per kg of body weight. Okay, so here's a bunch of math, basically figuring out how much acid they must have each ingested to actually die, which I assume has to be wrong, because the end conclusion is that they each ingested enough acid that it would visually take up the space of like 20 D6s. That's not candy size, that's acid alone. Chemists, please correct me in the comments. So what I'm saying is, Johan had to escape his room without being seen and no one checking up on him, find nitric oxide and sufficient equipment for handling what will become a very dangerous acid, convert that oxide into nitric dioxide and then into nitric acid, create at least 60 cubic centimeters of the stuff, or 60 D6's worth, to kill all 3 guys. More if he wanted to poison every candy in the bag. Find materials capable of transporting the acid back to his room without hurting him and leaving a very clear burn mark. Return unhindered to his room. Have a bag of individually wrapped candies present somewhere that he could access them. Manage to inject acid into the candies without it reacting to the candy itself or their wrappers, all the while keeping the bag sealed. Wait for most likely the next day and not have the acid neutralize itself against the candy material, then have the 3 men take the bait and open the candy. They suffer none of the expected adverse effects of biting into the acid. I guess they must have just swallowed the candies whole like a pelican to a fish. And then it makes sense? Yeah, it sucks that the arguably inciting incident of Monster's story is this flimsy, but hey, it is what it is. If you want to defend this, we can talk about how this may have been an intentional misdirection from Urasawa. The point is that it really does seem absurd that this little 10-year-old kid has pulled this off. And this is well before the revelations of Kinderheim and the Red Rose Mansion. The manga started off with that description of actual apocalypse imagery, the beast with the 7 horns and 10 heads. Johan pulling off these murders is meant to plant intrigue and this unsettling feeling about what our hero Tenma has got himself caught up in. He seemingly made a wish to this child, although unintentionally, and somehow it magically happened. It may have been unwittingly done, but you, Tenma, have made a pact with the devil, the Faustian pact between Mephistopheles and Johan reversed. Though personally, at that point, I think you've got some right ideas, but no, this part probably wasn't intentional. I don't think this was what Urasawa was going for. This is a grounded manga, and it would be very strange if we were just supposed to take this part as thematic and metaphorical only, when no point else in the manga, besides maybe one, do we do this. I've seen people try to claim someone controlled by Johan came in and did this for him, despite that never being even the slightest bit alluded to in the manga. Let's just say a series doesn't have to be perfect to enjoy it. We can have a plot hole or two. Anyways, Lunga tentatively suspects Tenma for the hospital murders. Obvious motive and means is obvious, but the patients are certainly on Tenma's side. In the wake of the director's death, Tenma gets promoted, and guess who comes back hat in hand, looking to get back together? It's Eva, and Tenma just walks out like an absolute king after only saying a single word. Time jump ahead 9 years to 1995, and the story really begins. It's important to note for the story going forward that this is after the reunification of Germany in 1990, so while Germany is one country at this time, the ideals of West and East still have deep roots in the nation. We're going to talk a bit about how the lingering ideologies of East Germany ended up fueling the major players that set this whole story in motion, but that's a wee way off. Just keep in your mind that the Cold War is considered over, but that history is still raw and fresh for a lot of people. A couple's been murdered, the Reichmanns, the latest in a string of now 4 related murders of childless middle-aged couples, hereafter to be referred to as the mid-couple murders. Lunga's on the case and suspects this man, Adolf Junkers, is the one breaking in alongside some accomplices. Conveniently enough, Junkers is running scared when he's hit by a car and taken to Eisler Memorial. Note how it's phrased, like something is chasing him, again building up this idea of something out there, not a someone. Meanwhile, we get some moments of Tenma being an absolute gem to his patients. As easy as it would be to gloss over these, let's not neglect that these reinforce what a good person Tenma is. He's putting other people before himself constantly, and has followed through on the morality he recaptured in that conversation with Johan. It seems like it's truly taken root in him over this time jump. Tenma is the surgeon for Junkers and gets to work. After a successful surgery, Junkers leaves us with the ominous, "The monster is coming." Sometime later, Lunga tries to get a confession out of Junkers to no avail, but Tenma, with kinder approach, gets something: that this monster may have killed Junkers' crew. Junkers was originally part of a trio, but he's the last one standing. That evening, a bit of kindness sends Tenma back to visit Junkers, only to find him missing and the guard outside the door dead, candy wrapper nearby. Tenma manages to spot his patient and chases him to an in-construction building, and inside, he meets a face he hasn't seen in 9 years. Johan. Junkers pleads for Tenma to leave, saying that Johan had paid them to perform those hits in the currently known 4 mid-couple murders, wiring big sums of money for their trouble. Tenma says Johan will have to kill him as well, since he knows who Johan is. But Johan says that no one is allowed to know his past, but Tenma, being the doctor who saved him, is a special exception. And again, pay real close attention to the phrasing here. "You were like a father to me." Johan reveals he did kill those 3 doctors 9 years ago and did so to repay Tenma. "I just made your wish come true." Junkers pleads for his life, for Tenma to save him, and Johan calmly and quickly executes him on the spot. A stunned Tenma can't do anything as Johan blithely walks past him, stating, "You brought me back to life," with a cold smile. And then Johan leaves. We pick back up with Tenma trying to explain what happened to Lunga. Yes, it all sounds absurd, but Tenma still seems to be escaping suspicion from everyone that's not named Lunga. Afterwards, with everything that has happened, Tenma just breaks down in the street. So this is the first time we get to see evil Johan being evil. We should take a moment to look at what his early motivations are set up as and what he's been doing. Firstly though, let's quickly appreciate the style of the scene. We open with Junkers on his hands and knees, seemingly cowering before a Johan completely covered in shadow. Johan stays hidden like this through the whole scene, right up until he leaves. And then it's such a juxtaposition to what we've been led to expect. I know I'm guilty of not appreciating this moment because I've just read this manga a million times and I know what Johan looks like, but the first time through, this rocks. This alleged monster with 7 heads and 10 horns is this nice-looking young man with a quiet smile on his face. A monster far more human than we were expecting. What do we learn about Johan here? He killed Junkers' crew and kills Junkers himself. He originally was paying them to commit the mid-couple murders, killing off what we'll later assume to be his old foster parents. With what we learn later about Johan's underground bank, this makes a lot of sense. Overarching story-wise, it's less impactful. Later, Johan will be more characterized by his control of people psychologically. For now, he just paid off some hitmen and then murdered them himself after he was done with them. Showing Johan doesn't work purely through patsies, he can get his hands dirty. He's perfectly fine killing someone himself. Johan says no one can know his past, and that's why he's killing off all these people. Suggesting that there's something dark in his past, which, yeah, holds true, and also that Johan is trying to erase his past, which, yes, also holds true. For the moment, it's also just him cleaning house, removing his connection to the current mid-couple murders case. He also admits that he was, quote, truly happy to hear of Tenma's promotion, that he's glad to repay Tenma for... well, he doesn't actually explain what for. Before he leaves, he tells Tenma that Tenma was the one who brought him back to life. Not with a thank you, just stating the facts. You could take the repay quote as Johan thankful for being revived, which gets a bit sticky considering the situation he got shot in. You could take it as Johan being thankful for some genuine unmerited kindness. Johan could have been left to die, but Tenma chose his life, proving his chosen by fate game. You could take it as him repaying Tenma for taking care of his sister. We'll learn how much Nina means to Johan as we go. Or you could take it as Johan messing with Tenma and setting him up for a grand chase to enjoy. Most telling of all is that he lets Tenma go, meaning Johan either genuinely does have an appreciation for him, or Johan has some grander designs for him. One final quick aside, and to be honest, this was most likely just a style choice to set atmosphere, but during the showdown here, it begins to rain. It starts with a few drops quietly coming down until it's a full-on deluge. It's then, once the rain is at its heaviest and its loudest, that Johan takes the shot, using the rain to muffle his crime and wash away evidence that he was ever there. The next chapter literally starts with, "I hate rain, it washes away all the clues." A really nice addition to the scene, quietly building tone while subtly showing Johan's competency. We meet Nina. The manga will switch between Anna and Nina depending on the situation, but we're just going to call her Nina every time. She's a law student at Heidelberg University. She's smart, tough, happy, and seemingly has no memories from childhood. Also definitely seems like her parents are hiding something about that childhood from her. She gets an anonymous email saying, "I shall send you the most beautiful flowers. I was born to smother you in flowers." Which is a big red flag that she just assumes is from this guy who likes her at uni. We also learn that Nina is going to a psychiatrist. She's had some trouble with a dream about a monster that emerges from the darkness. Obviously, we can make some metaphorical parallels here, but this might just be referring to her capture in the Red Rose Mansion or what happened at the Lieberts. She also gets queasy when a similar case to her own history comes up in class. She's obviously repressing what's happened with the Lieberts, forgetting her traumatic childhood and living on as Nina Fortner. Then she gets a second email, "I will come for you soon." Again, red flag. Back with Tenma, he's doing his own investigation into the mid-couple murders. We get a piece of the Johan timeline here, but honestly it's so fractured to try and piece together clearly in a video like this, so segue through that video if you need it. We're going to mostly ignore the Johan timeline. The crux is, these supposed childless couples all have witnesses that say those couples took care of a young boy at some point, suggesting Johan quietly bounced around a number of different families. He's also learned English and French from a retired German World War II soldier. Apparently, Johan loved to hear stories about how people responded to absolute terror. Johan also mentioned all those years ago that he would return for his sister in Heidelberg on their 20th birthday. Hold that thought. Meanwhile, Nina's been getting worked up over those weird emails and catches sight of Johan outside her university. She faints just from seeing him, describing him as seeming pure evil, a glimpse of her past leaking through perhaps. Then she gets another email that this mysterious person will be waiting for her the next day, her birthday, at Heidelberg Castle. Tenma chases the clue about Johan's twin, which leads him to the Heidelberg Post. He's here searching for information to Nina's whereabouts. And here we meet the first of what I'd call the key side characters of Monster, Mora. He lets Tenma do some digging through the archives and ends up sucked into the story as well. When they find the family that took in the kids, the Fortners, they also find the twins' birthday is that very day. So, when the time arrives, Nina heads to the castle while Tenma and Mora are rushing to the Fortner household. They're hoping they can prevent another mid-couple murder and save Nina. Mora says that he got to see one of those mid-couple crime scenes and it was, quote, "the work of the devil, a slaughter with no trace of emotion." Mora says that if he ever saw the guy that could do that, he'd kill him without a moment's hesitation. This is setting up Richard. So Mora in this scene is laying out how brutal and cold the mid-couple murders have been, a situation where the killer must have been something evil, something demonic, building up this idea that Johan really is that something dark and twisted, and that he, as Mora puts it, should be killed without a moment's hesitation. However, the previous chapters have made it relatively clear that Johan did not directly do these murders. Yes, there is some wiggle room, it's never explicitly stated who did the deed, so to speak, but so far we've been led to believe the murders were the work of Junkers and his crew. Junkers himself says that they were hired to go in and do these jobs for Johan. He was a locksmith alongside his buddies described as Fritz the Slasher and Boris the Muscle, heavily implying that Johan hired these people to take out those couples. Though now with Mora, it's changing the story to be that Johan did the murders, and Junkers' crew broke in to steal a small amount of stuff to fake a bad robbery? We'll learn later on that Johan kills a lot more people by proxy rather than directly, sending out other people to do his dirty work. So even on a reread, it makes more sense up till now that Junkers and his crew did this. So when Mora is describing how terrible the crime scene is, it just seems like he's saying Junkers and co were a real dark crew, proficient at their, murders, but dark and twisted and better off dead, which is an odd stance to take based on how Junkers' death was built up to make us sympathetic to him. I assume the intention here was to build up Johan's menace once again, to develop him and add some tension to the scene, but it doesn't gel at all with what we've been told about the existing murders. Probably just another plot hole. Tenma and Mora make it to the Fortners and lay out what's going on. The Fortners say Nina's gone to Heidelberg Castle, so the new buds split up. Tenma runs off to the castle while Mora contacts the police with the Fortners. After Tenma drives off, Mora goes to the phone to find the line has already been cut. And that is the last time we will ever see those characters alive. At the castle, Johan's got a patsy posing as a gardener posted to keep Nina there until he arrives. When Tenma finally gets there to rescue Nina, the gardener attacks, but Nina pins him down. The gardener says whoever hired him had something he had to attend to first. Catching the threat, they literally tie him up and rush back to the Fortners. But by the time they get there, they're much too late. Nina, with some memories of her past coming back to her, says that she tried to kill Johan, that he was supposed to die 9 years ago. It's then that the police arrive, having received the call. Detectives Messner and Mueller, who will get confirmation in about 30 chapters, are the ones who actually killed the Fortners. The cops pick up Tenma and Nina and start driving them down to the station. During the ride, Tenma pieces it together that something is amiss. Blood on the coat, they know he's a doctor, they received a call from a cut line. So, at a routine stop, Tenma takes Nina and flees by jumping into the river to escape. The two take refuge in this hut somewhere downriver, and Nina starts hinting towards her tragic backstory, making pretty broad allusions to the Red Rose Mansion and their flight to the border after the Three Frogs. She also says that when the Lieberts were killed, it was young Johan who did it. When Nina picked up the gun, he laughed and told her to get him right in the head, also to throw the gun out the window when she was done. This moment will get some more details later, which makes this a lot clearer, but for now, Nina only has a piece of this memory unlocked. Tenma decides to go to the police to reveal all of this, but arrives to find a bunch of press around the precinct. We learn that the gardener from the castle was killed, and Messner and Mueller are legit cops. So, Tenma plans to take Nina to Mora's newspaper for the press to keep her safe instead. But when he heads back, she's already gone, left to find Johan herself and telling Tenma to leave and live his life. However, Tenma, still caught up in the fact that he brought Johan back, feels responsible, so he stays on Johan's trail. Meanwhile, Eva's life is a bit of a mess. Since her father's death 9 years ago, she's gone through 3 husbands, luring them in with her inherited wealth, only to take all that she can from them instead. She's also got a photo of her and Tenma up, letting us know that she's still hung up on him in some way. She heads to the hospital to find the returned Tenma and wants to start things over. We'll get more into Eva at the end, but suffice to say, she's not the best person. She first appeals, I'd say honestly, over wanting to reconnect with the one person she believes actually loved her. When that doesn't work, she resorts to threats and manipulation. And when that doesn't work, when she doesn't get what she wants, she goes full Spito mode, yelling that Tenma killed all those people 9 years ago. She talks to Lunga about the tie found at the gardener's death was one that she bought for Tenma. A real spiteful move there, Eva. And now the police have enough to bring Tenma in for some serious questioning. Tenma, still not being able to trust the police after the Fortner murders, decides to run instead. 5 months later, Tenma is still on the run. Another middle-aged couple have been murdered, and it seems publicly that Tenma is the culprit of the whole lot, the media taking his flight from questioning as an admission of guilt. We see that he's packing now and seems to be all guns blazing to take Johan down. See, in those 5 months, he had been training with this man who Lunga is currently interrogating, Hugo Bernhardt, our next character welcomed to the side character special. Over those 5 months, Tenma got in his cardio and also learned how to shoot like a pro, crucially learning to always shoot twice to ensure you kill the target. Tenma passes the course with flying colors, but Hugo still wonders if he's got the gumption to actually kill a human being. Hugo ends his interrogation by telling the detective basically nothing. Back into it with a new arc and a new character. This is Otto Heckel, a thief whose run-in with Tenma has made them unlikely allies. Tenma is here in Verden, looking into the mid-couple murders which have continued with fresh cases. This time, it's the Springers who have died, and Otto knows who did it. After heading to the killer's house, they go in to find him inside, gun in hand. The killer quite openly talks about what happened, and he's unnamed in the manga, but for the sake of convenience, we're gonna call him Sunflower. A man named Eric became friends with Sunflower. Eric was living with the Springers and like a son to them. Yes, it's safe to assume that boy was Johan. One day the Springers paved over their sunflower garden to make a bigger parking space, and Sunflower thought that was a horrible thing to do. He fondly remembers walking through the sunflowers with his mother a long time ago. Mr. Springer also kept a mistress, and Sunflower's mother was a mistress herself. I bring all this up because we should note how this first killer is being manipulated based on memories closely associated with his mother. All this manipulation based on matriarchs gives some real clean foreshadowing to Johan's own motherly issues. They talk a little more, and Sunflower questions why he did all that Eric asked of him. The final word is from what Eric said, that there is a message for Tenma at the Springer house, and your fate has already been decided. With that, Sunflower shoots himself. Back to the house, Tenma uncovers the message. Look at how enormous the monster inside of me has grown. Tenma takes it as Johan enjoying the chase. Whether or not that's true, again, take it as you will, but for the moment, Tenma believes it to be true. Johan, for whatever reason, is egging Tenma on, pulling him further into the chase. Quickly, Tenma is picked up by a deal Otto made for him to go and do some underground doctoring. He's brought before a guy in pretty bad shape, but finds out that he was involved in a terrorist attack that killed 12 and injured 2. He's a patriot of East Germany, driven to extreme action after the reunification. The first time in the manga that this historical context is brought front and center. Naturally, adding in some explanation and context for those who need it, as well as setting up the coming arc. While talking, the guy says he's scared to die. Tenma berates him that everyone he just killed felt the same way, and asks if he understands what he's just done. Only then does Tenma begin to treat him. But with not much he can do and the police closing in, Tenma just does what he can before he flees. The TV later says that the man surrendered to police, so it seems like he lived. To Berlin next, Tenma is investigating the Liebert's old home. This is Old East Germany land, and again Urasawa takes the opportunity to explain a bit about what that means. Tenma learns that the twins were originally from an orphanage, Kinderheim 511, and that there is a Mr. Hartmann who might know more. He used to work there. It's with him that we learn about Kinderheim and how it was essentially a prison for kids of political prisoners. Johan went through it, but Nina went to a different orphanage. It's around now that Dieter arrives. Tenma met him on the street a little earlier and helped his wounded elbow. So they all get to share a meal together and everything seems good until Tenma leaves and we see this absolute red flag of a shot of Hartmann. On the way home, Tenma sees a soccer ball in the shop window similar to the clock for Junkers and buys it for Dieter. Heading back to Hartmann's, he sees Dieter injured on the floor. Hartmann tries to play it off, but Tenma can tell Hartmann is covering his crimes. Hartmann claps back by saying he's already called the police on wanted criminal Tenma, so Tenma pulls his gun. He grabs Dieter and runs him to the hospital, giving him the soccer ball and saying, "Tomorrow will be a good day," a phrase that Dieter will hold on to for dear life. With Dieter in the hospital, Tenma heads out to check the different orphanage that Nina went to, which is still running. 1, to potentially get Dieter in there, and 2, for information on Nina. He meets one of the carers who gives us the details. Originally, Johan and Nina were found wandering near the Czech border, and from there they were picked up and sent to the orphanages. But Kinderheim 511 was really a laboratory, a twisted experiment of the East German government to turn children into super soldiers, though it eventually collapsed into a house of death with no one surviving. The story of Kinderheim is still pretty vague in the story, mostly due to the government gag order and destruction of all the files. There's everything we know about Kinderheim in this video if you're curious. While Tenma is talking, Hartmann gets to the hospital and picks up Dieter, dragging him to the ruins of Kinderheim 511. When Tenma finally gets back to the hospital, Dieter is already gone, so he rushes back to Hartmann's. No Dieter here, but perhaps a clue to where Hartmann might have gone. He also finds a photo of Johan at Kinderheim with a man we'll learn later is General Wolf. Rushing back to the Kinderheim building, Tenma finds Dieter beaten and sitting on a throne at the top of the stairs. Hartmann says that is where Johan watched Kinderheim burn. Apparently, Johan said, "Whenever a group of people are put together, hatreds emerge. I just added a little fuel to the fire." Hartmann has been trying to find another Johan, and that's why he's been abusing Dieter. He's been trying to make him like Johan. Hartmann says Kinderheim didn't make Johan a monster, he was already one before getting there, suggesting either something deeper to find, Red Rose Mansion or earlier, or something truly innate to Johan, a through-and-through monster. A key line here is Hartmann says Johan's goal was to be the last one left standing at the end of the world. It breaks to a standoff over Dieter. Making his choice, Dieter goes down the stairs and chooses to go with Tenma, believing that tomorrow will be a good day. Hartmann is left crushed, and thankfully another monster lets us know that he will eventually get arrested because we don't see him again for the rest of Monster. The next day, Tenma tries to get Dieter to leave to go to the orphanage, but Dieter won't go, so now the two are traveling together. The pair travel to a small town where they quickly make friends with the local Dr. Schumann, also added to the side character special. These two chapters are about seeing Tenma as a doctor again, reinforcing that if it's a choice between saving his own skin from the police or saving someone else, he will always choose to save. It ends with an offer to stay and hide out in the village, the chance to save many people, but there's something that supersedes that for Tenma: killing Johan. So the quest continues. It's not a super plot-relevant part, but it's another classic Urasawa vignette with a good side story that reinforces the main character's qualities. There'll be a few more of these as the manga goes on. Following that, we get into Lunga's life. He's overworked, but seemingly by his own design, and his family is on the way out. His wife is cheating and his daughter is pregnant. When confronted with both, he just goes back to work while his family leave him. Lunga is a driven man. He's incredibly work-focused, to the detriment of everything else. We follow him on this particular case as he's sure he's got the answer, increasingly putting pressure on this assistant to come clean. Well, it ends with the assistant committing suicide and leaving a note professing innocence. The police chief, obviously perturbed by the situation, takes Lunga off all cases, leaving him truly with nothing. Nothing apart from an insistent Eva Heinemann still wanting to see Tenma caught and put in prison. Eva, for her part, has continued being Eva, just ruining people's lives to pass the time. She picks up with her gardener and tries to start a relationship with him, which actually works. He's a solo dad who for some reason is into Eva. Eva herself does seem like she has some feelings for the guy, but is also still hung up on Tenma as much as she won't admit it. Now, it's a tough call through the manga about how Eva feels. On the one hand, she views Tenma as the one person who genuinely cared for her regardless of wealth and position. That kind of love she hasn't experienced anywhere else, and it creates a genuine love from her. On the other hand, her time with Tenma represents when she was at the height of her powers, so to speak. Director's daughter, everything at her fingertips, pushover partner who did whatever she wanted. She even says so here. He always let me have my way. Yes, Eva. Very well, Eva. Whatever you like, Eva. So she could be misconstruing her desire to get back what she lost as love. Tenma more symbolic of the life she wants, not the romantic partner she wants. If it's not clear, I'm more second camp. I don't like Eva, and I'm trying hard not to let that bleed through, but just look at how she throws this back in the guy's face. He says he'll devote his life to her garden if it would help her, and she just mocks him for it. But then it does look like she changes her mind and goes to Christmas with the gardener, only to find his estranged wife got there first. The gardener and his wife reconnecting, with Eva looking on crushed. With happiness offered and taken away, Eva burns down her home and leaves on a mission to destroy Tenma. So that gives us two characters, Lunga and Eva, both losing everything and living to bring Tenma to supposed justice. Meanwhile, Tenma has made his way back to Otto in East Frankfurt, and it looks like there's some neo-Nazi groups swinging their weight around here. To the point, Tenma needs to show his gun to get them to leave him, a Japanese guy, alone. This is setting up the main antagonist of the arc, the leader of these neo-Nazis. Tenma is here tracking down Detective Messner, one of the pair who killed the Fortners. It looks like Messner fell to drug addiction after that event and his life has spiraled out of control. Thankfully for Tenma, he knows quite a lot. See, a certain organization took care of him after the Fortners incident, particularly this alt-right big shot called the Baby, the aforementioned neo-Nazi leader. Apparently, he once tried to create Dresden into some, quote, pure-blood utopia, but after that failed, he's come to Frankfurt to try again. Messner also spills that Nina talked to him as well. He led her to the Baby on the Baby's instruction. Apparently the Baby wants to use her for bait. The Baby is trying to get a new Hitler to emerge, the inference being Johan is his planned future Kaiser, and the Baby can use Nina to lure him in. Messner also says that when the wall fell, a monster was born. And this is one of those times where the character is kind of wrong because they don't know enough. The Berlin Wall's fall isn't really significant to Johan's story. That event was about 6 years ago at this point in the story, and there's no big Johan moment to correlate that to. Johan was just bouncing between foster families at the time. Then again, it's unclear what Messner actually knows about Johan. From context, he might be talking about Peter Čapek, who is essentially the Baby's boss who came to Germany in '89, but I wouldn't really say he was born at that time. Messner also could mean that the monster is like the political unrest that reunification created, tying into the idea of this arc where neo-Nazi groups are trying to take control of Frankfurt. Either way, it just seems like he's strung out and in withdrawal, so we shouldn't take him too literally here. Meanwhile, with Nina, she's getting her introduction to the Baby. She's been dressing up to try and get his attention, and now she's finally got it. Looks like Nina is also on the kill Johan bandwagon, but the Baby is convinced he can use her to lure in Johan. She's taken back to the mansion where she meets a Professor Gedrick, the character who takes first place of characters that should be important, but we learn nothing about them. To the point I actually forget this character exists every time I read this manga. Gedrick is one of the 4 people who head this organization that want to install Johan as a supreme leader. Now, we never get a name for it, so we're just going to call it the organization. It's run by Gedrick, General Wolf, who we saw in a photo earlier, and 2 others yet to be introduced. On your first read-through, you might think that's the Baby, but no, the Baby is important, but not one of the 4 leaders. He's associated and seemingly a part of the organization, but definitely subservient to the 4 leaders. The organization is doing exactly what Messner said they're doing, looking to install Johan as a new Hitler to lead Germany back to glory. Gedrick waxes philosophical, trying to compare their organization to the biblical account, and Johan is like Christ, but Nina ain't having none of it. Back with Tenma, he heads out to the candy bar where Messner sent Nina, only to be pulled aside by a Turkish prostitute working nearby. She's looking into her own friend who got kidnapped by these guys. When Tenma makes a move, the Baby is already there, hitting Tenma with his car. Waking up sometime later, Tenma has been kidnapped by the Baby and starts to get beaten. The Baby going on to blab about their plan to torch a neighborhood that night, burning down the entire Turkish quarter out of a racist hatred. Tenma claps back that Johan doesn't hate some race or another, he hates humanity. This is not a welcome party he'll appreciate. In the mansion, Nina manages to talk to someone through the plumbing. It's the Turkish prostitute's friend. She's been captured after learning about the upcoming fire. As they're talking, the new friend grows silent, and all Nina can hear is... She runs out to find the door unlocked and no guard, making it upstairs only to see her new friend in a pool of blood. Nina covers her in the shower curtain, she takes the gun she snuck in with her, and prepares to fight her way out. But wouldn't you know it, all of the guards and Gedrick himself have been killed. The work of Johan. Hold this thought. Through these chapters, Otto and Dieter have been hanging out in the Turkish quarter. After learning about Tenma's accident, Dieter headed off and got captured by General Wolf's men. They now come apologetically into Tenma's capture by the baby and tell him that Tenma is a guest of General Wolf now, sorry for the trouble, clearly showing the baby is lower in the pecking order here. The guards take Tenma and Dieter to the mansion, but on the way, Tenma pulls his gun, which the guards for some stupid reason gave back to him. Apparently, they're quite happy that Tenma considers his gun not just for show. He gets Dieter to flee to evacuate the Turkish quarter, while he goes with the guards to meet this General Wolf. So they do just that. General Wolf gets to talk to Tenma about how he found Johan and what Johan did to him. Wolf found Johan on the Czech border and recognized something of value in him, sending him to Kinderheim 511 to become a pillar of East Germany. When Wolf asked Johan how he felt at that time, Johan replied, "You'll know soon enough." As it came to pass, Johan killed off everyone who knew General Wolf, his family, his children, his friends. Johan left Wolf as isolated as he felt walking the Czech border. Nowadays, Wolf allied himself with the organization as a matter of convenience. He's not really sold on the whole future Johan Führer plan. Well, Johan was here before and killed Gedrick and his men, another one who knew Wolf gone. Finally, Wolf gets to the point. "Tenma, I want you to kill Johan." When he was here earlier, Johan left a message on the wall, a summoning to an abandoned warehouse. Okay, double detour. First, let's talk about General Wolf. The man talks about how Johan killed off everyone who ever knew him. Nobody can know who I am unless they believe me. That is, he no longer has any living references to his past. This will come up later on in the manga when Wolf dies, as well as in Ruhenheim, but this is a difficult idea to push. The idea of everyone who knows who I am is dead, and there are no longer any references for me to prove my identity. Says the man named General Wolf, who we saw first in a photograph kept by a colleague, the man who is surrounded by guards who are willing to kill for him, and the man who helps co-run an organization as one of its 4 foundational pillars. Yeah, really lacking for social support there, champ. It is very hard for someone to be in a powerful position, especially in the early 90s, and have no social ties. Well, we might say that he means there's no one that truly knows him, that those that knew him intimately were killed off, and that's the sort of isolation referred to here. With that comes a hesitation to get close to anyone because they too will be killed off. Or that the systematic removal of people from his life has rendered him unable to draw a line in his life from his birth to where he is now. Without the support of knowing where I've been, how can I properly establish who I am now? I find those better explanations, though I still think it's a bit clunky for General Wolf. This idea of social and historic isolation is underdeveloped in the manga, even when it comes up again. It's an area that Urasawa went too vague on to properly explain. The series never quite nails down what this actually means. You can take it as you want, because there's no strong answers here. Well, why did Wolf deserve this fate? He's one of the 3 characters who see the landscape of the end, the scenery of a doomsday. The others being Johan himself and then Tenma right at the end. Both Tenma and Wolf are pushed into the landscape by Johan. Some things to take note of are the 2 characters' role in Johan's life. They both take on somewhat a surrogate father role to Johan, saving his life. Wolf saves him from starvation on the Czech border, Tenma from the bullet to the head. In response, as either a twisted kindness or genuine malice, Johan drives these characters to one of the darkest places he knows. We can probably take Wolf as an example of what Johan would do to Tenma if his original plans hadn't changed. Here's the double, the mess at the mansion. Johan went and killed Gedrick in the mansion. Motivations could be spite against the organization, to isolate Wolf further, as revenge for kidnapping Nina. Again, no established motive here. But the rub is, why didn't he talk to Nina? Last we saw Johan, he was planning to meet her at the Heidelberg castle, and it seems like that's a major motivation for him. Even the organization is talking about how they can use Nina as bait to summon Johan. If there is one thing we've come to know about Johan is that he wants to meet Nina. But Johan attacks the mansion and just leaves Nina there. But first, let's take this moment literally. It doesn't really make much sense. While not as egregious as something like CandyGate, let's spell out what the manga would have us believe. Nina talks to Ayşe, the Turkish woman captured by the organization, through the pipes. As they're talking, one of Gedrick's men comes in and beats Ayşe to death.
Nina, hearing the commotion, leaves to find her door unguarded and runs upstairs to Aisha's cell. Meanwhile, Johan comes in, calmly executes Gedrick and his 3 guards, one of whom just murdered a woman and I guess just went back to work, all of which takes place between Nina leaving her room after hearing Aisha being killed, running upstairs and arriving in Aisha's cell. Then Johan writes an elaborate message on the wall while Nina covers Aisha's body with the shower curtain. Then Johan leaves as Nina comes out to find everyone dead. What? There's no way the timelines work and that Nina could hear a girl through the plumbing and not the at least 4 gunshots. Even Aisha's death is a bit mixed. Wolf's boys say that Gedrick's men did it, but with the confused, rushed timeline here, you could assume that Johan actually did do it. Characters lie through this manga. We don't even know how earnest Wolf's desire for Johan's death is yet. In hindsight, you might say that this is a Roberto job. Roberto does a lot of dirty work for Johan, but we'll learn soon that he's being a bodyguard for Detective Mueller at this time in France, and the writing on the wall is a strange addition for Johan to make someone else do. Even General Wolf says, Johan was here this morning. And to be honest, I can look past that, okay? Another plot hole, whatever, let's keep moving, but why didn't Johan talk to Nina here? If we take out the Heidelberg Castle plot and how clearly it establishes that Johan wants to meet Nina when she's alone, this scene makes more sense. At the moment, we need to assume that either someone else did these killings and graffiti, or that Johan, for some reason, felt this was not the right time to meet Nina and just slunk off, despite leaving her a message about where to find him. Both of which I don't think are good options. Why not meet Nina right now? He even left that big message about where to find him. He could just go to the warehouse and meet her there. She arrives a whole day before Tenma finds it. We have to assume that this was not the place or time he wanted to meet Nina for some reason. Perhaps he felt she would be too emotional after her new friend's death despite probably not knowing that detail, or that the sight of so many bodies in a mansion setting would trigger traumatic memories but Johan probably doesn't remember Red Rose at this time either, or that now his plans have simply changed, meeting Nina is no longer a priority. To make sense of the scene, you kind of need the whole context of the Johan-Nina relationship. I know people bag on CandyGate or have strongly mixed opinions on the ending, but this is probably what I'd consider the worst moment of Monster. The timeline doesn't work, the motivations don't work, the explanations around Wolf are weak, Johan's motivations change and actively muddy his character, Gedrick dies with us learning nothing about this foundational pillar of the organization. All of it is to lightly set up things for later, and to involve Johan in an arc that frankly he barely has reason to be in. After seeing Johan's message, Tenma decides to go and save the Turkish quarter first. The tension between immediately saving lives and killing Johan has saving lives winning out. He heads to the neighborhood leaders with the help of the prostitute from before and fills them in on what he overheard. As things start to break out, the neighborhood isn't caught completely unawares, jumping into action to save themselves. Meanwhile, Nina goes to the warehouse and sees the message Johan left behind. She manages to track down the baby and threatens him. She's seen the message. This isn't what Johan would want. Quote, he's writhing in agony, in an abyss of sadness. Clearly, whatever message Johan left has affected her deeply. She gets the information about what they're planning to burn next and runs out, also showing some tells that she might contain the same ruthlessness as Johan. When she gets to the location, she finds Dieter and Otto tied up inside. They had a run-in with some Neos a short while ago. Otto says that if they really wanted to do some damage, there's a warehouse by the waterfront that would go up like kindling, so Dieter and Nina run off to check it out. On the way, Tenma finds Otto and they head down too, managing to stop the warehouse arson with the help of a very expensive stolen rug. With that, the major plans of the baby have been thwarted and the Turkish quarter saved. The police are quick to follow, so everyone bar Nina flee by boat, with Nina yelling after them that there are 2 Johans. They head to find the message themselves, which reads, "Help, the monster inside me is about to explode." Tenma concluding that Johan has 2 personalities, which is at the least the next thread that we're gonna follow. Nina gets questioned by the police and she doesn't spill the beans about Tenma being there. It seems all the Turkish people did the same too, grateful to supposed criminal Tenma for saving their lives. We get a bit of history about Nina here too. She worked for this guy Rosso under the name Anna after splitting from Tenma. She had gone to him to try and get his tutelage because it turns out he's an ex-hitman gone straight, but she never did ask him to train her. She didn't want to drag him into this fight, something that all of these characters will do a lot. So after a kind goodbye, Nina jumps on a train to continue her quest.
Next we meet Rudy Gillen, criminal psychoanalyst. To his surprise, Tenma has snuck into his house. These two used to go to school together and Tenma needs a professional opinion. Basically, Tenma is convinced, after the water tower, that Johan has dissociative identity disorder, or DID, and would like it confirmed. Well, Dr. Gillen says he'll look into it, though his actual plan is to find a time to hand Tenma over to the police. Reminder that Tenma is a wanted criminal who is publicly suspected of doing the mid-couple murders. Later, Gillen brings up this monster idea that Tenma presented with Peter Jurgens, a serial killer that he's interviewing. Jurgens was put away for 12 murders, including one final kill that seemed out of character for his MO. Jurgens seems to relate to this idea of a monster. Gillen takes it in more of a metaphorical direction, there is a monster in all of us type of deal, but Jurgens cuts him short. No, monsters, actual tangible monsters, exist among us. He suggests Gillen check out the house of Frau Kempf, the last murder he did, to prove that the monster is real. Intrigued, Dr. Gillen does just that. This panel always gets me, by the way, the cinematic way Urasawa sets up his shots and even how much this house just feels like a real house. It's great stuff. Gillen makes his way to the cellar only to find it set up as a recreation of Jurgens' abusive childhood. Would Jurgens really himself set up this recreation of his own trauma? There's this creepy doll, something personal to Jurgens, as well as a myriad of photos of Frau Kempf herself with a young boy. Though in all the photos, the boy's head has been removed and replaced with Jurgens. Two things here. One is that these photos have been set up to push Jurgens into associating Kempf with his own abusive mother. Two, for a childless woman, it's strange Kempf has got so many photos of her with a young boy. Gillen also finds a bundle of letters in the Kempf house, all bearing the same message that Tenma brought him. The monster inside me is about to explode. Finally, Gillen is beginning to believe in Tenma's story. Okay, the letters. Why are they here? Why did Johan write them to Frau Kempf? Was he writing them to all his foster parents and these are the only ones we find? We don't learn anything about Kempf, her role in Johan's life, or anything like that. Just that she was presumably one of the many foster parents that Johan went through. This is clearly not a clue set up for Tenma either. This was something Johan sent to Kempf specifically. The letters are sent to her before she dies, which is 2 years ago. So before Johan and Tenma meet again at Junker's death, Johan had already sent a number of letters to Kempf. So what's going on? I think a distinction should be made that this isn't technically part of the mid-couple murders. Kempf's husband died some years before her, only referred to as an early death in the manga, so we're not 100% sure on the time frame. But from all the photos of her with the boy, we don't see a husband alongside her. The assumption is that she took care of Johan after her husband died. Well, you could certainly claim the opposite and Johan caused the husband's early death, it's again interpret as you will. This is the best interpretation I've found so far and what I'd consider the most likely scenario. Johan stayed with the widowed Kempf for a time while he was a child, one of the many families he went through. After he moved on, and this would be years later judging from the photos, he got Jurgens to kill Kempf. And note the parallels here. Johan set up the basement to liken Kempf to Jurgens' abusive mother. Really, this parallel should smack us over the head. Johan probably subconsciously found Kempf a reflection of his own mother, not out of something he remembers and recognizes, but something that guided his actions regardless. A subconscious push in line with the DID idea that we're following at this point in the story. Johan saw Kempf like his own mother. And so while the couples he stayed with, that distrust of parental figures led him to kill them off, with Kempf it was different because she was alone. It changed the dynamic. Johan possibly seeking that affirmation from his motherly figure, or if you're so inclined, to be saved by his mother, Viera or Kempf, from the monster clawing at him, Bonaparta or nihilism. And so he sends the letters as a plea for help. After he doesn't get it, eventually he figures he never will, so Johan sends Jurgens in to kill her. This goes in line with the DID idea that the manga is pushing around this point at the manga, that Johan does have a personality or fragment of himself that is actively looking to be saved or stopped. This is also taking the monster message Johan leaves as a genuine cry for help, not just him messing with people. But let's not dismiss that messing around idea entirely. Later on, when the next arc kicks in, the manga will start to explain Johan's actions as just messing around with people, torturing them to see them run like a line of ants. So it's perfectly valid to see this as Johan just messing with a surrogate mother figure.
Dr. Gillen has been in talks with the police through this about catching Tenma. With their assistance, he summons Tenma to the park, a big sting operation. Well, Gillen has actually switched sides by this point and secretly warns Tenma about the trap. He goes on to give his opinion on Johan from what he's gathered so far and Tenma's clues. Johan must be controlling these serial killers somehow to kill off his foster families that he had until age 17. Gillen suggests Johan must have found his ideal family, and that's why he stopped killing. Leaving Tenma with the questions of why stop at age 17? Did he truly find his real home at that time? And why did he try to erase his past in the first place? The age 17 part is a bit nebulous. Nothing shown in the manga so far has suggested he stopped at 17. If anything, the reveal of Kempf being a secret foster parent to Johan suggests kind of the opposite. That there's more foster parents out there dead, but just as of yet haven't been connected to the mid-couple murders. Even this ideal family idea will be dropped completely in a couple chapters. Actually, no, okay, I almost missed this. This is just a mistake. Tenma knows Johan stayed with the Springers as recently as 2 years ago, after Johan turned 17. The Springers were just recently killed by Sunflower. Anyways, besides the serial killer control idea, everything Gillen provides is wrong or groundless and will basically just be ignored once we hit the library. Regardless, for now, Gillen gives Tenma a bus ticket so he can leave, Tenma getting an escape and a new friend. I've seen a couple of people upset that Tenma ends this discussion with the reveal that he cheated in college too. Like, how dare straight-edge medical savant Tenma cheat in his exams? I don't think it's against his character at all. If anything, I think it's good for our mostly blemishless character to have some marks against him. He can be our pillar of virtue in the manga without being perfect. This isn't a story of ultimate good versus ultimate evil. Once again, it's more human than that. Tenma and Dita end up hitchhiking with this couple to free him. The couple are traveling to visit their son in prison. The father is a retired police officer who always thought he could tell the guilty people from the innocent until his own son killed someone. Now this is another little Urasawa vignette. In this one, the ending idea is about the crime of murder and the concept of evil, and how those two are different things. The father calling his son guilty a murderer, but he's not evil. If you're taking this manga in a more cynical light, you could say how this shows how our feelings can get in the way of the truth. The cop, blinded by his love for his son, believes him to not be evil. Likewise, blinded by Tenma's charisma and care, believes him not to be the criminal that the media portrays him as, setting up a parallel to how Johan hides his own monstrousness behind his charisma and how he ultimately will be misjudged by Nina. If you're taking the manga in a more optimistic light, this chapter is about how dark deeds don't guarantee an irredeemable person. The next chapter is even going to back this up. Yes, murder is a monstrous thing and should be treated as such, but doesn't always mean a monstrous person. This should get your gears turning about Tenma's quest and the justification of killing Johan. Not just what Tenma thinks about it, but what do you think about it? Cut to Nice, France with Detective Mueller. He's taken his money from the Fortner killings and got himself set up in a new life with a wife and adopted son. Though it does seem he's haunted by what he's done, wondering who set him up with the initial contract against the Fortners. He's even got a detective looking into it for him. We get to see his side of the story here, how he was contacted and blackmailed by someone, presumably Johan, to perform the Fortner hit. Otherwise, the blackmailer would leak the fact that he and Messner had been reselling confiscated drugs back to the local crime syndicates. A very nice little tie into Messner's story as well. Afterwards, Mueller got a pretty sweet deal and can now live comfortably. Things seem to be going well when he finds the detective he hired dead in his home and Nina standing over it. She claims his bodyguard, Roberto, is the one that did it. She takes the detective's notes and tells Mueller to stay if he can really trust his bodyguard. Mueller ends up running for the car when Nina pops up, takes him hostage, and gets him to drive. Nina's got a plan to get him to turn himself in, but things take a twist when he says that he had no choice. He was blackmailed, telling her that her parents died because he wanted his secrets kept. Nina, enraged, gets him out of the car, literally to a cliff's edge, and almost shoots him until he calls out his son's name. Nina puts the gun down, Mueller finally having a taste of the pain that he put Nina through. Mueller talks about Roberto. He was an assassin working once for his boss's boss, that he comes from a land that no longer exists. Now, on my first read-through of this manga, I thought he meant this in a more esoteric way, like his home is lost and forgotten to him or something. But nah, he's just talking about East Germany, the GDR. Back to the clues the detective found. His old partner Messner is dead. He wasn't killed by one of the Frankfurt guys, it was Roberto. And just then, Roberto calls them, telling Messner his family is home safely with him and he should come home with those notes. So the pair head back to confront Roberto, locked and loaded. Nina still having the same gun from the mansion, nice bit of continuity there. Mueller heads in to find the place back to normal. The detective's body is gone, his family is happy, just a few extra friends of Roberto hanging out. Mueller pulls his gun, but Roberto manages to successfully talk him down, threatening Mueller's family and capturing Nina in the meantime. Roberto's introduction in the manga is really well done. It's not bang bang gun time like another henchman. He's first seen as the charismatic bodyguard friend and then the insidious killer. The first confrontation he gets into, he talks down his opponent, pushing them into almost accepting their lot in life. Mueller almost abandons Nina here, and if it wasn't for that moment on the cliffside earlier, he might just have left her. We'll learn in a number of chapters' time that Roberto is another alumni of Kinderheim, and it's so great to see its graduates actually using the manipulation techniques that they were taught as a first resort. Roberto and his boys could no doubt just kill the whole family here, but instead, he gently guides Mueller into doing what he wants. Of course, this ultimately fails and Mueller comes to the rescue, so we'll knock some points there, but through this whole chapter, it's not Roberto the gunman assassin, it's Roberto the I will talk you into doing what I want Kinderheim child. We'll see through a lot of his moments that he's using his words before his guns. It makes Roberto such an effective secondary villain in the story. Yes, he'll get his moments to be the physical attacker, but most of the time, it's this first. Insidious talker who wants to manipulate you into doing what he wants before anything else. Roberto and the boys have taken Nina to this abandoned warehouse. They talk about where Johan is now. Roberto describes it as living happily in Munich with his ideal family. This is backing up what Dr. Gillen said earlier, that Johan must have settled down with his ideal family, and yeah, this is the last time we'll hear this idea. Urasawa abandons this completely, and we never know what it means, if it really is the second Liebert family, or conclusively why they're considered so special. Boo. In the warehouse, interestingly, Roberto says that they should kill Nina. Although Johan wants to see her, Roberto won't let anyone who would kill Johan live. So Roberto is not just a pawn of Johan, he's got his own ideas and agendas about what should be done. He's not blindly following orders here, he has some agency. He leaves his boys to do the job and heads off to his next target, Dr. Tenma. Before Nina can get shot though, Mueller comes to the rescue, choosing to save the girl who spared him even though he killed her parents. He takes out all of Roberto's goons but also takes a bullet in exchange. Ultimately, he saves Nina, but doesn't make it out himself. Back in Hamburg, Lunga is investigating another case that seemingly is part of the mid-couple murders. Lunga knows it's not, but leaks to the press that it is, in an attempt to lure in Tenma. Reminder that last we saw Lunga, he was taken off all cases, and only has his pursuit of Tenma left. Though it is interesting to see that Lunga is also blackmailing and pushing people to do what he wants, much like the overtly villainous Roberto in the previous chapter. Even the way he flippantly disregards the actual killer in this case because he feels he has bigger fish to fry. And I know I'm glossing over this small investigation, but damn is it interesting to read. Well, the trap works and Tenma takes the bait. It looks like Lunga will catch him until the real perpetrator of this murder comes in to silence the inspector. In the scuffle, Lunga takes a knife but kneecaps the guy and chases after Tenma, stab wound be damned. But it does catch up to him quick. Tenma, unable to let the man just bleed out, pulls him inside the car, but Lunga is a spry young thing. He cuffs Tenma and ends up getting the car careening off the road. Tenma drags him into a barn and they have a bit of a stare down, Lunga demanding a confession, Tenma claiming his innocence. Eventually, Lunga passes out from the blood loss and Tenma can finally patch him up and get away. If anything, all this has done is make Lunga even more convicted and driven to take Tenma down. The next chapter is aptly called Rock Bottom. Eva's back, in the drunk tank overnight, smoking a used cigarette she found on the ground, ready to sell her body just to buy a drink. Then who should walk in but Roberto? They go out drinking and have a dance to Al Green. Interesting note from another monster, that's actually Tenma's favorite song. Once again, Eva projecting Tenma onto her lovers. Pretty gross stuff. When they get back to Roberto's hotel room, he drops the act, demanding to know what happened to the photos with young Johan in them. Jump back to spring 1995 before Eva is out screwing up Tenma's love life, starting as an actually pretty sympathetic moment, followed up by Eva being Eva. She's very possessive in her affections. Anyway, she ended up chasing Tenma that night and caught sight of Johan as he was leaving after murdering Junkers, something which is not going to stop giving her trouble anytime soon. Back in the present, Roberto reckons he should just kill Eva, silencing another witness of Johan's past.
Roberto and Eva, for some reason, spent the night together. It's implied later on there was some horizontal cha-cha between them, but now it's the next day. Eva tries to act bold about automatically sending the photos to the BKA if she dies, but Roberto just laughs at her, going on to tell her what Tenma is up to right now, and once again, Roberto talking someone into doing exactly what he wants. Tenma is in Fusen, alongside Dieter and Otto. He's been treating a gangster there. A gangster who tells us a particular story about an underground bank worth billions of dollars, set up by a 15-year-old boy. One day the kid disappeared, and everyone involved in the operation fell into chaos, killing each other to try and get their money back. Yes, this is obviously a parallel to Kinderheim. The gangster suspects the kid did it as an experiment, toying with people like a child with a line of ants. Further down the hillside, Roberto arrives with Eva. He gives her his gun and tells her to go and do what she wants to do, pushing her to go and kill Tenma or at least play decoy for him to. Eva heads up and meets Dieter in the climb. She tells him to tell Tenma to run before immediately getting shot in the leg by Roberto. She fires back to scare him off but starts bleeding out. Tenma quickly makes it down to their position, and despite Eva's conviction that he won't come for her, sure enough, Tenma dives in to save her. Roberto pulling back for today. Once she recovers, Eva is left with the gangster and Tenma is on to Munich to learn about this alleged boy and his underground bank. So it's time to start the Munich University plot. We meet Karl Newman, a student hired to read to economic magnate Hans Schuwald and Karl's friend Lottie. They learn that Schuwald, the supposed vampire of Bavaria, is paying this prostitute pretending to be Karl's deceased mother, Margot Langer. The prostitute goes by a couple of different names, but we'll go with Red Sophie to keep characters clear. Karl is really Schuwald's illegitimate son through Margot, though Schuwald doesn't know that yet. And it turns out there's another student in the school pretending to be Schuwald's son, so Karl and Lottie start looking into that man. They track down this imposter to an Edmund Farron and head to his dorm room. When they go inside, they find him dead, hanging from the ceiling. He left a note saying, "I cannot continue to deceive," assumingly pinning his guilty conscience on his supposed suicide. The next day, Karl and Lottie meet another of Schuwald's readers, Johan Liebert, a law student enrolled in the university here. Some more introductions now. We meet Richard Brown and Dr. Reichwein. Richard is looking into Edmund Farron's suicide at the behest of Schuwald. We also learn that Richard is an ex-cop after he drunkenly shot his suspect while tracking down a serial killer. Richard takes a look into Edmund Farron's room and finds one of the books he supposedly kept to read to Schuwald. It has the same line as his suicide note, meaning Edmund didn't leave the note for that reason, he was just translating some text. People mistakenly assumed that it was a suicide note. His investigation leads him to Red Sophie, where he learns Edmund once came to visit her alongside an accomplice. So now Richard has yet another lead to find, this mysterious accomplice. Back with Karl, he's chatting with Johan on the roof. Johan himself walking right on the edge, yes, setting up the rooftop game in a couple of chapters' time. Karl talks about his childhood and how he's Schuwald's real son. Johan cries for him, which is an interesting reaction. You could see this as Johan manipulating Karl here. He's changed plans to now use Karl to get to Schuwald. Or you could take it as Johan unexpectedly sympathizing with someone losing their mother, something which is a real sore spot for him, though he might not consciously recognize it. Or it's heavily implied Johan was actually the one who killed Karl's mother, so this could be a combination of guilt and sympathy. To kind of spell out Johan's plan here, because it's a bit hidden in the subtext, Johan set up Edmund Farron as Schuwald's son, someone he could manipulate to gain control over Schuwald's significant economic power. This is soon after Johan abandoned his underground bank, taking with it the lessons of how money can be used to manipulate others to his whims. When Karl enters the scene, Karl talks to Red Sophie about his real identity. Sophie is either currently or soon to be in a relationship with Roberto, so Johan is tipped off and changes his plans. He offs Farron and decides to get close to Schuwald's real son, Karl. Now he can reunite Schuwald and Karl. In doing so, put them in his debt and set himself up in a position to run and control Schuwald's vast resources. Johan's also gone through and killed off a number of people close to Schuwald, removing any existing support he has, making him all the more reliant on young prodigy Johan. Then, once Johan has proved himself irreplaceable to the Empire, he can have Schuwald assassinated, leaving him in full control. So, the endgame is to become the new dominating power of the quote, man who can shake Germany's markets with a phone call. Let's pick up again with Richard. Turns out his wife and daughter left him after he got kicked off the force, and he's a recovering alcoholic. It seems like he has turned over a new leaf though. He admits that he killed a 16-year-old suspect because he was drunk on the job, which isn't quite true, as we'll find out soon. Anyways, he's still clearly haunted by that moment, seeing visions of the boy that he shot, fighting not to fall back into drinking to cope with that. Johan, meanwhile, gets proof of Karl's parentage from him and gives it to Schuwald, reuniting biological father and son, also cementing his place at Schuwald's side, everything according to plan. Schuwald officially calls off the investigation into Edmund Farron, so Richard is on his own. With no real active cases to work on, Richard revisits the old ones he couldn't close, coming to the conclusion that they're all connected, an intricate web of murder that ultimately served to isolate Hans Schuwald from all of those close to him. Seemingly to confirm the point, a bunch of near misses befall Richard: the train station, the beam, the car. Richard talks about all of this to Dr. Reichwein, who just got in contact with Dr. Gillen to confirm the details. Those two are student and pupil, that's the connection there. Well, it turns out there's overlap between Gillen's investigations and Richard's, so Dr. Gillen gives them the name Johan, and now Richard has his main suspect. In return, they give Gillen a photo of this Johan that's near them, Gillen going on to confirm that this man, this Johan, was the one manipulating the serial killers. Richard does a bit more sleuthing and becomes surer about Johan being bad news. Then he gets a call from his daughter, finally ready to meet him again. And as soon as he does, Johan knocks on his door. The two head down to a bar to talk, which proceeds mostly with Johan interrogating Richard, quickly putting Richard on the conversational back foot. Interesting to note, Johan calls Stefan Joss, the boy Richard shot, 17 at the time of his death, whereas earlier Richard said it was 16. This could be a subtle way of showing how Richard was fabricating a truth about the shooting, his age a lie much like the circumstances. Or, you know, just a mistake in the manga. We learn that Joss was a pretty monstrous criminal and that he's actually an alumni of Kinderheim 511. Johan grabs a bottle of alcohol and they take the talk on the road. Johan leads Richard up to a rooftop and goes in for the kill. He tells Richard the truth that he didn't want to admit. Richard was sober when he shot that boy. How could such a man reconnect with his wife and daughter? And then Johan holds out the bottle. Some police head out to Dr. Reichwein and let him know Richard Brown is dead. Now, we've talked about this before, about whether or not Richard jumped, so we'll not dwell on it too long here. A lot of Monster fans, to the point that I'd call it the general consensus, consider that Richard jumped. We should note though, through both Monster and Another Monster, it's never confirmed one way or the other. To admit my bias from the start, I've always pretty strongly believed that he didn't jump. The manga continues with Dr. Gillen pretty bluntly saying this was no suicide, bit of a clue there. Then Dr. Reichwein starts investigating and learns that the bottle was for a whiskey Richard didn't drink. Once he starts looking into it, he's immediately targeted by Roberto's goons. Now, yes, this might be all set up from Urasawa just to get Dr. Reichwein into team take down Johan, but it's the rack bottle that always gets me. If Richard was meant to jump, Urasawa would have just used a different bottle. There's enough here to get Reichwein acting against Johan without the rack clue. To contrast, this might be setting up another scene later on where Nina suddenly gets horrifying memories back and almost kills herself. For Nina, she had Tenma there to save her. Richard did not, so perhaps he jumped after all. If you want an actual look at both sides of the case, feel free to segue through this video. None of it's conclusive, and it's another ambiguity in the manga. For now, just know that Richard's death is a little proto-version of the manga's ending. It's not clear, and what details you picked up and how you interpret them will create your reality. For some, Johan is such a monster that of course he made Richard jump. For others, Richard's circumstances and his character wouldn't suggest him jumping, so Johan must have had to push him. Dr. Reichwein is teaming up with Dr. Gillen to try and help Tenma take down Johan. As part of his regular psychiatric practice, he takes on a new client who happens to be Roberto. Roberto is, not subtle at all here, so Reichwein gives him the slip and is saved by Tenma. Tenma has been watching him since the death of Richard. He was looking into the connection between Joss and Johan and didn't want to get anyone else involved. Well, bit late now, Dr. Reichwein is well and truly involved. They stake out Schuwald and Tenma confirms it really is Johan. He's finally found him. Shortly after, Tenma leaves Dieter with Reichwein and leaves on his own to kill Johan, purchasing a sniper rifle, doing push-ups, sit-ups, and presumably drinking plenty of juice. Meanwhile, Inspector Lunga shows up to Dr. Gillen. Gillen had tried to secretly lure Tenma out of hiding with a newspaper ad, but Lunga caught the clue. They have a battle of wits here, with Gillen asserting Tenma's innocence, and he crushes it here, ripping into Lunga for following a false conclusion and just being a straight-up lonely old man. But Lunga gets the last laugh by pretending to agree with Gillen. This Johan totally exists, and Lunga can help bring him down. So Gillen spills where Johan is. He's in Munich, and Lunga heads off, now knowing not Johan's location, but Tenma's. Really, everyone's coming to the party. Nina has made it to Munich as well, meeting and making friends with Lottie. Tenma, meanwhile, is scoping out the right place to assassinate Johan, and we can see it's taking a toll on him. He's struggling to eat, he's retching, he's pushing himself too much. He figures this forest will make a good place to do it, but changes his mind after meeting this unnamed character that we'll call Forrest. We'll add him to the side character special too. Simply put, this encounter is showing Tenma isn't a killer, at least not yet, and Forrest is there to dissuade Tenma from becoming one. The next couple of chapters as we build up to Tenma's attempted assassination are some of the more sinister ones. Johan has been teaching the local kids the rooftop game. You close your eyes and walk at each other on the roof. If you survive, you win. The surviving kids seem changed and twisted by the experience, not really caring what happens to the other kids who fail. Showing that Johan, yeah, he's not a good guy. It's a nice callback to Kinderheim as well, where they had kids basically fight to the death. Johan taking what he learned and teaching it to other kids, seemingly just because he can. This isn't really a plot point the series comes back to, but strongly establishes what kind of dark deeds Johan will do, seemingly just for the kicks, getting children to kill themselves. Also, Johan talks to the surviving kids about how he's going to be killed by Tenma soon. Whether or not Johan is actually expecting to die is again a bit unclear, especially when he's got Roberto running defense for him. Back to the main story, Schuwald is donating his library to the university. He tasks Karl and Johan to check out its proposed new home in this closed collection of rare books. Karl calls it Humanity's Legacy, and Johan takes particular note of that phrasing. A lot of his actions so far have been about erasing his own past, so burning down humanity's past seems fitting. Johan takes a look around and ends up encountering an old book, The Nameless Monster by Emil Schieb. I cannot stress enough how important this moment in particular is to the manga. There are 5.5 pages of Johan holding the book and then passing out, including a full page panel. Urasawa is making this a big deal, so we better take note. This is the moment where Johan violently encounters his past and the memories he's likely been suppressing. For sure, this is the Red Rose Mansion, but we don't know if it goes right back to his mother's choice as well. To add another layer of confusion, we don't know if this recall was of him going to the Red Rose Mansion or him hearing about Nina's trip there. Does he now believe he went or not? To make it even messier, Johan likely now has a full recollection of what happened with the Lieberts. The main change in this moment is Johan unlocking the name Bonaparta and nearly all of the memories that come with that. A character dies in this scene. The Johan we've followed so far dies here, and a new Johan comes out, one with his memories of before Kinderheim, or as he puts it himself, an even deeper darkness. A new person about to make a new plan with new motivations and a fresh perspective on the world. There are certainly some key qualities that carry on through this moment for Johan, but it is still a significant change. Johan becomes a new person in this scene, and it's both fantastic and frustrating. I genuinely think early Johan got a bit too unwieldy for Urasawa. There were too many disparate elements of Johan's character that were established but needed to be culled. At this point, Urasawa had a better handle on what he wanted for the character. He needed to wipe the slate clean and start again. So some things make the cut to stay important and others are dropped. Things like Johan's motivation for seeing Nina, why he was simply just having fun messing around with people, the Frau Kempf letters, his ideal family, what his intentions were with the rooftop game kids, why he never sought out Christoph despite that seemingly being the original plan. From here on, we can almost throw out those things as old Johan and don't have to explain them anymore. The DID discussion never comes back, writing the monster messages never comes back. From here on, Johan becomes a much clearer character to look at compared to who he was before. I mean, yes, still a lot of ambiguity, but seemingly a more consistent set of motivations. If you've looked at Johan discussions online, most people ignore a majority of these early parts because they become very hard to incorporate to the later ideas. I totally get it. This is why. Old Johan dies here, and only a few of those things remain relevant to Johan going forward. So I both love and hate this moment. On the one hand, it feels like Urasawa is finally nailing down Johan's story, introducing Bonaparta and having a much clearer idea of who Johan is and his motivations. Fantastic! On the other hand, he's also abandoning a number of set-up plot points, punishing us readers for being invested in the story. Frustrating. Conclusions we may have come to about Johan's potential DID or plans, well, they're not really relevant now. Yes, they can still help shape your overarching view of Johan, but the manga will not engage with those ideas anymore. From here on, we're dealing with a new Johan. Broad ideas are still the same, but think of him as narrowed down, removed the rough edges, and produced a much clearer character as a result. His actions follow a far more personal path than before. Now it's about taking down Bonaparta as opposed to the original plan. Okay, we don't actually get into this later, so let's go through it now. Johan's original plan. As always, we don't really have the full story, but let's start with what we know for sure. After burning down Kinderheim, Johan made a deal with Christoph. As Christoph tells it, the plan was to join forces to, quote, rule the world, also saying that Čapek thought it was his plan, suggesting the same plan here, i.e. Johan and Christoph were always planning to set one of them up as the future leader of Germany, most likely Christoph, who went on to study to become a politician. That's what we know for sure. Now we can add in the speculation. Johan was most likely going to act as puppet master behind Christoph. Christoph the face of power to the political world, Johan the actual power behind the face. Johan was most likely going to take that power in a monetary role. We can see that with the underground bank or how he was setting himself up with Schuwald, even with his first foster parents after Kinderheim, the Lieberts. They were originally in the East German Trade Bureau. Christoph, for his part, was taken in by the Siebenichts, a financially powerful family owning a number of different enterprises. The kids weren't just adopted, they searched out the parents they thought they would need to succeed. But again, we're speculating here. The endgame of Johan's plan always seemed to be some sort of terrifying destruction. As Hartmann put it, Johan wanted to be the last one alive at the end of the world. As the blind man put it, Johan loved the stories of people dealing with absolute terror. There was a much grander, darker, apocalyptic plan that may have happened if Johan had not encountered his own history. A plan that was very much in line with what places like Kinderheim and Red Rose Mansion wanted for him to do. After getting out of the hospital post-book encounter, Johan gets a letter from Red Sophie, extorting him about Edmund Farron, so he goes to meet her. Sophie has pretty obviously figured out Johan's scheme here, also saying some things which might implicate her of being involved in Karl's mother's death, but not conclusively. She could just be referring to Johan. Johan says he's found an even deeper darkness than the one he knew, that he no longer is interested in Schuwald, that he doesn't exist. Then Roberto is revealed as Sophie's new lover and kills her. Time to meet the next person in the side character special, this young Vietnamese doctor treating illegal immigrants. Again, no name, but we'll call her Doc Teen, another little Urasawa side story to remind Tenma about his role as a doctor, the only time his doctoring actually comes up while in Munich. We also get a small chapter with Lunga too. He's given a chance to reconnect with his daughter and new grandchild, but ends up pursuing Tenma instead, once again putting his pursuit above everything else. But he does manage to get a copy of the Nameless Monster in the process, translating it to see, "Look how enormous the monster inside of me has grown." We should point out that Lunga most likely hasn't seen that phrase on the water tower or in the mansion back in Frankfurt, but there's certainly a chance he came across it in the dossier provided by Dr. Gillen earlier. Gillen had that phrase in the Kempf letters, so likely Lunga is starting to make connections. Sometime later, the ceremony for the library donation begins. Schuwald, tipped off by Reichwein earlier, sends Karl home on a fool's errand. He knows Johan is going to do something and wants his son out of there. Tenma has found a hidden spot to set up his rifle to take out Johan. Lunga, believing Tenma is there to take out Schuwald, rushes to the scene. Nina is on her way too. This is the climax of the Munich plot. En route, Nina runs into Lottie, who shows her the Nameless Monster book that so recently broke Johan. And this is where we finally get to read the whole book. And yes, it's one of the most iconic and best bits of Monster. The Nameless Monster. Quick recap of the story. There's a monster with no name. It splits in two, one travels east, the other west. The eastern monster eats his way through various people, taking on their roles until the monster gets too hungry and bursts out of them. It tries to stop eating after becoming a prince, but the monster's hunger eventually wins out. In the end, the two monsters reunite and the eastern monster eats the western. Now there's no one left to appreciate the monster's name, and Johan was such a nice name. Now I'm gonna disappoint you, I don't think I've solved this book. There are honestly so many different ways you can interpret this text, and it's so important that you find a conclusion to it. This is one of those spots where interpretation rears its head, but we can hit the obvious details. It's clear to see the Nameless Monster represents the twins. They start as one being, reflecting their time under Bonaparta in Czechoslovakia. Part of that experiment is suggested as raising two kids as one identity. Then in the story they split, the twins leaving the Three Frogs and starting unique experiences. The one going east is Johan, pushed into the Eastern experiment in Kinderheim. The one going west is Nina, brought away from the control the Eastern Bloc has placed on her entire childhood. The Eastern Monster takes on a bunch of different names and roles. Johan takes on different names with all of his different foster families. The monster becomes the prince and settles down for a while. Johan settles with the second Liebert family, his supposed ideal family, and he stays there for an alleged 4 or 5 years up until the Munich library incident. Or perhaps you might consider his prince time as the period after reading the book before getting shot again. In the end, the Eastern Monster is left with no one to call him by his name, which is what we'll find at the end of the book with the perfect suicide idea. If your teen Johan is redeemed, you could say the whole point of the finale is to avoid this moment in the Nameless Monster. Johan believes himself the Eastern Monster and does not want to consume Nina, so stages his elaborate suicide to avoid that ending. Johan internalizing the book as something prophetic. Really, you can tackle the book from a lot of different angles, picking out the parts that support your thesis. Just a quick couple of motifs commonly pulled out by fans. Here we go. Names. It's called The Nameless Monster, and the story revolves around identity through the use of one's name. Johan is the Eastern Monster who tries on many different names in all of his different foster families, before returning and being confronted by the Western monster, Nina. Nina found a name and does not need her original. She's quite happy without it. She has established her own despite being a monster. Johan failed to establish his own name, so like the monster, he is left in the landscape of the end, the place of no names. Identity. This expands out into the broader theme of identity, and perhaps that Johan's true identity is the monster that will consume all that know his name. Note that when the monster eats everyone else, the monster bursts out of them. However, that is not the case with the prince. The monster stays in the prince's body, seemingly normal, but remaining a ravenous monster. A permanent change in appearance, but no change in nature. Nihilism. Nihilism is a pretty common idea when discussing monsters' themes. Perhaps the book isn't meant to depict Johan so literally, and the monster is a personification of the nihilism he imposes on others. The monster is not the person, but the philosophical idea. We see this with Johan's treatment of General Wolf, or the chaos of the underground bank, or with Schuwald. The monster that consumes the prince named Johan is nihilism itself, an idea eating him up from the inside. But like I said, you can honestly take this story in a lot of different ways. As part of the story itself, its inclusion is great. It's instigating action in the main villain, it's getting you thinking about how this story applies to Monster the series, it's foreshadowing later events of the story, and subtly introducing one of the most important characters in the series. The book has a huge significance literally in the story too. When Nina was taken to the Three Frogs, Johan was left behind with the Nameless Monster and read it constantly, to the point that its ideas and messages are buried deep in Johan's psyche. It's not just Urasawa being cute having the book reflect the series. There is a reason Johan's journey is so similar to the book. He has internalized it to the point of making it prophetic. This is part of the reason why his reaction is so strong to seeing it again. It's woven so deeply into him that it shakes the very core of his identity. We'll get into it later as well, but this also ties into why Johan is so attached to Nina, to the point that he may well consider them to be one person. If Johan is the Eastern Monster, the Western Monster, Nina, is him. They are one. Everything about the Nameless Monster in this series is honestly excellent. It's such a sure sign of Urasawa hitting his stride in the manga. It weaves itself so perfectly into the series and stays relevant for the rest of it. Brilliant stuff.
During the ceremony, Tenma lines up the shot, but he can't pull the trigger. He still can't bring himself to kill another human being. When he's pushing himself to do so, Roberto pops up and the two begin to scuffle. Back at the podium, Schuwald takes the stage and calmly asks everyone to leave the building. Just off stage, Johan gives the cue to light the library ablaze. The people panic and start scrambling for the doors. Just like Kinderheim, Johan stands there and just watches them. Tenma manages to draw his pistol and shoots Roberto, presumably killing him. I mean, we know he doesn't, but Tenma thinks so. Pretty clearly spelled out here, as he no longer feels any hesitation while holding his gun. He charges towards Johan, stopping only to help the attendees break down the door, stopping their escape. Tenma finds Johan still next to Schuwald. Tenma raises his gun, and Johan his finger to his head, like he did all of those years ago. Before he can shoot, Nina rushes in, telling him not to. She raises her own gun to shoot Johan, but hesitates. And in that hesitation, Johan calmly walks into the smoke and flames. By the time Nina starts firing, he's already gone. Another rooftop game that Johan has miraculously survived. After the fire, Lunga finally makes it to the scene. His first stop is to check with Schuwald about Tenma, but he finds Karl first. Karl asks him if he can find Johan, and now Lunga finally has a third party unrelated to Tenma claiming that this Johan exists. Karl has never met and has never seen Tenma. This is the confirmation that Lunga needs that Johan is a real person. Lunga heads to Johan's apartment and finds not a single trace of a human being living there. He reckons only a demon could not leave a trace like that. Nina has had a quick stint in the hospital recovering from the fire. From there, she joins up with Reichwin, Gillen, and the Dieter crew. Dr. Gillen is trying to unpack Nina's forgotten past, but it's too terrifying for her to get into. The only thing she can get is the image of 3 frogs. She ends up getting a brain blast in the middle of the night and tries to sneak off in the morning. Dieter catches her and once again forces someone to take him with them. So they're off together to find these mysterious 3 frogs. Meanwhile, Tenma is getting the same clue from Karl. Schuwald sent Karl to Tenma to tell him about the mother of the twins. Schuwald actually met the mother before the Red Rose Mansion stuff went down, as she was a friend of Margot Langer. He says that the mother is still alive in Prague, which is a bit of a sketchy claim, but he should check the 3 Frogs building. So all of our heroes are hitting the road for the Czech Republic. So this is about halfway through the manga, and it's time to finally meet a fan-favorite character, Wolfgang Grimmer. He's an ex-spy currently looking into the mistreatment of children in former East Germany. One of the first things we see him do is give his shoes to a crying child. Obviously, Grimmer is team good guy. He ends up on the same train as Tenma en route to Prague, and the two get to talking. His pivot from free-talking chill guy to calmly laying out the threat to Tenma is so great. Grimmer goes and stalls the police for Tenma, cementing himself as an absolute lad, and Tenma jumps off the train. Grimmer follows suit, and the new duo begin to hoof it to Prague. The important parts about their walk is Grimmer believing Tenma is innocent, and Tenma refusing to be called a doctor. After presumably killing Roberto, he does not feel entitled to that moniker anymore. The whole "my hands are supposed to save people, not take their lives" deal. They make it to Prague and go their separate ways, Grimmer leaving Tenma with a little pep talk. Grimmer heads off to find Reinhard Beermann, an ex-director of Kinderheim 511. This guy got out before Kinderheim burned down and might have taken some of his research materials with him. Naturally, he's cagey about handing them over, even sending out hitmen to take Grimmer out, but ex-spy Grimmer is one step ahead and keeps up his investigation. He notices that Beermann is always out with kids, but there seems to be a number of different ones he spends time with. Fearing the worst, he rushes to Beermann's home, finding an entire gaggle of children there. Could he be repeating Kinderheim in his own home? Beermann heads home and confronts Grimmer. He claims he's not redoing the experiment, that Kinderheim was a success, it has no need to be replicated. Everything was fine until an unseen variable snuck in. Darkness, hatred, nihilism. They all creeped their way in when Johan arrived. Grimmer takes the boys out to play soccer and can tell that they're behaving much too happy, not like a Kinderheim 511 child at all. So Grimmer heads back to the house to get the real answers, only to find Beermann shot and bleeding out. In his final moments, Beermann tells Grimmer the truth. To make the supermen that he was seeking, who could conquer despair, they needed love. Also, he talks about a tape recording he'd stashed away in a safety deposit box. A recording of Johan recounting his past while inside Kinderheim. And then, Beermann dies.
Grimmer talks to the police about what happened. The cop here, Zeman, fills us in with a bit about the history from Czechoslovakia to the Czech Republic. Also about how the old Soviet secret police went underground when Czechoslovakia split, pretty naturally setting up the historical context you will need for this arc. He also says witnesses saw a beautiful young woman near the scene, which, as of this point in the story, is pretty curious as to who this could be. Grimmer ends up not telling Zeman about the deposit box. He heads back to see the boys off as they're shuffled off to various orphanages, and he slips the key he received from Beerman subtly to one of the boys. Clearly, Grimmer smells something funky going on. Sure enough, he's immediately kidnapped in the next scene. In a, let's be honest, pretty obvious twist, Zeman is secret police and is looking for the Johan tape. Well, to be more specific, Zeman is actually a police mole in the underground secret police, but may have actually been paid off to change sides. So yeah, twist kind of works. Looks like Zeman is connected to the organization which Gedrick and Wolf were running, and we get a bit more of their plan here. They want to get their hands on Johan to bring the Kinderheim kids back together to revive East Germany. This is the reuniting the children conspiracy. Johan being the only one strong enough to reunite all the successful graduates of that program. They're hoping the materials Beerman had will help them find Johan. So he begins to torture Grimmer. Grimmer, for his part, keeps a tight lip, only talking about a TV show he watched as a boy, The Magnificent Steiner. When the character was in trouble, he would transform into the Magnificent Steiner and beat all the bad guys. Then the beautiful woman seen by Beerman's murder comes in and shoots one of the cops. Grimmer blacks out, but when he wakes up again, the other two secret police have been beaten to death by his own hands. Looks like Grimmer is something of a Magnificent Steiner himself. Another new character now, this is Detective Suk. He's a young new detective in the Prague police force and is still a bit of a rookie. He's out drinking after finding out about the death of his superior officer when he finds Nina. Okay, this isn't actually Nina, it's still about another 6 or so chapters before the reveal, but this is actually Johan in disguise. This is all pretty calculated from Johan here. Suk talks about how he's seen her at the supermarket twice before tonight, and both times were at the end of his night shifts. Pretty convenient altogether, it's a good chance he's been set up. Now, Suk decides to chat to Johan, and thankfully his buddies wingman him well enough that it doesn't come across as super shocking that she would stay talking to him. Johan ends up slyly giving Suk some hints about his investigation. Now Suk knows Grimmer was most likely at the scene of his superior's death, so Suk has a lead to follow. He heads to Grimmer's hotel room and runs into fellow cop Patira, who just happened to be here at the same time. Patira asks Suk to keep the Grimmer connection on the down low, revealing Zeman was actually a mole trying to uncover the secret police dealings. So yeah, some big red flags that this guy is actually secret police as well. That night, Patira heads out to chat up Johan after hearing stories about how hot he is. Well, he gets turned down, but the next day he shows up with a bag of whiskey bonbons. Reminder that the candies in the hospital at the start are never explicitly called whiskey bonbons, just candy. But I mean, we know what's about to happen. This time, it never states what poisons these candies, only that it's a paralytic, so sorry, but no more poison rabbit holes for us to go down. Suk is clearing out Zeman's things when he finds a binder full of details on all the cops in the precinct. All apart from Patira and one other cop. Also, a fat envelope of cash. He reports it to the chief, suggesting that Zeman got paid off by those two cops after he found out they were secret police. The chief tells Suk to keep this chat between the two of them, which is just another red flag in this investigation. Sure enough, the next scene has the three dirty cops, chief included, planning what to do with Suk and sharing some delicious whiskey bonbons. With those three now dead, Suk goes back to his investigation into Grimmer, tracking down Beerman's boys. The kid with the key slips that he's going to meet Grimmer soon, so Suk follows along. Grimmer arrives and gets his key back. Suk and him end up having a good chat. Suk has just lost all his mentors in the police department and learned his main mentor let himself get paid off to hide corruption. So Suk doesn't know who he can trust right now. He ends up letting Grimmer go after hearing that he won't run away. Suk trusts this seemingly earnest man. In return, Grimmer gives Suk the safety deposit box key, saying that this is the source of all the trouble. Later on, Suk is back at the bar with Johan. The absolute lemon lets it slip that Grimmer gave him something, and Johan tells him to keep that thing locked down tight, using Suk's budding feelings to manipulate him here and keep his secrets hidden. Then, Johan walks home, and it's only now that we finally get the reveal that this was Johan all along. The next day, Suk meets up with Grimmer again and they share information about what's been going on. Grimmer points out that someone is following them, so they decide to head out to the deposit box. Though not before Grimmer catches an offhand sight of Johan and remembers the beautiful girl that shot one of Zeman's goons. They get to the deposit box and pull out the tape. There's a report inside as well, which Suk hangs onto, but it is ultimately not important. It's really just the tape to be concerned with. Another monster suggests either it or the report has a Kinderheim alumni list on it, which feeds into that reuniting the children conspiracy, but for Monster's story, we can leave it alone. The tape has a young Johan recorded on it, heavily drugged while in Kinderheim. He recites passages of the Nameless Monster before asking about his sister, also referencing some key moments about the Red Rose Mansion. One to make particular note of here is Johan saying, "I read the picture book and waited for Anna." So yes, even at that point, some part of Johan knew it was Nina who actually went to the mansion. Eventually, it gets too much and Grimmer has to turn it off. Reminder that Grimmer went through Kinderheim and likely had a very similar experience to this. He says some very powerful people will want that tape, so they get moving. They split ways for today, with Suk taking the tape while Grimmer can lead off the people following them. Well, the tailors were actually cops following Suk, not Grimmer. They end up following him and questioning Suk in his apartment. Looking around, they find some planted whiskey bonbons, and after meeting with Grimmer earlier, Suk is looking mighty guilty. He heads into the other room to settle down, but when he comes back, Johan had already come in and once again, in astounding silence, killed both cops. On his way out, walking right past a startled Grimmer. We jump back to Tenma now. He's been looking into the Three Frogs in Prague and is now learning about Officer Suk. It looks like Suk was held responsible for those cops' deaths and is on the run. It all sounds awfully familiar to Tenma's experience, so he changes plans to find Suk. Finds Suk, and he finds Johan. He heads to the hospital where Suk's mother is staying. Old and afflicted with Alzheimer's, she ends up telling Tenma about a secret place Suk used to go and hide. It also looks like Suk managed to sneak Johan's tape to her, but Tenma doesn't get that information. Tenma makes his way to the hideout, but the Czech secret police get there first. Thankfully, by the time Tenma gets there, the magnificent Steiner has struck again. Tenma patches them all up and flees with Grimmer, calling an ambulance to come and pick up the wounded left behind, including Suk, all in need of far more extensive care. After resting and recovering for a bit, they head out again to the hospital where Suk was supposedly sent. Grimmer says he's the only one who can confirm Suk's innocence, and that's what he's going to do. When they get there, they learn that all of those injured people were strangely sent on to another hospital. As they leave, they're picked up by the secret police who want to speak with them, particularly their leader, one Karol Lanka. He's basically the head honcho of the old secret police in Prague. They all sit down to talk things out, Grimmer, Tenma, and Lanka. Lanka says he's got no connection to this woman who's going around killing people. He merely wants the tape to sell to an interested German buyer. The buyer is suggested but not confirmed to be Peter Čapek, a very important someone we'll meet in about 20 chapters, another leader of this organization. Tenma and Grimmer try to talk Lanka out of selling the tape, saying how awful a Facility 511 was and how nothing like it should ever be attempted again. It seems like Lanka doesn't really care, even after Grimmer has a flashback to Lanka's nephew that he remembers from Kinderheim, a kind boy named Adolf Reinhardt who liked Coco. The parties come to a compromise, to let Lanka listen to the tape, hoping that will be enough to dissuade him. Tenma takes the opportunity to lay out everything he knows on Johan to Lanka, that at some point when Johan was young, the secret police kidnapped him from the Three Frogs building. Now, Lanka was the big cheese back in the day, but even he doesn't know anything about it. There was only one person who could go over him like that. Franz Bonaparta, and oh my gosh, please, 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 this is one of those key times to pay attention to the manga. Franz Bonaparta is one of the most important characters when it comes to understanding Monster. This is the very first time his name is dropped, 2/3 of the way through the series. He's the one who wrote the Nameless Monster and must have been the one to steal Johan all those years ago, the only one who could go over Lanka's head. Lanka agrees to this deal, and so Tenma and Grimmer go back to the hospital to get the tape. They head to Suk's mother, but it looks like Johan had been there first. The mother apparently still has the tape though and hands it over to the boys. They take it back and listen to it with Lanka. Everything seems fine until suddenly it cuts out with Johan's adult voice coming through. He says, I know where I must go. I finally figured it out, Dr. Tenma. That finally is pretty telling, suggesting that Johan has been trying to figure out where he's supposed to go. Now, he knows. Meanwhile, during these chapters, Nina finally makes it to Prague. She heads up the same street we saw Johan walking earlier, and the people greet her as Anna, the fake name that Johan was using. She goes on to investigate the three frogs with a brain blast flashback foreshadowing all of the important bits of the history. Welcome home, Peter Čapek, Bonaparta, the Red Rose Mansion, the glasses breaking as people died, her mother throwing her child away. But for Nina, she can't piece it all together yet. The Three Frogs Experiment. This is probably the most key underdeveloped thing in Monster, and it's led a lot of fans to an incorrect assumption. What actually happened in the Three Frogs? Let's first establish what we know for sure happened, the hard facts. The twins lived there for a time with their mother in between their birth in 1975 and the Red Rose Mansion incident in 1981. At some point during their time there, Schuwald visited to talk to Vieira about her friend, his lover Margot Langer. The twins dressed the same as a young girl, to the point that people in the community assumed there was only one child. In 1981, Bonaparta and Čapek arrived to take one of the twins. This choice is explicitly also an experiment. The mother tosses Johan before changing her mind and sending Nina. Johan is left behind and reads the Nameless Monster for days alone. After some time, the Red Rose Mansion massacre happens and Nina returns to Johan. Nina recounts the events repeatedly to him. After some time again, the twins burn down the Three Frogs. One of the twins is, quote, rescued by a neighbor but disappears, and then the pair escape to head towards the border. On a quick read, that might sound complete, but oh no, we've got some blanks to fill in. The three big ones are 1. What happened between the twins' birth and their tenure at the Three Frogs? 2. Why were the kids dressed to look like they were the same? 3. What happened to the mother when Nina was taken? Let's tackle them. The twins' early years. At this time, the generally accepted fan opinion is that Vieira managed to sneak her twins out and hide in the Three Frogs. She dresses the kids the same to disguise them. It's only 1981 when Bonaparta finally finds them again and lays claim to one of the twins. There is a quote in the manga where Tenma assumes that this is the case. Another monster gives us 2 separate stories to support this as well. One, an old workmate of Vieira recalls that she came to her in a panic around the time of the eugenics experiment, saying that she needed to go and get a baby back. Then, an underground resistance leader reported harboring a young woman and her twin children in Brno, the city Vieira was studying in. It was most likely her with Johan and Nina. This is a fair theory considering the sequel adds some confirmation, and for the most part, this is the accepted fan canon. That being said, there is another possibility. A bit of a fringe conspiracy, but one I must admit I have come around on. The Three Frogs Experiment. And it challenges some pretty cemented ideas. Now let's admit upfront that yes, I'd still consider the Three Frogs Experiment not canon. It is a monster conspiracy, but one that ends up integrating incredibly well into the monster story and its ideas. Before we get to that, let me first poke some holes in the canon theory, that somehow Vieira managed to escape Bonaparta with a baby in each hand. How on earth did Vieira escape with 2 small kids from an incredibly wealthy, influential, and well-connected man, a man who had a blank check by the government to do what he wanted? Why did she hide in the same city the eugenics experiment was conducted in? That's like hiding from the Hamburglar in the hamburger factory. How did she raise 2 toddlers with no support, no recorded job, no friends, and no money? Why did she have no plan for when Bonaparta found her, which she must have been expecting since she broke her kids out? Where did she go when Nina was taken, and why does she not return to her kids when she knows where they are? She knows Johan is at home waiting for her, and she doesn't go back there. We hear the remaining rumors of the family that stayed in the Three Frogs, and people remember things about it. However, we get no reports of a mother coming back asking after her kids. So, what is the Three Frogs Experiment conspiracy? The basic idea is that Vieira never escaped Bonaparta. From the day she was brought in for the eugenics experiment to the day of the Red Rose Mansion massacre, Vieira was at the mercy of Franz Bonaparta. We know Vieira was put into the eugenics experiment. After she became pregnant, she was brought into an isolated facility until she came to term. During those trimesters, Bonaparta gained a particular fascination for her. He would come in and draw her all the time. When the twins are born, she's denied visits to them and is not permitted to name them. And here's where we need to start assuming things. Would Bonaparta, I love you, I'm a crazy brainwashing maniac Bonaparta, really let her go? A huge part of his methodology is the deprivation of names and the destruction of identity. Raising the twins as one person, dressing the same under the same identity, is right up his alley. This would explain why the twins are so connected, why Johan considers himself and Nina almost the same person, and Johan's particular fascination with the Nameless Monster book. Why else would that book be at the Three Frogs? Would Viera really keep books around from the guy who ruined her life? We'll eventually get to it in the Johan talk, but Johan also references the two other Bonaparta books that we read. He directly quotes Peaceful God with the first Lieberts, and Big Eyes, Big Mouth perfectly explains his bizarre emails to Nina, further suggesting that he came across those books in his childhood. And the Three Frogs is really the only place that they would fit. Why would there be multiple Bonaparta books there? The Three Frogs was set up by Bonaparta as an ongoing experiment until bringing one of the twins in to show them off at the Red Rose Mansion. This would explain how Viera could support her two children, why the Nameless Monster book was there, why the kids dressed the same, how Bonaparta found them, and it matches what we understand about Bonaparta as a character. Also, why all of those researchers were so excited to see Nina. It's not that she's the product of the eugenics experiment that seemingly ended years ago. She's the product of the Three Frogs experiment. So to facilitate this experiment, Bonaparta ends up breaking the mother's psyche until she complies. By the time they're in the Three Frogs, the mother is really a shell of the woman she was when the twins were born. When they come to take her kids, she does fight until Bonaparta comes out of the shadows. Look at this poor woman's face. She's broken. The Three Frogs experiment continues with forcing the mother to choose between her children. A test of both the mother's reaction to discarding one of two children raised the exact same. Does a bias, does a favorite form anyway? And a test of the children's reactions. This may be the first time these kids have significant, unique experiences without the other present. So Viera and Nina are taken. Bonaparta most likely manipulates Viera even further to the point that she forgets her children. She's done her job now. Bonaparta had ample time to do this. It suggested Nina was in the Red Rose Mansion for around a week. If we really need some Another Monster context, it says that Bonaparta could brainwash the most stubborn opponents in a day, and he manipulated other eugenics experiment mothers into forgetting their children and the whole experience. Bonaparta continues to crush Viera's psyche until finally he comes to terms with what he's done to her and done to the children. Understanding what a monster he is, he changes plans. He goes on to kill all the experimenters and releases Viera and the twins. He, unable to see Viera, leaves her a note returning her name to her, confirming that yes, he must have pushed her to the point that she forgot her name. He wouldn't need to return her name if he hadn't taken it in the first place. He leaves it for her in a letter to find in the Red Rose Mansion, but she flees and never finds it. Mentally broken, she doesn't even remember her children and runs away, leaving the kids on their own. Then spending the rest of her life trying to piece her life back together again. When we find her at the end of the manga, she's in what looks like a care facility in southern France. She says, "I just remembered. Perhaps I'll never remember again if I don't tell you now." The woman has clearly been broken by what happened to her, and even all these years later can barely remember her kids. So that's the Three Frogs experiment, and honestly I find it incredibly plausible. But like I said, it does challenge some pretty cemented ideas, as if Monster needed more ambiguity. Mainly, the Three Frogs experiment makes the mother more sympathetic. She's not the monster we see through Johan's memories, but another victim of Bonaparta, someone who was psychologically tortured just like her kids were. While yes, I love this theory, and we will be using it to build our big cohesive Johan at the end, because, well, in all honesty, this just plugs some gaps that become very hard to reconcile without it. But why can we dismiss the TFE as not canon? Two things. First is Schuwald and Margot Langer. The mother Viera writes a letter to Margot telling her to come and visit them in the Three Frogs. Would be pretty strange for Bonaparta to let her do that if she was in a controlled experiment. Later on, when Schuwald goes to visit, we see the kids, and they're not dressed the same. More evidence against raising the twins under one identity idea.
The second thing is that Bonaparta specifically falls in love with the mother after taking her before the Red Rose Mansion massacre, so it's tough to assume that he would be interested in keeping her prisoner this whole time. So yeah, overall, conspiracy, not canon. It's time to pick back up with Lunga again. Last we saw him was after the fire in the library and learning from Karl that Johan is a real human being out there and not some alter ego of Tenma. Lunga's gone on vacation to Prague to look into this Johan's history. While he's here, he gets caught up in this case against Suk and starts investigating, also stumbling onto some of Bonaparta's old sketches of Johan and Nina as children. At this point, it's pretty safe to assume Lunga believes that this Johan actually exists. Now we get to the Milos chapters, and these are probably some of the most memorable and cruel chapters in Monster. We pick up with Milos, one of Behrman's kids, who swears he's seen the pretty blonde lady that they saw come out of Behrman's house the day he was killed. He and some of the other kids come up with a plan to find her again so they can prove Grimmer is innocent, reminded that Grimmer is the lead suspect in Behrman's death from the start of the arc. So the kids get to work on tracking the blonde lady down. At the same time, Grimmer and Tenma are back investigating Behrman's house, and we get to learn more about Grimmer here. He wonders why the kids care about him so much, telling Tenma about his own family that he had some time ago. See, Grimmer had a wife and son, but his son passed away. He remembers he didn't know how to respond to that situation. He didn't necessarily feel anything. He wanted to do what was correct. We get some more details on this in another chapter or two, and another monster expands this out as well. It's a real downer. So Grimmer was a spy, and it's easier to pass yourself off as a spy if you're a family man. He finds a girl who likes him, they marry and have a son. Then, one day, he found his son face down, not breathing. He did everything he could to save his son, but it didn't work. At the funeral, his wife blew up at him, saying, "You're incapable of loving anyone. Your heart is completely empty," before she walked out. And that's just so tragic because, well, it's got some truth to it. And it's not an unrelated comment. This is at the son's funeral. The wife is blaming Grimmer. Obviously, we can lay the blame at Kinderheim and the regimes that put experiments like that in place. In a later arc, as well as in another monster, more graduates from the Red Rose Mansion are interviewed, and a number of them share a similar experience. They had children, but those children died. Reminder that the Red Rose Mansion reading group formed part of the Kinderheim methodology. One of the graduates under the name Sobotka even got a doctor's opinion on what was happening after his son almost died. The doctor responded with, "It was as if the boy wanted to commit suicide." Sobotka's wife left him shortly afterwards, saying, "They're trying to kill themselves because they think you don't love them." Monster itself doesn't spell it out so explicitly, but the subtext is certainly there. Hearing the same experience from Red Rose attendees means we can find the common factor between them, a parent that went through Bonaparta's education program. So, Grimmer's wife was most likely correct. Grimmer most likely, though unwittingly, played a part in his son's death, making these scenes all the more tragic. Some of the kids find Grimmer and tell him about the stakeout they were doing, but Milos never came back. Milos ended up being picked up by Johan back in his Anna disguise. Milos talks about how he wants to meet his mother, reminder that all of Behrman's kids were adopted orphans from a red light district on the German border. Milos goes on about how he doesn't know his mother, but they'll know each other when they see each other. And Johan turns it all around on him. The scene is just so good in a horrifying, creepy way. Johan tells Milos his mother must have abandoned him because she didn't love him, an idea Johan knows all too well. He goes on that death is far more common than life. What's the point of living? This is literally what they taught in Kinderheim, how to crush someone with words. This is building off the rooftop game in the Munich Arc. Life is not such a grand thing to be held on to. This is pure evil Johan. Johan takes Milos to the red light district and tells him to go and find his mother. But if no one approaches him, then it must mean he really was unwanted all along. And then, what will you do? What indeed? So Milos walks through the red light district, meeting prostitutes who compare children to diseases, customers who pay him to watch, sickly or drug-addled girls trying to live, and just this moment of his poor innocent heart breaking.
Tinma and Grimme manage to track down the apartment Johan was using while disguised as Anna. Not finding anyone inside, they rush to the red light district, assuming Johan's gone to psychologically destroy the child. They run through and find Milos standing on the edge of a bridge, ready to toss himself to the rapids below. Grimme grabs him and pulls him back from the ledge. Milos stomps on a butterfly, convinced life is nothing good, and Grimme just pours his heart out to him, gripping the boy in a big hug, and seemingly without meaning to, he starts crying. Grimme's emotions finally returning to Save, who is essentially a surrogate son to him. Beautiful scene. Back with Lunga, his investigating leads him to Karol Lanka. He wants to know all he can about Franz Bonaparta and why it's so hard to find information about him, like he's intentionally been hidden from history. Bonaparta had a mansion, colloquially known as the Red Rose Mansion, where Lunga has been poking around in. Lanka says one day all the political prisoners, researchers who worked there, all disappeared without a trace. No mention to what was actually going on, just that everyone disappeared one day. Lunga notes that there's a pretty recent wall someone put up inside and asks permission to knock it down. Lanka lets him do so, but warns that it might just put his life in danger. He's uncovering things some very powerful people wanted to keep in the dark. Threats be damned, Lunga heads to the Red Rose Mansion and breaks down that wall. Inside he finds a sealed-off inner room. Walking in, he can tell many people died here. Also, a familiar drawing in a frame, the same woman from Bonaparta's sketches earlier. Behind the frame, he finds a letter from Bonaparta himself. Back with the boys, Tinma and Grimme, after rescuing Milos and making sure he was okay, are also back looking into Bonaparta and how he fits into all of this. Tinma heads to one of Bonaparta's old publishers and learns that Bonaparta was a neuroscientist. A man of such talent, the governments of his time, quote, had to notice him. Without much to go on, they carry on, but the publisher recognized Tinma from the papers, and now the police know where he is. Grimme decides to pretend to be the culprit in all of Suk's alleged crimes. So instead of trying to find and pin them on Johan, the actual perpetrator, Grimme will take the blame so at least Suk can go free. Grimme says he doesn't mind because Grimme doesn't exist, it's just a name. The pair split and promise to meet again. So Tinma heads out on his own once again, but the police, recently tipped off, finally catch him. We get to see a bunch of the side characters reacting to Tenma's arrest, all proclaiming Tenma's innocence and wondering what they can do to help. The important one to point out here is Eva. She made her way to Dr. Reichwien's to help with her alcoholism when they both learn about the arrest. Lunga gets a congratulations for catching Tinma, his old colleagues thinking that this arrest was why Lunga was on vacation in Prague. They invite him back to pick up some new cases, but Lunga declines. He's still on vacation after all. He sees Tinma before he's transferred back to Germany, giving him some sly advice about how to stall out his incarceration. If you haven't picked up on it yet, Lunga is now convinced that this monster exists out there and is quietly helping out Tinma here, believing him innocent. Nice little subtext to the scene. Anyways, Lunga reads the letter he found at the Red Rose Mansion, a letter from a beast to beauty. Bonaparta apparently regretted what he did to the mother and to the twins, saying the worst sin of all is to steal someone's name. So he returns the mother's name to her. Your name is Anna. Now I am simply sad. Sad, 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 sad. Tinma is put in prison. Following Lunga's advice, he keeps his mouth shut and doesn't cooperate at all. While inside, he meets Gunther Milch. His story, while interesting, doesn't quite have the importance and connections that the others do. To keep it short, his story will somewhat parallel Nina's experience in the Red Rose Mansion and shows how defining those early memories can be to a person. Gunther's a prison escape veteran, breaking out a dozen times. Another new character now, Fritz Werdemann, a lawyer that Schuwald has hired to represent Tinma. He's the son of an alleged spy who was later exonerated. Now he stands up for truth and justice, those very things his father was denied. He doesn't want to help Richie Rich Schuwald, but considers joining up with the lawyer that Tinma's old patients have hired, an Alfred Bauer. It's such a great little detail because the patients shown previously to not have much financial power between them end up getting won over by this Bauer fellow to help them. And Bauer is Roberto, it's so conniving. Werdemann meets with Tinma and hears his whole story. It's through this discussion we get to see what Tinma is really struggling with, the pulls of the different moralities that define him. All lives should be considered equal, but good and evil exist, and he still considers it a crime to have saved Johan considering what he went on to do. He doesn't know how to piece it all together and what's right, and that's just so human. Verdeman ends up agreeing to take Tenma's case. A while later, Bauer goes to visit Tenma in prison as well, and this is where Tenma learns that, well, 1, Roberto is still alive, Tenma never killed anyone, and 2, that while he's powerless inside prison, Roberto plans to kill off Eva for having seen Johan. So Tenma makes a new plan on his own. He has to escape, otherwise Eva will die. Well, lucky for him, he's already met the king of prison escapes. They make a plan to escape in 5 days' time, but to do so, Tenma will need to confess his alleged crimes. Verdeman has a chat with Dr. Reichwin and says that he'll need to talk to Eva too as a key witness. But Eva is still in a self-destructive spiral. She says she just wants to see Tenma suffer. She's a bit of a mess. She admits that yes, she did see Johan the day Junkers was shot, but no, she will not testify on Tenma's behalf. Verdeman ends up giving Eva Roberto's contact information as his co-lawyer in case she needs to contact someone. His wife is having a baby, so he's got his hands full at the moment. Then they all learn that Tenma, seemingly out of the blue, has confessed to everything. After confessing his crimes, Tenma gets transferred, and en route, he and Gunther enact their plan. It doesn't all go swimmingly, but Tenma manages to make his escape. Now he needs to go and save Eva. Meanwhile, Eva did end up contacting Roberto, still believing him to be this lawyer Bauer character, so they meet up. After finding out who he really is, Eva rushes up to her room, and by the time Tenma gets there, she's already disappeared. We don't know where she's gone. Back with Verdeman, he gets an unexpected visit from Inspector Lunga. Lunga is here looking into Verdeman's father, who met with Franz Bonaparta inside the Red Rose Mansion. To cut the long story short, yes, Verdeman's father actually was a spy connected to Czechoslovakia. While publicly exonerated, that was on the basis of a lie. He was a spy and Verdeman knows it. That's why Lunga is here, and that's part of the reason Roberto is hanging around. Verdeman's father has notes that connect him to Bonaparta and, in turn, Johan's origins. Lunga tries to get information out of Verdeman but gets kicked out after revealing he knows the truth about Verdeman's connection to Bonaparta. Verdeman's father and the reason he was a spy. It has all this very interesting history tied around it with the Sudetenland. Admittedly, this isn't huge for understanding Monster's story, but the historical context is really interesting and something that Urasawa must have considered while writing. The Sudetenland is this area in Europe which, for the purposes of Monster, we'll look at around the time of the Second World War. It's had a long history with a number of different wars around it and a number of different empires controlling it. Just before World War II kicks off, the main contention was between countries Czechoslovakia, the current owner of the land, and Germany, both claiming the land to be rightfully theirs. While a part of Czechoslovakia, the Sudetenland had a significant minority population of ethnic Germans that had been living there for generations. After World War I, the German population wanted the Sudetenland to be absorbed into Germany, but the Treaty of Saint-Germain meant the land became part of the newly established Czechoslovakia instead. As this new country rewrote its constitution, only the Czechs and Slovaks could vote on it. For those ethnic Germans, they were basically ignored. Tensions rose after the Wall Street crash, where Sudeten Germans felt their government was hanging the Sudetenland out to dry while supporting more central states. Those tensions would continue into the 1930s, where a particular figure was making waves in Germany. While Hitler was rising to power, a homegrown and German state-supported push for annexation came up in the Sudetenland. These people, again primarily ethnic Germans, wanted the land to be under German control. Instead of marginalized people of Czechoslovakia, they wanted to join the booming German nation. The Czechoslovakians who officially held title over the land said, "No, you're a part of our country, you can't just become a part of Germany." Then Germany began militarizing and Hitler began demanding more territory, and the Sudetenland was one of the first things he wanted. Britain at the time, not wanting to plunge the world back into war, said that it should be handed over to Germany peacefully, under the condition that Hitler would lay claim to no further land in Europe. This is what today we more commonly term appeasement, basically giving Hitler what he wanted to avoid a global conflict. Well, that didn't last too long. Germany quite happily took control of the Sudetenland to the joy of the majority of ethnic Germans in the area. Then Hitler got hungry for more and, well, World War II happens. A lot of resentment was sowed into the land and the people. See the Litis massacre as an example. The exiled Czechoslovakian president stated, "What the Germans have done in our land since 1938 will be revenged upon them multifold and mercilessly." At the end of the war, after Germany lost, the Sudetenland was passed back to Czechoslovakia. Then Czechoslovakia made good on its promises, killing some 3,000 Germans and marching another 20 to 30,000 to exhaustion and death out of their lands. In the official response to German surrender, Czechoslovakia authorized a near-complete removal of all ethnic Germans from their borders. Some 3 million Germans forced out of the country. Only those that could prove their value or loyalty or valor in fighting against the Axis were allowed to stay. Check out this geographics video if you're curious for more. I will put this clip as a teaser.
It was a feeling that gave birth to resentment, that in turn gave birth to a monster.
Where all the real history ties into Monster? Well, both Werdeman's father and Franz Bonaparta were Sudeten Germans. While Bonaparta's family provided enough support to Czechoslovakia to stay, the Werdeman family was kicked out of the land they called home just because of their ethnicity. Werdeman's father became a spy to try and return to the land he called home. By being a spy for the East, he could get communist Czechoslovakia to take him and his family back. No big ideological reason, just a man wanting to return to the place he called home. This is all another Monster context, so while it's not story crucial, it is important history that Urasawa must have considered when making this big, tangled ball of plots and character motivations in Monster. The two main countries we bounce between in Monster are Germany and the Czech Republic, and this is one of the key bits of history that the characters of our story live in the aftermath of. It's not just the Cold War, this goes back to World War II and even earlier. After the meeting with Lunga, Werdeman gets carjacked by Tenma. Tenma figured Werdeman must be working with Roberto to kill Eva. Well, they talk it out and convince each other of their respective innocence, so they head back to Werdeman's home. By the time they get there, it's already been ransacked. Tenma finds a letter left for him saying, "Save me Kenzo, come to the Red Rose Mansion," presumably left by Roberto to imitate Eva. She's the only one in the series to consistently call Tenma by his first name. Tenma takes Werdeman's father's notebook, gifted to him by Werdeman, and sets off following this new set of clues and to find Eva. Jump back 3 months to where Nina had made it to Prague. She remembers her way to the Red Rose Mansion and makes her way inside. Reminder that she's here investigating from the Three Frogs clue. Her memories of being taken to the mansion are slowly starting to come back. Heading inside the walled-up room, she finally remembers everyone who died in that room before passing out. Back to the present, she's been taken in by a Jaromir Lipski. Lipski is a strange character, and rightfully so. He's a dropout of the reading club Franz Bonaparta had at the Red Rose Mansion, and this is actually the first time this is mentioned. We know Bonaparta wrote a number of children's books, but now we're learning he used those books to teach students at the mansion. And then we get the next big picture book, Big Eyes and Big Mouth. Bonaparta would read these stories and ask the kids to interpret them. Nina says offhand that she understands their intentions, before they break into yet another book, The Peaceful God. The Bonaparta books. One of the things I love about these books is that they're both set up as a cold lesson that Bonaparta taught in the Monster universe, as well as an interpretation of the main characters of Monster the story. Useful in both pushing the Monster plot inside the story, while also exploring ideas of the characters for us outside the story. The series definitely adds something to them in-universe. By that I mean all of the characters can feel a deeper darkness in these books, something overtly evil in them. While yeah, they're certainly creepy, they are something even darker in the Monster story. We've already seen how the Nameless Monster obviously parallels Johan and Nina, so let's go through these stories. The first one is Big Eyes and Big Mouth. The brief synopsis of this story is Big Mouth makes a deal with the devil and has a beautifully growing garden for a while until it all withers and dies. Big Eyes doesn't make the deal and lives poor and hungry. Both characters regret their choice. The moral of the story is along the lines of damned if you do, damned if you don't. No matter what choice you make, you will regret it. As the story presents it, it's better to take the deal. Big Eyes has nothing going for him. His days are famine and starvation. At least Big Mouth had a time of bounty before ending in the same place as Big Eyes. If there is a choice to be made, the book suggests to take the deal. While life can be misery, and certainly the book suggests it will end there, you may as well take the devil's deal for a moment's joy. Interestingly, it doesn't discuss any sort of cost. In traditional deals with devils, there's always a sort of cost, a person's spirit or soul typically. However, in this story, one isn't mentioned. That may be trying to encourage devilish actions on the part of the reader. Those awful things typically associated with devils, well, you might as well do them if they can bring you a moment's joy, because before long, you'll be destitute and left in misery. If there really is no cost involved, why not? I consider the story set up to parallel Tenma and his decision to kill Johan. It's something that he struggles with through the whole series, a pretty clear example of damned if you do, damned if you don't. He's not happy with either choice and feels damned either way. This book suggests that killing Johan is the correct option, perhaps also suggesting that killing Johan is the wicked option. We can also consider the story as having already happened at the start of Monster. Tenma saved Johan, he took the deal, so to speak, which led him to being successful and prosperous for a time. He basically ran Iceland Memorial Hospital. He only notices the garden is dead when Johan returns and kills Junkers. Then he laments, quote, bringing back that monster. But Tenma is the type of person who would feel just as broken up by letting Johan die, or more specifically, if he chose to work on the Mir and, to his mind, indirectly let Johan die. Both choices are bad. Both end in misery. The second story is The Peaceful God. The Peaceful God is also busy blowing his horn and helping the people. He's given a hat by a young man named Johan, and so he goes and looks in the mirror only to find himself a monster. Then We don't get a clear ending to this story. Nina suggests that he put a gun to his own head, but that could also be her projecting as she begins a pretty rough flashback. The moral of this story is around how our actions and perceptions define us. The Peaceful God believes himself a god and acts as one until he sees himself in the mirror. The Peaceful God does a lot of good for the people, but as soon as he learns who he really is, he no longer trusts himself and does something. The book suggests that our nature is paramount, not our actions or our impact. It's something innate that cannot be changed, and we must take appropriate action in accordance with our nature. Of course, you could take this the complete other way and say that the god himself had the improper perception and his own twisted self-image led to his demise. Regardless of the good work he did, he was too busy to check in on himself, and by the time he got round to it, found himself a monster. A cautionary tale to not overspend yourself caring for others. I think in the context of Bonaparta raising little killing machines, I'd say the former is probably more likely though. The manga pretty explicitly sets this up as a parallel to Johan and Nina and what happens with the Lieberts, the first Lieberts. When the Peaceful God saw his dark reflection, Nina to Johan, he killed it. Nina shoots Johan. It will also come up again in a few chapters when Nina finally puts together what happened at the Red Rose Mansion, having that discovering you're a devil moment. While I really enjoy that narrative connection from chapter to chapter and how neatly it flows into Nina's backstory, I don't think that's the real parallel in the book. I'd say the Peaceful God better represents Bonaparta himself, and his realization that he was a monster. His quasi-official role in the Czechoslovakian government was to keep the peace through brainwashing dissidents. He was, in essence, a peaceful god. Another monster has a character who describes him as feeling just like some Greek god. Explicitly, one of the things mentioned in Peaceful God is giving people names, something which is a big deal in Bonaparta's methodology, or at least removing people's names is. The Peaceful God receives a gift. Bonaparta specifically refers to the twins as the gifts Vieira gave him. Then he takes the gift to the mirror. He takes Nina to the Red Rose Mansion, and there finally realizes that he's a devil. The final action Bonaparta ends up taking to this realization is killing 46 people and fleeing. And the ending of the book isn't revealed because we'll learn about it a little later on in this very arc. After going through the books, Nina says she knows how the Peaceful God ends, with raising a gun to his forehead. Nina breaks into a flashback and we get to see what really happened with the Lieberts in chapter 1.
Johan seems like a pretty happy kid here. He's fawning over his sister, promising that everything is all for her. That night, Bonaparta arrives to check on the twins, and Father Liebert seems to know who this is. As a former East German trade advisor, there's a good chance he came into contact with Bonaparta, who was a pretty big player in Czechoslovakia for a while. Nina wakes up and hears some gunshots, walking out to find her new foster parents dead, and Johan standing there with the gun. She pieces together that Johan must have been killing all their foster parents up till now. Johan says the monster came today to take them away. So yes, Johan must have been aware who Bonaparta was at this time. He hands Nina the gun and tells her to shoot him. He tells her to run away afterwards so the monster doesn't catch her. You are me and I am you. Then Nina shoots him. I guess to untangle this a little bit, Bonaparta is a real monster in these kids' lives. We'll learn that more and more as we approach the end. For Johan, killing foster parents is kind of what he does, almost like he has a deep distrust of parental figures for some reason. Also, he's internalized the Nameless Monster so much, that's what he means by you are me and I am you. They're both nameless monsters, they are each other. I'd also say this is supporting the Three Frogs experiment idea as well. The most unexpected part of this is that Nina actually shoots him, most likely a consequence of finally learning what happened to all their foster parents over the years. All that piling up on her in this one big emotional moment where she shoots her brother. Meanwhile, back in the present, Johan makes his way over to the Red Rose Mansion and burns it down, claiming that he understands everything now, where they've been and where they're going. Also, setting up some more foreshadowing for the final reveal. Tenma has followed the summons to the Red Rose Mansion, only to find it after it has been burnt down. It's here that he's picked up by General Wolf, who was also summoned. Reminder that General Wolf is one of those 4 leaders of this mysterious organization, someone who Johan was actively isolating, and someone who bid Tenma kill Johan for him back in Frankfurt. Tenma and Wolf chat while police check out the burnt-out mansion. They end up finding bodies buried under the house. Wolf explains that 46 people vanished from that mansion back in 1981, and those secrets are going to start coming to light. He also lets Tenma know that the other 2 leaders of this organization are the ones who have Eva, and a rampage is about to begin. Before he dies, he asks Tenma to call him by his name, affirm his identity one last time before he goes. Despite Tenma doing just that, Wolf sees the landscape of the end, describing it as a world with no names. And then he dies. During Wolf's final moments with Tenma, he talks about how he found the twins at the border, and then it cuts to the twins collapsing before Wolf finds them. The story takes things at the start from the twins' perspective, what they were doing just before Wolf gets there. They're walking through, dehydrated and exhausted, when Nina collapses. She calls out to her brother, and I'll just read this. Johan, are we going to die? Johan, say my name. Say my name. We don't have names. And then General Wolf pulls up. Did you notice what is so wrong there? As written, we take things from the kid's perspective before Wolf comes in, and then we switch to his perspective. Normally, in a story that's considered poor form, you want to keep to a primary point of view per scene. In manga, it's a bit easier and not so poor form because of the way, art can distinguish the different POVs. But that's a very pedantic, detail-y way to say, in a manga, you might take this scene the first way, that there are 2 perspectives here. We, the reader, get bonus details about what happened from the twins before Wolf gets there. Then we pick up with what Wolf is actually saying to Tenma after he arrives on the scene. Oh boy, I really hope that was not the intention of the scene. We should take this as a single perspective. This is what, in universe, Wolf is saying to Tenma. This whole flashback is Wolf's interpretation of events based on what he saw and probably on what Johan told him afterwards. Not word for word what happened, it is a stylized retelling of what Wolf understands had happened. Well, why is that so important? Because if you take this the other way, that the reader is getting some special insight here, then Johan's real childhood name, his real name, is actually Johan. Nina calls out to her brother by name, the name Johan. Why would she use this name unless it's his real name?
All that talk about the mother remembering the real names she gave the twins. Well, funny that, turns out Johan's was actually Johan the whole time. What a coinky dink. It's moments like this why I had to pre-game the whole monster story with a quick word on interpretation. We need to be able to interpret some pretty important scenes in this manga, but also just in understanding that what people say is often wrong. Wolf is wrong here. Nina didn't call out to her brother by name. Johan already having the name Johan at this point in the manga undercuts so many of the manga's ideas. There is so much wrong in this scene if this is a true account of what actually happened. Okay, yes, Johan may have adopted this name already in the foster parents we don't see between the three frogs and getting to the border. An intermediary name between either forgetting his original or that he never got his original name. But that would completely undercut what Wolf says. He took the picture book and using that, named Johan. It was in that naming that awoken something within him. Something changed when Johan was affirmed by that name. If his name was Johan the whole time, then that just doesn't work. So yeah, his name better not be Johan. Back with Nina, she heads to the remains of the Red Rose Mansion. She wonders what Johan must have saw here all those years ago, and if she had been there instead, would she be the monster? With nothing else for her here, she decides to move on, thanking Lipsky for all his help. Then, once she's gone, Lunga shows up, dropping the bomb that Lipsky was Bonaparta's son the whole time. And then we cut to what's been going on with Eva while everyone else was in Prague. We start by meeting a new character, Martin, currently bleeding out in a car, asking for Tenma before skipping back 2 months. Martin is one of the baby's henchmen, and has been summoned by someone more important. He's given the job of transporting Eva to the organization, and she quite willingly goes along. Last we saw her, she was running away from Roberto, who was disguised as Tenma's lawyer. Eva and Martin travel and they bond a bit, and Eva is given the job to go and hit some parties. Martin continues on as her bodyguard while she gets to spend up a storm with a new credit card given to her, even dressing up Martin like Tenma, which is, pretty gross, but very Eva. So Eva hits a bunch of parties for a while. Tenma eventually tracks down Martin after some off-screen snooping and tries to get him to say where Eva is. Last Tenma heard, Eva was picked up by the organization. Well, Martin kicks Tenma's ass and the partying continues. Until one day Eva says she's done with partying, getting picked up by Peter Čapek, a character who will become increasingly important as this arc goes on. Martin himself heads back to a diner and meets Tenma again. This time, Tenma brought his gun along. He's not messing around. He demands to know what Eva's been doing, and all Martin can say is that she's been partying. Apart from today, when she simply pointed at a good-looking blonde guy. Once she did so, the boss Čapek and another young man went up and talked to him. Well, they can put 2 and 2 together and suss out Eva must have done her job, so now they don't need her anymore. Martin rushes off to go and find her, only to meet with Čapek yet again. He gives Martin a gun and tells him to go and kill Eva. So Martin heads to Eva's apartment, and Eva is naturally already drunk. She wonders what she actually did tonight. Did she bring together Faust and Mephistopheles, which, considering Faust is more often seen as the tragic hero corrupted rather than the overt villain, is a pretty weak metaphor, to be honest, but, who cares? She's drunk, and let's be real, Eva has never read any version of Faust. Martin says they should run away together. The poor guy went and started sympathizing with her. He says he can't kill another person. Eva calls herself a devil. Can he kill a devil instead? And then she ends up passing out. Martin moves her to another hotel and decides to go to the next party by himself. He finds the person Johan met and starts tailing him, following him up to his apartment where surprisingly he's welcomed inside. And so the two men begin to chat. This guy is Christoph Zivanish, and he begins to tear into Martin's history. How his mother died when Martin abandoned her one night, how he didn't kill his girlfriend like his criminal record claims, but instead took the blame after her suicide, though he did shoot her lover. Christoph manages to spin all of those stories around to justify their deaths. It's exactly the same for Eva, he says. To kill her would be justified. She wants to die. Martin, a bit emotionally crushed from the chat, ends up just walking away. Returning back to the hotel, he gets close to killing Eva, but changes his mind. He truly believes no one really wants to die. He wakes Eva up and gets her to sneak out. They've been found. 3 guys come to the door looking to take Eva out if Martin hasn't already, and so a gunfight breaks out. Martin manages to drop the 3, but one more shows up and lands the final blow. Martin manages to get taken to Tenma to get patched up, but it is too late for him. So before he dies, he lays out everything he's learned to Tenma. Assumedly, he's still a bit delirious from blood loss, so some of this is wrong. He says that experiments are still running at the Red Rose Mansion. This is wrong, it's been abandoned for years and burnt down quite recently. He says the devil has an apprentice, which is kind of true, and tells him Christoph's location. He talks about a Peter Čapek, the boss that set this whole thing up, someone who wants to control the devil and create an absolute ruler, both of which are true. Finally, that Eva is waiting for him at Frankfurt Central Station, and then Martin dies. Tenma goes and picks up Eva, and they finally catch up. The last time they really got to talk was before everything kicked off. They saw each other briefly at the mansion on the hill, but Tenma left before she woke up after being shot. So now they can finally talk. Eva is still all kinds of shaken up after almost being killed by Roberto the first time, and then almost being killed by Roberto the second time, and then almost being killed by Martin, and then almost being killed by the organization's goons. But she finally apologizes to Tenma for everything. Tenma tries to convince her to go back to Dr. Reichwin and stay safe, and she reluctantly agrees. Though it turns out she overheard where Johan might be staying, so she figures she'll just go kill him herself, both of them choosing to try and settle things on their own. Back with Nina, she's still in Prague trying to piece together her memories. Now, there's a lot of trauma here revolving around one of the twins being taken to the mansion and experiencing all those people die. What we should probably point out at this point is that we're getting all of this information on what happened through Nina's memories. We see them through this first-person perspective. Almost all of them are like this. So obviously, these are her memories. She must have been the one taken to the Red Rose. But Nina keeps telling us Johan saw this and this happened to Johan. So she must be projecting here to hide herself from these memories. The manga is doing a good job of showing us what's actually the truth, despite our characters telling us something else. Well, the memories all get a bit much for her, so Dieter convinces her to return back to Germany. So the pair head back and go to Munich. They stay with Dr. Reichwin, and Nina says she's ready to remember everything, regardless of the consequences. They get Dr. Gillen to put her under hypnosis in an attempt to remember. Hypnotherapy like this is a real thing, but not really best practice. There's a real risk of false memories coming up that the patient will vehemently believe after hypnosis, despite never actually happening. For the purposes of the story, however, I think all of these memories are legit. Nina starts remembering things from her childhood. It's all a bit fragmented. And then comes one of the most key moments of understanding Nina and what Bonaparta sowed into these kids. Under hypnosis, something changes in her. She says she's not Nina. She doesn't want to say who she is. She reaches over and starts strangling Dr. Gillen, so he has to rush and pull her out of the trance. 2 days later, Nina runs away from the house. She leaves a letter saying that she understands everything now. She needs to go and find Dr. Tenma. Tenma is following his new clues from Verdeman's father's notes and Martin's account. For now, he's looking into Peter Čapek and what he's up to. After falling afoul of a speeding car in a poor twist of fate, he's taken care of by our final character in the side character special, Milan Kolis. What's cool is that Tenma has ended up back in the Turkish quarter in Frankfurt. Since he left here a few arcs ago, the residents pushed back against the neo-Nazis in the area. However, the leaders of the local resistance were all killed off, which led to most of the Turkish residents moving. Now the organization is buying up all that land. Despite landing a win in the Frankfurt Arc, they won the battle but lost the war. Milan has heard of a Japanese doctor helping the community back then and has taken Tenma in after he saw him tailing Čapek. See, Milan actually wants to be the one to kill Peter Čapek. Milan was old friends with Čapek and invited him in after the fall of the communist power in Czechoslovakia. Čapek got up to a lot of dastardly stuff alongside Bonaparta with the communist government's blessing. Once that government fell, Čapek fled to Germany to escape justice for his own crimes. Once Milan took him in, Čapek decided to start doing his own Bonaparta-style experiment with the local kids, to much the same effect as all of the other ones. The children started getting violent and dying. One of those kids was Milan's son. After those incidents, Čapek left and linked up with the ultra-right-wing groups alongside the baby, and then presumably established the organization. For such a big player, Čapek doesn't get a lot of development in the story. He's Bonaparta's right-hand man, the most prominent leader of the organization, and the connective tissue between the Frankfurt plots and Johan. Another Monster does flesh him out a bit more and kind of retcons him a bit with the plot about Hermann Furr and turning 42 into 46. As Monster portrays it, he fled communist Czechoslovakia before the communist regime fell to save himself. All those evil experiments to keep the communists in power were not going to go over well with those new democratic governments. Then he reunites with Milan and starts his reading circle. Things go bad, the kids start dying, and the parents eventually start blaming Čapek, so he runs again. This time setting himself up alongside the baby and the local neo-Nazis, and subsequently joining/creating the organization. In another Monster, the story changes somewhat that Čapek originally fled to Germany with intentions to install Hermann Furr, the other Monster, as their leader before Johan came apparent. So he originally set up this organization earlier in order to find and install Furr as Germany's leader. It also gives him this great moment with 42-46, which gives his character some of the depth it is really missing in Monster. So after looking into the Red Rose Mansion, we learn that besides Bonaparta, there were 42 people who would comprise all key peoples. When the mansion burns down and the bodies are found, they find 46 bodies. If Bonaparta just killed off the researchers who knew about the twins, why are there 4 more bodies? Well, Bonaparta's plan was to give the twins and their mother a fresh start, a clean break. At the same time, he might as well do the same for himself. So he got Peter Čapek to go and kill 4 people of corresponding proportions so they could add them to the mass grave. Reminder, that is an older man, a young to middle-aged woman, and 2 children. And Čapek does it. That's why 46 bodies are found. He goes and kills 4 people, including 2 kids. And that could have been the end of it, but we learn Čapek is actually haunted by those killings. This wasn't part of some experiment. This was not in some twisted pursuit of making people stronger. This was just the murder of 4 innocent people to give his boss an out. It was after this that Bonaparta fled and Čapek changed his tune about him. Originally, he idolized Bonaparta for what he did, saying that Bonaparta changed his entire outlook on life. But after the Red Rose mass murder, now all that's left is resentment. He explicitly refers to Bonaparta as a monster. Again, this is just extra flavor that another Monster provides, so we don't see any of this in the original story. So the Čapek we meet in Monster is honestly pretty flat, someone who's built up a little bit and then just crumbles. It would have been great to have some allusions to something deeper in Čapek, but it is what it is. Tenma and Milan talk about their pursuits of Čapek. Tenma tries to talk Milan out of his revenge, but Milan counters that Tenma really can't talk. They're the same. Čapek is Milan's Johan. Tenma has no right to stop him. And, well, he's right. So Tenma doesn't stop him. Milan attempts his assassination and he fails, being shot dead in the process. The next couple of chapters look into a couple of different murders. A banker killed by Reinhard Dinger. We name this guy because 1, he was pushed into becoming a serial killer directly by Johan, and 2, he's the one who took in the twins after they fled Iceland Memorial at the start of the manga. The other murders are of a good-looking young woman and a man once involved in trafficking children out of East Germany to rich Westerners, seemingly unconnected victims of unconnected serial killers. However, each murder didn't match the MO of their corresponding killer, very similar to what happened with Jürgens. Dr. Gillen is looking into these murders as well. Upon interviewing each of the killers, we learn that they did them at the behest of a quote, real monster. And it's the Dinger murder that is the biggest loose thread here. The banker he killed was working up a corruption case against a large unnamed conglomerate. Dr. Gillen puts it together that this must have been Johan's doing. But why? Back with the baby and Čapek, they fill us in on the nature of the murders. The first 2 were set up by Johan to take care of Christoph's mistakes. But let's make that a bit clearer. Christoph is a part of the organization, and his father, while he was alive, was the 4th leader. So it was Gedrick, Wolf, Čapek, and Christoph's father, Ernest, that ran the organization. Reminder that the baby is affiliated and holds a lot of sway over the more fascist parts of the organization, but he's not technically a leader. Christoph's role in the organization is the same as his father's was, to bankroll control everything. The Zevenishs are a financially powerful family, and it's with that backing that the organization gained commercial power. Now, while not implied directly in Monster, another monster suggests that Christoph killed off his own father to claim his inheritance and role in the organization. Considering Johan and him have a long-term plan, it could definitely be true. But Christoph's made a few mistakes along the way, so Johan organized 2 killings to cover things up. The first was the banker, who was threatening Zevenish's dealings and bringing a corruption case against them. The second was the young girl, heavily suggested to have carried Christoph's child. The nature of the child and where it is now, we don't know. The third murder, the ex-trafficker, Christoph organized himself. It's assumed this ex-trafficker was the one who trafficked Christoph as a child, cleaning up his own past just like his buddy Johan has done. Then, a bit drunk on power and feeling like Johan will cover up his mistakes anyway, Christoph goes on to kill the baby. Whether or not this was part of the plan between him and Johan, or just Christoph being drunk on power, we don't really know. After hearing about the baby's death, Čapek calls in his bodyguards and wonders what Johan is really up to. Could he have been the one to kill the baby? After this death, the organization could fall into chaos, much like what happened with Johan's underground bank. To protect himself, Čapek finds Nina's location and plans to kidnap her to use as a hostage. As Čapek heads out, his paranoia just grows and grows, wondering if Johan has already got to his bodyguards. He ends up shooting his driver, fearing the worst, while the guy's just reaching for his lighter. Čapek leaves him there and hoofs it home, only to find Johan already there waiting for him. Johan still questions who he is. "What am I?" he says. "The monster inside of me wasn't inside of me. It was outside. Franz Bonaparta is alive, isn't he?" Johan has traced his roots down to their starting point to find the true culprit, Bonaparta, the man who set up and influenced all of the major tragedy that befell his childhood. From the eugenics experiment that birthed him, to being torn from his mother, to the Red Rose Mansion, to the methodologies of Kinderheim 511, it's Bonaparta all the way down. Meanwhile, Nina gets picked up by Čapek's other guards and heads back to Čapek. When she arrives, she finds Johan already gone and Čapek a broken man. He says Johan left him alive so Nina could kill him. Well, Nina, of course, doesn't and asks to be taken to wherever Johan went. Well, Johan actually asked Čapek to do just that, so they head out. On the way, Čapek finally gives us the actual history of how the twins came to be. The unnamed father was a German Czech from a family who stuck around in the Czechoslovakian Sudetenland after World War II. Remember, there was that massive 3 million person expulsion of Germans at the time. He was a soldier. The mother, Vera, was a bright and beautiful woman studying genetics. The father was recruited into this eugenics experiment run by Bonaparta to have a child with Vera. However, his feelings ended up too strong and he confessed all he knew to Vera. They made a plan to run away together, but even that was accounted for by the experiment. She was already pregnant. Vera was captured and kept isolated through her pregnancy. The father, most likely already killed off, had done his job. Bonaparta would often visit and draw Vera, and Vera vowed her children would take revenge on him. When the birth drew near, she made a daring escape only to collapse not a dozen meters from her prison. She was brought back and the children delivered. She thought of names for them, but Bonaparta refused her. They don't need names. Okay, so that's the story as far as Monster goes, but this is probably the only chance we'll have to talk about the extra details from another monster, the extra layer of insidiousness that's here. And for that, we need to go back in time, to before Bonaparta became this manipulative monster. Back in the day, Bonaparta's dad, Turner Pope, had the hots for this young girl in town. The trouble was, she was young enough to be his daughter, and Bonaparta himself was also into the girl. Turner Pope was a very strange kettle of fish. There was a rumor going around that he and this young girl had something going on, and specifically that he wanted to impregnate her. Well, she ended up moving to another town and shacking up with a different guy, and they have a son together. That son would grow up to be Johan's father. Now, the parentage of this son is a bit nebulous because of the timelines. While it was most likely the girl's husband, the timeline works so that she could have got pregnant off Turner and left to marry this other guy. In other words, Johan's dad could be Bonaparta's bastard half-brother. Anyways, Turner's affair and the fact that it was Bonaparta's crush made Bonaparta especially bitter at his old man. Eventually, he finds upon his method of brainwashing people. With all that resentment and bitterness, he decides to first test it on his own father, turning him from subtle communist activist into an amnesiatic mess. Later on, Bonaparte is picked up by the communist Czechoslovakian government. They want him to use that brainwashing ability to keep them in power. In return, Bonaparte got essentially a blank check to experiment however he wanted. We don't know if it was a personal project, privately funded, or a national project, but he starts the eugenics experiment to make that ideal Aryan race. At the same time, his old crush comes back to him and says her son, Bonaparte's potential half-brother, wants to join the military, but seeing as he's a German Czech, that's gonna be real hard. Could you maybe help him out, please, Bonaparte, for old time's sake? There's a lot of animosity towards ethnic Germans at this time. This young man will have a very hard time achieving any sort of high rank without connections. Bonaparte, with an evil glint in his eyes, says sure, he can help. A chance to crush the girl who spurned him, the father who abandoned him, and kill off the symbol of that whole affair, his potential half-brother. Once the experiment begins, Bonaparte calls him in, and Johan's dad is used as a literal stud to be killed off once he's passed on his good genes. As the experiment continues, Bonaparte falls in love with Johan's mother Vera, and falls into exactly the same failings as his father did. He loved a girl much too young for him, ruining his current marriage and family, and sowing resentment into the next generation. So yes, as it works out, Johan and Nina could be Bonaparte's half-nephew and niece. Meanwhile, Tenma starts trailing Christoph. Christoph is heading off to Johan's apartment only to find Eva lying in wait. Here we learn the rest about Christoph. He's the heir to a lot of financial power in Frankfurt. He's also the only other child to make it out of Kinderheim 511 the day it burned down. He made a deal with Johan that day to reconnect years later and take over the world. Christoph's role seemingly to be a politician, and Johan's role unknown. He and Eva get into a scuffle and Tenma runs in to break it up, shooting Christoph in the leg. Tenma starts taking him to the hospital and manages to get Johan's location out of him as well. Apparently, Johan wants to see him, so Tenma ditches Eva yet again with an apology, but hope that she actually stays out of it this time. Nina and Čapek arrive at Johan's location, this big old abandoned building. Inside, Nina sees Johan. Reminder, the last time she saw him was before Prague and getting her memories back. Johan greets her and has obviously taken on Nina's memories as his own, thinking he was the one taken away from the three frogs that day. Or at least, that's what he says. He says he's seen the end over and over again. His mother, the Red Rose Mansion, Kinderheim. But what is the end, truly? Nina says he's seen nothing. Johan asks if she means what he told her about what he saw at the Red Rose Mansion, so perhaps it really was him who went. Then he begins to finally talk about what really happened at the Red Rose Mansion. He was put inside a pitch-dark room, only periodic meals and distant screams to keep him company. A suggested week passes before he's pulled out by Bonaparte. He's pushed forward into a room full of people celebrating him. And then, after drinking, they all fall to the ground dead, one by one, all apart from Franz Bonaparte. He ran from the mansion back to the Three Frogs and recounted all of the events to Nina, again and again and again. Tenma finally gets to the building sometime later. Inside, Johan is gone, but Nina is there, with a gun to her head. Nina finally comes to terms with the fact that she was the one who went to the mansion, not Johan. I genuinely don't know if this is supposed to be a twist or not, because, well, I mean, it's not. It's so obvious Nina was the one who went, but it's still kind of set up like a twist with this big reveal at the end. I think it works on a more character level than a storytelling level. Reading the story, it's quite clear, but for Nina, it's a shock, and we're just waiting for her penny to drop and how she'll react. Well, she does exactly what was set up. The peaceful god, after discovering they're a monster, she laments that in telling that story to Johan so many times, he came to believe he was the one it happened to. As a result, that made him what he is now. Apparently, after hearing the truth, Johan smiled and cried before heading off to what Nina suspects is his own self-destruction. Tenma just gives her a big ol' hug and tells her to live. As the two get to their feet and leave, Čapek leaves too, only to be killed by his own henchmen, recompense for the man he shot earlier. Johan heads to one of his sleeper agent serial killers and lets him know the plans have changed. Johan has had a bit of a second awakening after his encounter with Nina. There was the first one, where he gets a version of his memories back in the Munich library, and now he truly does have all his memories. The plan now is a true end. He kills off the serial killer and heads off to Ruhenheim, the place he'll end it all. Meanwhile, Lunga has been doing things. He's still been investigating Bonaparta this whole time. He skipped over the whole Peter Čapek business that was the last arc. Lunga's investigations have led him to Ruhenheim, the place Bonaparta is supposedly living and the location for our finale. We get to see a bit around this town, the 2 hotels, some locals, and a nice old couple staying in the same hotel as Lunga. Grimmer shows up too. His journey has led him here as well. Then a gunshot is heard in town, and now it's too late to stop what's going to happen. Ruhenheim and the staging ground of the finale. Nearly all of the major moments going forward are going to be in this fictional town of Ruhenheim. Mainly its descent into chaos and infighting as Johan turns it into another Kinderheim to stage his supposed perfect suicide. A time where the entire population of this town self-destructs around Johan's death. A grand exit for a monster. But Ruhenheim, the place, has one big technical problem that blunts the impact of this plan. The problem is, we never gain an understanding of the scope of this town. And this is mainly an art issue. Urasawa never quite gets across the scale of this town. We get a shot showing it's at least this big, which you know is quite small. No one mentions a population count, we never see a large crowd. People run through empty streets with maybe 1 or 2 cars parked up. All in all, we're led to believe this is a pretty small place. And this is compounded by how the manga uses a few characters in the town to explore what's going on. We follow a few townspeople, like the girl who works in the butchery, or Wim, or the couple that win the lottery. The manga will get them all interacting, and we don't get to see many other people in the town. It makes this town feel really small and empty. Apparently, there will be a lot of people dying as the town goes crazy, but it all happens just off-panel to a nebulous amount of people. It's not that the town isn't big enough, not that this isn't a grand enough exit for the monsters of Monster. The problem is the undefined scope of the town makes it difficult to understand what's really going on. Characters walk around going, "Everyone is dead!" And yeah, that should be shocking on its own, but how much is everyone? Those 5 guys from the pub, or hundreds just off screen? The town feels like it has maybe 100 people in it, tops, and it's hard to get invested in the action in the town when half our brain is scanning environments trying to figure out what's actually happening. Which is frustrating because the quiet build of tension in this town is great. It's Monster's sinister edge in full effect. If we look at the town's real-world inspiration, we would expect a population of around 40,000, which is way more than the manga is going for. Actually, bless this fanbase, because I would not be able to, but someone actually went and found the town Ruhenheim is based on. It's never explicitly mentioned which real-world place it parallels, but Urasawa definitely took some inspiration. The town is Kaufbeuren in southern Germany. I don't know how to pronounce it. Though I don't think beyond a place to base the art off of, it has any importance to the manga, thus why Urasawa doesn't reference it at all in the text. Tension starts building in town as a local couple win the lottery. They get guns to protect themselves and their winnings. A dog goes missing, a cat is found full of submachine gun rounds. Something is about to happen. Then someone is shot on the outskirts of town. Lunga notes a similar situation happening back in the 50s, where a town went crazy after one man shot another on accident. Another monster actually retcons this a bit, and tells us the one that set that whole thing in motion was the other monster. Right now though, Johan is going to recreate those ending scenes his life has been full of. The Czech border, the Red Rose Mansion, Kinderheim, it's that on a slightly grander scale. Everyone is going to go crazy and kill each other. Back in town, we see the old couple are in cahoots with Johan and handing out guns to the townspeople. There really is no stopping things now. Tenma is still a few steps behind. He finally learns that Bonaparta has a son and tracks him down with Nina's help. Lipski is honestly not much help, so Tenma starts following Bonaparta's children's books again to find someone who knew the man himself. While pretty unsuccessful, he does find another book that's suggested to be by Bonaparta too, A Peaceful Home. We don't get to read this one, and it's about a thief who plans to rob a village, but as he spends time there, he forgets how to steal and settles down. I think we can all guess which character this book's about. So Tenma thinks maybe he settled down in his hometown, and magically that's Ruhenheim, roughly translated to a restful home. Which is a nice, if probably unintentional juxtaposition to what it sounds like in English. Home of ruin. Back in Ruhenheim, rain has hit, flooding the roads and bridges. The phones go down, the town is now fully isolated. Things start moving quicker now, people start dying all over the place. Grimma and Lunga confront the elderly couple. They've been supplying information to Johan this whole time. Finally, the kindly old man running the hotel is revealed to be Franz Bonaparta. Again, if you've been reading even reasonably closely, not too much of a surprise. He did settle down just like the thief in his book. A while ago, Nina got an email from Johan telling her to come meet him in Ruhenheim. So despite it being called isolated and blocked off earlier, Nina and Dr. Gillen are gonna go there anyway. Before she goes, she asks Dr. Reichwin to make sure everyone who knows of Johan goes into hiding. She says Johan wants to erase any memory of his existence. Again, I think Nina is just wrong here. We got a line earlier about how unsuspected murderers are being killed off. So yes, Johan was cleaning house, but the operative word is was. The man has gone to Ruhenheim and even emailed Nina that fact. The folks still alive are safe, they've made it. Unless Johan has conditioned killers to go after them after his death and then kill themselves, but let's not make this convoluted. The people are safe. We don't even hear if Christoph was killed off, the literal devil's apprentice. Seems like he should be on, the top of the list and we should hear about it. There's also a case to be made that the perfect suicide isn't about Johan killing off everyone who knew him at all. It's meant to isolate Bonaparta, not Johan. Everyone left who knew Bonaparta is in Ruhenheim or is coming to Ruhenheim for the finale. So the landscape of the end, just like with General Wolf, is meant for Bonaparta, to watch everyone left who knows him kill each other in this town and to foist the blame onto Bonaparta. If he wasn't here, this wouldn't have happened. Your peaceful home turned to a ruin. So anyway, Nina heads out, only to have her deepest memory very conveniently suddenly start to resurface. Though it's only when she gets to town that it will fully come through. In Ruhenheim, Tenma finally arrives to see the bloodbath in the town. Apparently, a number of armed men attacked the town too. It's not purely a village cannibalizing itself. We already know Roberto has arrived. Looks like he's not alone. Meanwhile, Lunga and Grimma are spelling out the themes in the plot in case you weren't paying attention. How does a real person become a fictional character? Just like the Nameless Monster, everyone who knows the person must be erased. Do you know what it means to destroy a human being's basic sense of right and wrong? What happens when you wake up the monster within a human heart? The couple who won the lottery show up, and now the gang has some guns. Lunga heads out to 1v1 Roberto, while Grimma holds the fort. Lunga runs into Tenma on the way and tells him where Bonaparta is. For now, Lunga's got his own job to do. Meanwhile, Roberto's goons start attacking Bonaparta's hotel, killing the elderly couple. So Grimma heads out as well to clear out those aggressors. He tries to appeal to them one final time, only to see the girl from the butchery get shot right in front of him. Yelling, he charges into battle. Tenma eventually makes his way to the hotel, only to find Grimma there bleeding out. It turns out the magnificent Steiner didn't come out this time. It was Grimma and Grimma alone that managed to fight back all the attackers. A note people often miss is that we don't see Steiner emerge again after Grimma's scene with Milos earlier. His emotions coming back unbidden like that probably resolved some things that Steiner was born from. Just before he dies, Grimma starts to flood with emotion, finally understanding what he should have felt when his son died. Is this sadness? Is this happiness? And then he dies. Lunga attacks the other hotel. He makes it up to Roberto's room, but he was expected. The two trade shots, and Roberto gets to play the psychological villain again, finally revealing that he was Grimma's forgotten friend from Kinderheim all those years ago. The two keep fighting, and Lunga eventually wins out, demanding to know where Johan is. Twists! A lot of fun. This is one of those oh snap moments. Now we can look at Roberto in a whole new light. He's not just some purely villainous person, he's just like Grimmer, but if Grimmer had met Johan, what a parallel to make! And yeah, I sound sarcastic because I am sarcastic. This would be an awesome twist if it had any sort of significance narratively. This comes across as a twist for the sake of having a twist. The one thing to take out of this, I guess, is to parallel Grimmer, but to what end, I don't really get. What's the point? Oh, Roberto used to be a nice kid before Kinderheim and Johan, two things we know pretty conclusively take people and twist them into something monstrous. So the point is to reinforce that? Do we really need that? Especially now at the final hour? What does this twist add to the story? Just a weird connection that serves no point. Grimmer is dead. Roberto and him will never meet. There's no deep memories pulled out of Roberto about his old friend, no second guessing of his actions, no grand and heartbreaking confrontation between him and Grimmer as they both remember their childhood friend and realize they have to fight as a physical representation of their metaphorical fight of ideals. Nah, it's just a twist to be a twist, and that's so disappointing. You could take it out of the story and nothing would change. Back with Tenma, he recites Bonaparta's letter to him. Bonaparta admits that he fell in love with the twins' mother, and he killed everyone to do with the experiment, everyone who knew her. The two hit the road to find Johan, Bonaparta feeling responsible for having created him, and Tenma feeling responsible for having saved him. It's now that Nina and Dr. Gillen finally make it into town. They're directed up to the house on the hill where Bonaparta kept his drawings. They make it up just as Nina finally gets her last memory back, what happened when she was taken away for the Red Rose Mansion. She remembers what Bonaparta said to her after the deaths inside. Run far, far away as you can. Human beings can become anything. You mustn't become monsters. Nina reckons that Johan would have taken a very different path in his life if she had just forgiven him that day with the Lieberts. He wouldn't have become a monster. Back in town, Little Wim, a local boy, has come to tell Tenma that Nina arrived. As he does so, Johan finally shows. Tenma immediately rises to shoot him, but Bonaparta knocks him down. He raises his own gun before he's shot by Roberto, who I guess won that fight we saw Lunga winning. Roberto then dies from his own wounds, so it's just Tenma, Johan, and Little Wim left. Johan says that once Tenma said all lives are equal, but surely now you understand, don't you? We're all only really equal in death. He raises his finger and Tenma sees a vision of the end. We'll come back to this, don't worry. Then Nina and Gillen run up on the scene. Nina tells Tenma to stop. She forgives Johan. She will always forgive him. But Johan says it's too late. Some things can't be taken back. I can't go back now. Dr. Tenma has to shoot me. So he grabs Wim and points his gun at him. Then a gunshot, and Johan falls. But it's not Tenma that shoots. It's Wim's father, armed by Johan's own goons, stumbling into the scene that kills the monster, pointing a gun at his son. The cops and news arrive and lock down the scene. Lunga and some others get carted off for hospitals. Lunga himself says that if Johan is still breathing, they should get Tenma to save him. Nina tells Tenma he didn't do anything wrong. Not then, and not with whatever happens next. With Wim yelling that his dad is no murderer, Tenma gets up to go and make that true. For the second time, Johan is brought in for a gunshot wound to the head, and Dr. Tenma will save his life. In the final chapters, we get to see where all our characters went. Reichwin is back at his practice, Eva is still attending, she's got a job now, just trying to find some happiness, finally leaving Tenma behind and looking forward. Nina has gone back to Heidelberg University, absolutely nailing her law classes. Suk, Verdeman, and Lunga visit the grave of Grimmer to remember him. Lunga ended up reconnecting with his daughter. He also testified in the trials that followed, proving Johan the culprit in all of those crimes. Tenma, forgiven judicially and publicly, joined Doctors Without Borders. With the help of Otto's underground connections, he manages to track down the last person he needs to talk to, the twins' mother, Vieira, still alive out in southern France. He's been visiting her a lot, and here in the final chapter, she tells him what he wants to know. She wonders who the real monster is. Bonaparta for the situation that put them there, Johan for all his crimes, or her for sowing resentment into her children for the death of her partner and for what she did. She remembers their names if they're still needed. Tenma heads to Johan's hospital room. He's been in a coma ever since being shot. Tenma talks to him regardless. He says he met with Vera, that Johan's mother loved him. You had a name. Johan sits up straight. Dr. Tenma, there's something I want only you to know. That night when the monster came to us, Bonaparta said they'd only take one child. This is an experiment. Both children pleaded to not be chosen, and Vera chooses one of her children before changing her mind and releasing the other. With both of them dressed the same, did she know which one she was sending? Which one of us didn't she need? Tenma jolts up, suggesting that whole sequence was just a dream, a memory of the tragedy Vera must have told him. With Johan appearing quietly asleep, it's time to go. Tenma gets up and he leaves. The final shot not of Tenma walking away, but of Johan's empty bed.
I've seen the end. Over and over. What is the end?
This is it. This is your moment to cast judgment on Johan. You've got all the clues Monster will give you. In fact, you probably already had a natural reaction to the empty bed. Sinister, hopeful, frustrating. So here's your chance to reflect. Why did you have that reaction? Do you agree with Johan's ending? What does he deserve after everything he's done? I know this ending gets flack, but I consider this maybe the most powerful moment of the whole series. A very clear moment to consolidate your thoughts on the Johan case and make an assessment. If you've been actually engaging in the different ideas and points of view in the manga, then there should be some conflict in that assessment as well. There's a few things to talk about on the ending, so we're going to work backwards here, and we'll start with the empty bed. So where did Johan go? Let's lay out the major options. Metaphorical. The bed is empty because the character of Johan no longer exists. His journey, ending with the gift of his original name, has removed Johan from the earth. The body remains in the bed comatose, but in the manga it's presented as empty to convey that Johan as Johan is gone. Really great idea, but a strange one when Urasawa doesn't use this art trick anywhere else in the manga. Redemption. Johan left to go and live a better life. I've seen it styled quite often as the first time Tenma saved Johan's life, the second time he saved Johan's soul. The bed is empty because Johan escaped to go start anew. Redeemed by the forgiveness of Nina and the knowledge of his true name, he took the opportunity to go and live a better life. A true monster. Johan left to go and kill his mother. Tenma just told him that his mother is still alive, and maybe even her location, so Johan has gone to kill her. He recognizes her as one of the root causes of trauma to both him and Nina, and therefore she deserves to die. Another part of his past removed. After that, going on to either another suicide or the gather the children conspiracy from another monster. The monster awakened in Johan, getting hungry once again. Those are the main interpretations of this scene, and again, your interpretation will guide you here. Over the years, I've been a pretty staunch believer in one, only to reread the manga a year later and change to another completely. Currently, I find the first one the most plausible and in line with the manga, despite the strange artistic choice. However, there are very good cases for all of them, so just roll with what you believe. It really comes down to how you view and how you assess Johan. Moving back, was Johan's little wake-up here a dream? Unclear, but most likely, yes. Johan tells Tenma a number of things that presumably Tenma had just learned from the mother. All of it comes through to Tenma in this little fever dream about his image of Johan, telling him one of the deepest causes of his trauma, how the mother's choice right from the start taught him that all lives aren't equal. Hold that thought. Tenma must have nodded off during his talk at Johan and envisioned that conversation, proving that while Johan might have tried to erase himself, he lives on in the lives of those close to him. Again, going with that metaphor look at the ending, Johan as a person has gone, but the idea of him lives on in people like Tenma or Nina, reinforcing that yes, this is probably just a dream.
Then of course, we could just simply say if Johan did wake up here and have a little chat with Tenma, why did Dr. Tenma not tell any of the hospital staff? You'd think he'd be on the phone to Nina immediately to get those two reconnected. So yeah, most likely just a dream. Viera's choice. Reminder that we don't know what went on with her at the Three Frogs. Some say she was living free of Bonaparta, others say she was manipulated all the time. Personally, I fall in the latter camp, but what's important here is how this Johan interprets the issue. Who was unwanted, him or his sister? Really, Viera did this in the worst way possible. She could have just thrown one of the kids. She could have gone against the experiment and thrown both. She could, and we would expect a loving mother to, fight tooth and nail to not let either child be taken. But then we come to what she actually did. She started to send one before changing her mind and sending the other, proving that she did in fact have a preference in child. If she couldn't tell them apart, she had no reason to change them. If she loved them equally, sending one is just as devastating as the other, so she would have no reason to change her mind. But she did. She almost sends Johan before changing and sending Nina. All lives must not be equal. One child was of greater value to Viera than the other. That's the message that young Johan learns. There is a strong case to be made that Johan, especially young Johan, views Nina as himself. The two of them are one person in two bodies. You are me, and I am you. The East and West monster are one. But what he learns in this scene is that Viera holds one of them as more important. There is a difference between them, something intrinsically better about one of the kids. All lives aren't equal. Saving Johan for the second time. Tenma, the absolute madman after this massive chase, ends up saving Johan again. I think Tenma's journey is best described as him tackling the idea of lives being equal while trying to find the justification to execute Johan. If all lives are truly equal, killing Johan would be the same as killing some random person. Obviously, there's got to be some more nuance than that. So Tenma goes on this grand journey where this conviction and his ideology is tested and developed. Moments such as running into characters who idolize Johan as an inherently better human, a future ruler, or racial prejudice that value is skin deep as examples. These push Tenma to gain a broader perspective. The actual things he's doing, the plot that facilitates that, being this grand chase to not only find Johan, but also to understand him. Once he gets to Ruhenheim, he understands all of the big points of Johan, or at least he thinks he does. And still, Tenma chooses to save Johan's life once again. Now, I think this is actually a pretty easy one to justify in the story. Tenma is making Wim's father not a killer, spelled out pretty clearly here. But also, Tenma could trust Lunga to lock Johan down after a successful surgery. Tenma can give Johan his life back, but not his freedom. Saving his life allows him to be brought to justice for his actions, exonerating Tenma for the mid-couple murders and Grimmer's memory for the Prague police murders. The more difficult moment to pass is Tenma's hesitation to kill Johan. After all of Johan's dirty deeds, including now Grimmer and Tenma would assume Lunga's death, Tenma still can't kill him. It's a moment where all of Tenma's convictions come clashing together. There's a contention between believing all lives are equal and that one should be killed to save others. A contention between Johan is a monster that kills and manipulates others, and Johan, the tortured and groomed experiment that never got a chance to be human. A contention between the identity of saving others and the identity of being a murderer, however justified. A contention between General Wolf's request that Johan be killed and Nina's desire for Johan to be saved. This cascade of contentions, opposing outlooks, disparate desires culminates in Tenma's hesitation to kill Johan. And yes, it makes sense. Yes, Tenma is our virtuous hero, but he's also human like the rest of us. He is struggling with this decision. I describe Tenma's journey through the manga as him looking for the justification to kill Johan. At the end of it all, what he's found isn't enough for him to immediately pull the trigger. Tenma describes it well himself after he treats the terrorist in the Frankfurt Arc. Why would you save someone who killed an innocent bystander? Because I got the sense that you were human after all. It's in this moment that Johan shows Tenma the landscape of the end, or scenery of a doomsday in the anime. And for you anime-only folks, I want to show you the contrast to the manga. The anime is this, loud, rushing wind, coats and hairs billowing, and then the manga is this. Quiet.
A full 2-page spread. These pages are silent to me every time I see them. Like Tenma and Johan are in one of those moments where the world falls away and there's nothing besides the moment itself. And then it goes into the whole whooshing tension as we expect Tenma to shoot before Nina interrupts. So what the heck is this landscape of the end? It's not overly clear in the manga, primarily because the circumstances General Wolf experiences it are much different to Johan and Tenma at the end. So yeah, there's no really easy answers here. The only hard answer we have is that when General Wolf sees it before he dies, he says, "This is what Johan saw, a world with no names." We can make some easy parallels here to the end of the Nameless Monster book, or the area most visually similar in the manga, what Wolf is specifically referencing here, the area where Johan and Nina were picked up on the German border. Besides that, there's not a particularly clear meaning to this image. Both of the parallels we see in the manga are of ending moments. For Nameless Monster, it's the end of the book, end of the story, the time where the monster inside the prince named Johan consumes himself, the monster who went west, leaving him truly alone with no one to call him by his name, a world with no names. The German border, on the other hand, is a more literal ending point in Johan's life, where the young twins fled from the monster Bonaparta to the point of exhaustion, where Nina asks Johan to just say her name, affirm her identity, and Johan doesn't. We are nameless monsters, a world with no names. Out of all of the moments Johan comes close to death in the manga, besides the time he actually, gets shot in the head, this is the closest to death he gets. It's also important to point out that this is the earliest moment Johan gets this close to death. So, if there was any image to portray death to Johan, it is this landscape. So, we could say the landscape of the end is symbolic of Johan's perception of death. Or, to put that more succinctly, landscape equals death's door, the great ending where your mortal coil is cut and the individual known as you ceases to be, a world without names. This is the world that Johan lives in, so to speak, a barren land where nothing of value is to be found, an existence without life, a place he is truly alone, a place where death could cut him down at any moment and it wouldn't mean a thing. Once he walked somewhere similar with his twin, but now it's too late. That connection is shattered, and some things can't be undone. Last time he talked to Nina, she revealed that she thought he wanted to kill her all this time. So this landscape of the end is the world he lives in, truly alone. Johan shows Tenma this vision of the end. He raises his finger to his head once again, welcoming death, and Tenma, with a decent understanding of Johan, sees what Johan sees. Johan is ready to die. This callous world is the one he lives in. There is no great tragedy if he dies. Just be done with it. We should also note that Johan specifically tells Roberto that it's not for him to see. Johan really doesn't give a damn about Roberto. He's just been a tool that Johan was wielding. He's also been someone who doesn't understand Johan. Roberto takes Johan as a mentor and a leader, someone who must be protected and upheld to do great things. Flashback to when he tries to kill Nina despite knowing that Johan wouldn't want that. Roberto has been building Johan up as a figure, not a human, whereas Tenma has been doing the opposite. He's been trying to understand the human veiled beneath that figure that powerful people keep pushing. Last part to talk about here, Nina and forgiveness. Nina rolls up right at the end to forgive Johan for all his deeds, that whatever happens, she will always forgive him. If you've never come across the all for Nina argument, then this moment will probably drive you crazy. This moment is your chance to consider the option that Johan just needed forgiving all along. It sounds pretty far-fetched, so what is all for Nina? Well, simply put, the idea is that everything Johan did, he did for Nina. After the mother throws Nina to the experiment, Johan spends the rest of his life trying to protect her from their past. The longer version is, Johan loves Nina more than anything else in the world. His long-term plan for her is to protect her from ever being on the radar of the evil people of their past. When that happens anyway, he becomes the monster to hide the fact that Nina was the one taken to the mansion. So, after the Red Rose Mansion, he kills foster parents who could turn them over to the police and in turn Bonaparta. He takes on her memories of the Red Rose Mansion and convinces her that her memories were his own. She was the one spared by their mother and she didn't witness such tragedy. He takes her out of Prague into Germany to escape Bonaparta. He pulls her out of the orphanage when Kinderheim burns down and takes her west with a new foster family. And that's where we get the line that this theory is based on. Johan holds out his hands and both have gifts in it for her. Everything is for you. But when Bonaparta checks in on them at the Lieberts, he kills the parents and prepares to run again. But Nina, this time, catches him. Understanding the pain he's putting her through, he tells her the monster came for them today, that she can kill him and run away now. Run so the monster doesn't catch her too. She shoots him. When he wakes up again unexpectedly, he holds out his arm to her, reaching for the one person he cares for most. But she screams and faints, and Johan cries in response. After hearing about the directors making the twins a media spectacle, he kills off the directors to hide their tracks. He runs with Nina, putting her in a new family with a chance to forget about him and live a peaceful life. Though she's still the most important person in the world to him, so he plans to reconnect with her when they're older. However, by the time they're older, powerful people like the organization are interested in them. One of the leaders of that organization being Bonaparta's right-hand man. Knowing this, he sets himself up as the one true monster that their experiments created, hoping they wouldn't go after the real monster they made, Nina. However, they do, so Johan goes back and destroys everyone chasing them, including the organization, hoping at the end of it all, Nina will not get her memories back, that she will live a happy life free of the monsters that broke their childhood, including the very memory of them. Even if that means he needs to play the villain that dies at her hands. If it means she ends up happy, he will do it. Reminder that Nina does have an actual monster inside her too. We see this in the hypnotherapy scene with Dr. Gillen. The experiments in her past did birth a monster. One which Johan in this theory knows well. A monster he hopes will never consume the one person that he loves most. There's a lot more to this theory, and it's actually far more convincing than you'd think. I'll just link out to this video if you want to dive further down the all for Nina rabbit hole. Anyways, it's this moment with Nina that should get you thinking along these lines, because this is what Nina's thinking at the moment, that Johan would not have gone on to be the monster if Nina had forgiven him that day at the Lieberts. Yes, he did something horrible, but he had the best intentions. Nina's response to Johan's supposed protection was to kill him. Perhaps if she had chosen Johan over her pain in that moment, none of this would have happened. And that's why she wants to forgive Johan. That's why she'll always forgive Johan. Now, again, you don't need to subscribe to the all for Nina argument for this scene, but we need to acknowledge that that is what Nina believes in this scene. It's such a good moment to make you think that maybe Johan did have some actually benevolent intentions this whole time. So there's a lot going on in this ending, and I can really only see this as falling flat if you haven't been paying attention to the rest of the manga. Johan getting shot again, revived, and disappearing gives you so much to chew on in regards to what's correct. What does this show for our characters? Why do I so strongly disagree with something? Why do I think that Johan deserved a certain ending, but I don't necessarily think that's where he ended up? Speaking of Johan, let's finally tackle the man himself.
Ahead of me, I beheld a darkness even greater still.
If there is one thing to start the Johan discussion with, it's this. Johan is a human being. Like all of the characters in this manga, he's a human being. A complex bag of meat and synapses, motivations and drives, loves and fears. To write him off as simply a monster is to do such a disservice to the ideas of the manga. Now, I've gone through a lot of looks at Johan, and there are some great ones out there. The problem is, he just does so much random stuff that it's hard to make a cohesive understanding across all his actions. So a lot of discussions will pick out the major scenes and draw their conclusions, but then there's all these other moments that seem to disagree with that. One of the more common ones are talks about how Johan is a true nihilist, valuing nothing, but omit his very clear affection for Nina and his explicit desire to see her again. Then the counter-modern argument is the all for Nina argument, where Johan's only goal was to protect Nina, and we kind of just gloss over things like him making plans with Christoph, or the DID discussion, or, killing her parents.
I think there are certainly cases for both sides. Johan is complex enough to have facets of both. Like we saw with Tenma and his competing contentions, Johan is much the same, a layered and sometimes contradictory set of beliefs that make trying to figure him out, a bit of a mess. But I mean, that's humanity, right? The human brain is one of the most complex things in the universe, and that comes through with Johan. I wonder if you find him much the same as I do. He's bloody hard to explain, but we still kind of get him. There's that sad darkness in Johan that we intuit more than anything. We can understand him more intuitively than by listing off a bunch of character traits and ticking boxes. That being said, characters should still be understandable, even complex beasts like Johan. To bring back a point mentioned well a while ago now, when Urasawa got Johan to encounter the Nameless Monster book, I do think that was taken as a chance to clarify Johan. That Urasawa threw out some of the old motivations and characterizations that didn't agree with his more new refined Johan understanding. That is to say, it feels like Johan was too broad a character at the start, and Urasawa really nailed him down from Munich Arc onwards. That's the difference between a manga where new chapters are coming out consistently versus a novel where it's all dropped at once. Things change as a manga continues and alterations can get made. The problem is those alterations can only be made going forward. The old volumes are already published. In a novel, the ending is released at the same time as the beginning, so there tends to be a lot more consistency. Now, that may sound like a criticism to Monster, and well, yeah, I guess it is, but the course correction in Munich Arc onwards certainly makes up for it. It's like eggs were going to break, but Urasawa managed to make a pretty phenomenal omelette anyway. So, what I've tried to do is make sense of every single clue Monster gives us to make a cohesive understanding of Johan, from chapter 1 through 162. One that tries to pair up why he taught the kids the rooftop game, to why he sent the Frau Kempf letters, to why at the end of it all he looks so defeated that he won't even turn to look at Nina before he's shot. Is there going to be some holes to poke? Absolutely. I think the day someone creates an immutable, all-encompassing understanding of Johan is the day the world ends. So we'll be making note of some of the more significant alternate interpretations as they come up, because, well, they're certainly valid to mention. But after going through the manga so many times, trying to record all the clues, we'll focus on what I consider the most cohesive way I can understand Johan. Monster leaves quite a bit up for us to figure out. The only kind of key information to know in advance are the parts where Johan's personality seems to take a big change. There's the library, obviously, but also when Nina shoots him at the start of the story, and a smaller but still important change when he finally meets Nina again. So 4 stages of Johan if you would, but that's enough of a foreword. Let's try and piece together Johan, and let's start from the start. Johan was born a twin as part of the eugenics experiment. Genetically, a combination of his father's good looks, toughness, and perhaps some inherited Bonaparta darkness through that mess of a family tree. From his mother, likewise her good looks, her smarts, and perhaps her complicated disposition to siblings as well. Excerpt from Another Monster shows that the mother had a similarly complicated my sister is myself kind of deal going on. And let's not overlook the circumstances of the birth either. While this is something literal we can throw aside because pretty sure this thing has been well debunked, as far as story intention goes, it's important. The mother, Vieira, sows resentment into her children while she's pregnant with them. The pregnancy is not a good thing. It's not her bringing in new life as a celebration of the love she has for her partner. Perhaps at one point they were, but once she's captured and monitored by Bonaparta, things have changed. She wants her children to grow up to be the petard that Bonaparta will blow himself up with. She wants them to eventually be his destruction. Even from his earliest moments, before he was even born, Johan is being pushed and set up for actions by powerful external forces. This is exactly what happens in the story. Johan grows up and kills Bonaparta. Once Johan and Nina are born, they're ripped from their mother before getting names. The eugenics experiment is heavily implied to be a government or privately funded initiative, so from day one, the kids were being put aside for a purpose. They're already chosen for some disgusting racial superiority scheme. You can see how the children's childhoods match up so neatly with the actual monster plot. And now is our first real schism point in Johan's story. Whether or not you think the Three Frogs experiment is real. Did Vieira escape Bonaparta's control with her kids, or was the Three Frogs an experiment in itself? For us, we're going to continue assuming that the Three Frogs experiment is true, because of the two, it's more consistent with the rest of the story. Basically, to get the escaped story working, we need to make a lot more ungrounded assumptions, as opposed to the TFE, which just lines things up a lot better as we go. Bonaparta, already infatuated with the mother and with a strange appreciation for the twins, sets them up into a higher level experiment. They're placed in the Three Frogs building to live out the first 5 years of their life. During this time, part of the experiment was raising the two children as one. They dressed the same, rarely if ever left the house, and were raised by a mother already somewhat defeated by Franz Bonaparta. Then, after a time, a child would be collected, one discarded by its mother, and both ready to be reshaped into some communist or Czechoslovakian or Aryan superhumans. During these 5 years at the Three Frogs, Johan's sense of identity doesn't develop normally. From the isolation, the enforcing of a shared identity, and probably some other things we don't see, Johan begins to see Nina as an extension of himself. I will live on in you. A complicated outlook where Johan understands Nina to be as much him as he is himself. You are me, and I am you. I'd say it's quite clear through Monster that Johan has affection for Nina, and I'd posit that part of that stems from this troubled understanding of identity. It's not purely a selfless affection for his sister, it's tangled in layers of complex issues of selfhood. Then the time comes. Bonaparta arrives and Johan is almost thrown away. But he's not. He sees his mother pull him back and throw Nina to the wolves. In short order, his mother is taken away as well, and Johan is left, for the first time in his life, alone. Left with the time for his young brain to interpret what just happened. It's suggested Nina spends just over a week in the Red Rose Mansion before she makes it back. So Johan waits and thinks. Mother threw one of us aside before changing her mind. We were dressed the same. We are the same. Could she tell us apart? Is there an apart to tell between us? If she couldn't tell, she wouldn't have changed her mind. So who was unwanted? Me or my sister? Why is one of us more valuable than the other? We are the same. Just imagine that for a moment. You're 5 years old, maybe 6. You watch your mother throw your sister, who you love, away like she's nothing. You watch your mother leave afterwards. You're left alone for the first time, feeling everything you understand about life, your home, your safety, your very identity broken apart, and you have to interpret that as a 5-year-old. This is an experiment. As part of dealing with this, Johan turns to a book for comfort, something to pull him out of issues much too grand for an isolated child to comprehend. He turns to a book named The Nameless Monster. And this is what stops him from falling apart as he waits for someone, anyone, to come back home. For the rough week he waits, The Nameless Monster is what gets him through. Something already in the house alongside some of Bonaparta's other books. As Johan pulls himself together trying to understand his identity again after this big shift, The Nameless Monster is what he builds his identity around. He and Nina must be this nameless monster. A week later, Nina finally returns. Welcome home. Johan gets Nina to talk about what happened to her. Again and again they talk about it. Blurry identities taking and shifting the story between them, creating a confusion of who really went. By the end, Johan believing that he was the one who went. However, deep down, Johan knows that it really was Nina. But for now, he's convinced himself that it was him. And it's these experiences, alongside his upbringing in the Three Frogs experiment, that makes the monster inside him, a dark personality that remains a part of Johan hereafter. Quick pause here. How do we know it's now that Johan takes on these memories of the Red Rose Mansion? What if he knows the truth but is just hiding it from Nina, stopping her from becoming a monster? Well, shortly he's going to get to Kinderheim, and by that point he's already considered a monstrous masterpiece. The events of the Red Rose Mansion heavily implied to be the reason why, or at least the trigger on the gun TFE loaded. See what happens to Nina when she recounts the Red Rose Mansion. So this is our most likely point where Johan grows or is given the monster, especially considering the extreme actions he goes on to do. During their discussion in the Three Frogs, Nina doesn't remember or has already started repressing what Bonaparta actually said to her at the very end. So the pair believe the monster is still after them. Their mother still hasn't returned home. The monster probably got her.
They need to run. So after a time, the twins burn down the Three Frogs building. They do a sloppy job, and at least one of them needs to be rescued from the fire, but they do both get out. Next stop, as far away as they can get. They start heading towards the border, but encounter a nice couple on the way. The couple start talking about adopting the kids, but reckon they should at least call the police in case someone is searching for them. Police means powerful people. Powerful people means the monster will find them. Also mixed into that is something that will become increasingly apparent in Johan, a deep distrust of parental figures. Parents should care for their kids, but they don't. They will feed you to monsters. They won't return for you. They will abandon you. These people will get me killed. These people will get my sister killed. The monster inside Johan knows how to solve this problem. So Johan distracts Nina and kills the couple, much to the satisfaction of the monster inside him. The two continue on. They need to get away. There's the old proverb about the two dogs fighting over a person's soul. The dog that wins is the one you feed. That's probably the most apt way to describe Johan before the library. But not that the two dogs are something separate. The two dogs are Johan. One side, Ernest desires to escape the monster and protect himself and his sister. The other side is the monster, the broad term for whatever darkness Bonaparta managed to sow into him. Reminder that some things in the monster universe are much darker than they appear when we read them. The children's books are a clear example. The Red Rose Mansion Massacre is another. Now there is this monster inside Johan, a darkness in him that wants to watch the world burn and dance among the flames. Something that will continue to push him to take grim actions to solve his problems. During this time, they stay with a few couples before finally getting to the border. Joseph and Clara, Beidegger and Schlegel, each one ending the same way as the first. Parents can't be trusted. They will feed you to monsters. They will abandon you. So again, Johan kills them, feeds the monster inside him, and keeps running with his sister, all the while hiding it from Nina. Their flight leads them to the German-Czechoslovakian border, where they finally drop from exhaustion. Nina asks Johan to affirm her identity, to say her name, but he responds with what he believes to be true. We don't have names. We are nameless monsters. The two fall and are picked up by General Wolf. Wolf, reading the Nameless Monster book that Johan had with him, decides to name the boy Johan, and he refers to it as awakening something within him. Up till now, Johan's identity was being built up again. After its first destruction when Bonaparta came and took his mother and sister, he's been building up his identity again using the Nameless Monster as his framework. Now, Wolf gives Johan the name Johan and affirms him as being the Nameless Monster. It did awaken something inside Johan. It confirmed an identity that Johan had been seeking. The monster that he believes Bonaparta put inside him in the Red Rose Mansion isn't just inside him. It is him. He is the monster. But this also throws a wrench into some deeply held beliefs. Is he more than this? If he is the Nameless Monster Johan, what is Nina? Will he eventually consume her, like the story says? Eventually, Johan wakes up again and is separated from Nina. Nina is sent to one orphanage, Johan to Kinderheim 511. The person responsible for this is General Wolf. So Johan plans to show Wolf exactly what he's feeling. Push him to extreme isolation so he understands what he has done. It's a punishment for separating him from Nina. Look what happened last time they were separated. Locking them into separate orphanages is effectively isolating Johan. He's losing a part of himself and the person he's closest to in the world. But also it's somewhat a twisted affection. Wolf did save their lives after all. These push Johan to give Wolf such a cruel blessing, to show him the world as Johan sees it. So he's shuttled off to Kinderheim 511, where he stays for 3 years. He's trained here in all of the skills the monster would need: how to kill others with words, how to fight and handle weapons, how to manipulate and control. He's also drugged heavily while inside the facility, and we see the story he clings to as the researchers try to pull out his deepest truths is the Nameless Monster. They also broach on the other deep drives of young Johan, his sister, and how he knows deep down that he was the one who waited for her when she went to the Red Rose Mansion. All of this is another layer in the complex destruction of Johan's young mind. Kinderheim actively tried to get its students to lose their identity, to become a pawn of the state. However, Johan managed to get through this with at least his core thoughts intact. I love my sister. There is a monster coming, I am a monster too. There's also the case that unlike the other children sent there, Johan already had a broken identity. There wasn't a strong locus to discard, and Kinderheim wasn't able to dislodge how deep the monster runs in Johan's psyche. After 3 years, Johan manages to finally get Kinderheim to self-destruct. He manages to successfully get a rumor circulated around the facility, which drove the children crazy. Then the kids rallied to take down the staff, and in the end, it all fell apart as the inhabitants killed each other. Johan watching the carnage with genuine interest. This time, it's not someone subjecting him to the horrors. He's in control this time. He's feeding the monster. Before he leaves Kinderheim, Johan meets with Christoph, and the two of them make a plan. They'll take what they've learned here and make themselves untouchable. Well, what do they need? Money and political power. Each one will take an avenue, and then they can combine forces when they're older. Christoph takes political power as his objective, so Johan takes monetary power. Could this be the way to never be put into another situation like this? With enough power, he can keep himself, keep his sister, safe. So the two split. Johan manages to find the East German trade advisor and his wife, the Lieberts, and convinces them he's such a dashing young man they should adopt him. But if you're adopting me, I have a sister too, you'll need to get her as well. So Johan now Liebert reunites with his sister and in short order defect to the West alongside their parents. Even better for Johan to focus on the plans he just made with Christoph. Then things change once they arrive in West Germany when Bonaparta comes to visit. Bonaparta came to visit the kids while they were asleep, but Johan noticed, and this brings those memories Kinderheim had tried to bury right back to mind. The monster, the real monster, found them. His new parents let the monster in. They're going to feed them to this monster once again. It affirms everything Johan has believed about his foster parents the whole time. They are not safe here. It doesn't seem like Bonaparta is going to take anyone tonight, so Johan pretends to stay asleep. As soon as he's gone, Johan gets up. Nina is still asleep. Perfect. He finds a gun and kills the Lieberts. Now he needs a new plan. They ran, and the monster still found them. As he's thinking though, Nina wakes up and finds him gun still in hand, and she's scared and upset. She pieces together that Johan killed all their other foster parents. Johan wonders, why doesn't she understand? The monster came to take us away. This is what parents do. But Nina isn't thankful. She's scared of Johan. She sees him as the monster here. And maybe he is, he thinks. He's the dark half of the two of them. Maybe in destroying him, he'll take this darkness to the grave with him. After killing the Johan monster, Nina will be prepared to kill the Bonaparta monster if he ever comes back. Besides, Johan still has some confusing co-identity issues with his sister. They are the Nameless Monster. It's okay if I die. You are me and I am you. Johan thinking maybe if he dies, he will get to live on in Nina without this monster inside him. He raises his finger to his head, accepting death, the best solution his young mind can come up with. And Nina shoots him. Next thing he knows, Johan is waking up in a hospital bed. But why is he still alive? He took a gunshot to the head. He should be dead. But he's not. What does that mean? What it means is that he's chosen by fate. He faced certain death and lived. And now he has a whole new outlook on life. Death is no longer something to run from. It's something to straddle the line of. A game of fate where if you win, you live. Death is no big deal anyway. Death is far more common than life. That's just Johan thinking through what's just happened. More physically, what's happened is the trauma of being shot has pushed the darkest parts of his history deep down, causing him to forget the Red Rose Mansion, though memories of Kinderheim and what he promised to do to General Wolf still remain, a deeper darkness being locked away. Johan plays the role of being in a coma until he can make his escape. He overhears Dr. Tenma discussing the circumstances of why he saved Johan's life, also his grievances at the hospital administration. To thank Tenma, to thank fate for choosing him, Johan goes and miraculously kills those 3 doctors with the poisoned candies. Before the doctors steal that candy, however, Johan sees his sister again. Hearing her come in causes him to drop the coma act and reach out for her, tears in his eyes. She really did shoot him. Why did she look so scared looking at him just now? And maybe more importantly, she didn't get away. Why didn't she run away? This is the split point for Johan's outlook on Nina. Up until now, it's been the two of them. Even separated and stuck in Kinderheim, the memory of Nina is what he's most scared of losing. But after what happened with the Lieberts, he understands she'd do better without him. So now, mission get the hell out of the hospital needs to happen even sooner. Well, the doctors are already poisoned, so in the commotion that follows the announcement of their death, Johan finds Nina, grabs her, and flees. He runs into Reinhard Dinger on the way and convinces him to shelter these runaway kids. Here, his Kinderheim skills kick in. Johan turns Dinger into a serial killer. 1, to make sure Dinger won't run to the police, and 2, to test his manipulation skills. He's going to need them. He's probably going to need to make use of Dinger at some point. And 3, to feed the monster. Johan takes Nina and runs again. They still need to get out of the city that Bonaparta found them in. So he heads south, about 300k south to Heidelberg. Here, he sets Nina up for her new life with the Fortners, a family that he stayed with for a time before leaving Nina there. Note that with his memories pushed further down, Johan is a lot more lenient with parental figures at this time. Using his own manipulation skills to pile on to her current trauma, Johan gets Nina to forget her past. Forget the Lieberts, forget Prague and the Three Frogs, forget him. And this is an incredibly crushing moment for him. He has to erase his memory from the person most important to him. His only consolation is a deal he makes with himself. He'll return to her on her 20th birthday to tell her everything. This isn't goodbye forever. So Johan goes out and lives and learns. He bounces around the place from foster family to foster family, taking advantage of childless couples' desire for children, or people who were simply lonely. Johan's desires around this time are based off what he was thinking pre-gunshot, a cold mix of what Johan felt he needed to do to escape the monster, and what Kinderheim programmed him to do. Learn to withstand fear, become the future supermen to lead the country, accrue financial power. And this is what he does. With the blind man, he learns about fear and how people respond to it. In the underground bank, he accrues financial power and throws it away to see what it can do, what its true value is. He's developing to make himself untouchable. While those are the more perhaps admirable ideas, there is still the monster inside Johan that enjoys watching the chaos unfold. The one born out of the Red Rose Mansion and developed inside Kinderheim. The one that wants to stand alone at the end of the world. The monster is amused by the stories of terror. It enjoys watching the chaos in the wake of the underground bank's collapse. It enjoys manipulating couples to let him into their life. Besides the penultimate couple he gets to, the most important person he stays with is Frau Kempf, a widower. Kempf is the only solo parent that Johan is suggested to have stayed with. She's also the first person in the monster timeline to hear the "Help, the monster inside me is about to explode" message. Johan sends her a number of letters with the message in it. And this is where the DID idea actually gains some credence. I mean, he ticks a lot of boxes. The message is part a cry for help from a woman who symbolically represents Johan's mother. There is still this unsure child in Johan's psyche deep down that is waiting for his mother to return to him at the Three Frogs. It's also the monster acting out of that resentment. It's a taunt. This is how all the monster messages work. They're both on one level a cry for help. Nina is correct in her assessment here. But they're also a challenge for someone to step up to the monster to be crushed. During this time, he also looks into his own history at Kinderheim. In doing so, he finds a few alumni as he goes, picking up Roberto as a trusted pawn for him to use. Another monster also suggests Johan was looking into Stefan Joss before Richard shot him, that Johan was the one to vilify Richard for that killing in the media. Also during this time, around when Johan was 15, he set up the underground bank, something he would only abandon around the time he went to go see Nina. At age 17, Johan becomes the adopted son of another family by the name Liebert, his so-called ideal family. In a few years, Johan is going to reunite with Nina, and he's setting the groundwork for that now. Here is a second chance for us to be a happy home. The last time we were truly together was with the Lieberts. Let's go back and do things right this time. I'm strong enough now to protect us from the monsters. I may be a monster, but I'm the monster on your side. Johan even goes back to his original name, Johan. He also manipulates these Lieberts into being overly accommodating to him. However, it doesn't take too long for the monster to get hungry again, so he goes to live with the Springers and works on taking out people close to General Wolf. Here, he also organizes the death of all his previous foster parents, recruiting Junker's crew to help with those killings. He's erasing his history. He also begins to make long-term plans to take over the empire of one of the strongest economic players in Germany, Hans Schuwald. His long-term plan has always been to gain legitimate financial power, and this is his avenue to do so. To begin with, he starts killing off those closest to Schuwald, and this included a time of living with Schuwald's former lover, Margot Langer, before he kills her as well. After the mid-couple murders start coming to light, Johan decides he needs to kill off Junker's crew to stop them connecting things back to him. He takes care of Fritz and Boris, but Junkers gets away. Johan ends up chasing down Junkers to his hospital room, kills a guard, and then chasing him further to the under-construction building. And here he meets a face he hasn't seen in a long time, Dr. Tenma, who's come in pursuit of his patient. Here, the monster enjoys this conversation, enjoys executing Junkers in front of Tenma and starting Tenma on this big revenge quest. Much like the monster messages, Johan is partly wanting to be stopped, but this is also partly a taunt. From a more tactical point of view, Johan has created himself a fall guy in Dr. Tenma. Chase me, follow my crimes, be at all the crime scenes, let my legacy be yours kind of deal. And then he calmly walks away, knowing Paragon Tenma won't be able to stop him. And then we finally come to Johan's 20th birthday, the time he's set to go and reunite with Nina. He finds her at Heidelberg University and watches her, gaining her email address and sending her the message, "I was born to smother you in flowers." This makes a lot more sense if we follow the TFE, and that Bonaparta had more than just the Nameless Monster book there. He also put Big Eyes, Big Mouth in the Three Frogs. In that book, the devil, the monster, makes a deal with Big Mouth to make his garden full of flowers, much to Big Eyes' joy. Johan, having read that book and believing himself the monster, interprets his role as smothering Nina with flowers, making her the happier Big Mouth, not Big Eyes. From his time in the underground bank, Johan knows about 2 local cops who sell confiscated drugs back to the gangs. Using this information, he blackmails those 2 cops, Messner and Mueller, to go and kill the Fortners. Johan sends an email to get Nina to meet him at Heidelberg Castle so he can remind her of their past. He pays someone to pose as a gardener to keep Nina there at the castle. He doesn't want her returning home to find her parents dead before he can talk to her. Surely, once he's reminded her of everything that's happened, she'll be happy to leave those people behind. She might even be happy that they're dead. Then they can go and live together as the Lieberts again, this time safe under Johan's protection. Before he gets there, however, Tenma arrives and takes her away. So Johan arrives to see the gardener tied up and kills him, removing another loose end, another crime to be laid on Tenma instead. He even hides the tie to further implicate Tenma. Afterwards, he learns what's happened, that Nina went back and witnessed her parents dead. This was what Johan was trying to avoid. Without the context of their shared history, she must hate him. Johan flashes back to what happened at the previous Lieberts and how Nina responded to him in the hospital. There's no coming back from this now. She'll hate me. This was my shot to bring her back, and I blew it. Well, what's left for him? What's left for him is what the monster wants him to do. So with the more admirable goals of Johan crushed, the monster's goals are the only ones left. Johan starts manipulating people to kill off all his remaining foster parents. Jürgens kills Kempf, Sunflower kills the Springers. Johan leaves a message with Sunflower as that's the most recent murder to occur. If a Dr. Tenma finds you, tell him his fate has already been decided, egging Tenma on further. Johan is committed to letting Tenma take the fall for him. Johan goes back to the Lieberts and works on the Schuwald plan some more. Johan already knows Schuwald had a son via Margot Langer, something he learned during the brief time he spent living with her. So he sets up another student, Edmund Farron, to be this estranged son. Likewise, he's still working on General Wolf, although that plan is nearly complete. Wolf will be meeting with another head of this organization he's a part of, so Johan heads over to kill that person. As he does so, he learns about what the organization is up to, how they've kidnapped Nina and want to install him as some supreme chancellor. Johan finds this person Wolf came to meet, this Professor Gedrick. He kills him, kills his men, and leaves Nina the opportunity to leave peacefully. He doesn't think that he should face her anymore. He also leaves a message for General Wolf, who he knows will come soon. to see the message on the water tower, to remind him who did this. Reminder that Wolf named Johan based off the Nameless Monster. This is a pointed taunt and it's pointed at Wolf. Johan goes back to Munich and continues with the Schuwald plan, getting hired on as one of his readers. Now he has his foot in the door. He also heads out with Edmund Farron to investigate Red Sophie and why Schuwald keeps visiting her. Johan at this time is solely focused on the Schuwald plan. Nina was rescued, she'd do better without him. The monster side of Johan is at the wheel. He calls in Roberto and gets him set up with Red Sophie to learn any extra information she may have been hiding at this time. Then Karl and Lottie hit the scene, and Johan learns that Karl is Schuwald's real son. He pushes Edmund Farron into killing himself, and now Johan can get close to Schuwald's real son instead. He gets close to Karl, connecting with him over his mother, and then leverages that friendship to eventually get father and son reunited, cementing himself as someone trustworthy at Schuwald's side. Johan ends up taking over certain aspects of Schuwald's business, which go exceptionally well, Johan putting his skills from the underground bank into practice once again. During this time, Johan kills Richard Brown for getting too close to the truth. The monster is in perfect form, manipulating and breaking down Richard's rickety sense of hope. He sends out Roberto to take care of Reichwin as well, but this gets stopped by Tenma. Good. Tenma is here to take the fall for what comes next. It's also during this time that Johan teaches the neighborhood kids the rooftop game, to teach a reflection of the worldview he received after being shot by his sister. I don't think to Johan he sees this as anything bad. Death is just as natural as life. Children dying is no big deal to him. With the monster in the pilot seat now, dying was just about the best thing that could have happened to him. Almost dying helped the monster to gain more control over Johan. But now it's time to advance the Schuwald plan. Tenma is here now. Schuwald is planning a book donation, which would be the perfect place for Tenma to assassinate Johan. Johan gets Roberto primed to take Tenma's gun on that day and kill Schuwald instead. Yet another crime laid at Tenma's feet. But we come to the moment we've all been waiting for. Johan, while scoping out the library, encounters the Nameless Monster book by pure chance, and suddenly, the identity changes. This is the moment where Johan gets all his memories back. Encountering the book that he built his young identity around rips open all those memories and has them flooding back. That it was Nina who went to the Red Rose Mansion, Bonaparta and what he did to Johan's family, his mother's choice. The monster and his childhood come into alignment, an integration of the monster inside him and the identity Johan built for himself. He finally has full understanding of who he is, or rather that the person he thought he was false. There was a deeper darkness that he locked away that he now remembers. Johan throws aside all his plans of becoming financially powerful, of being the last one standing at the end of the world, whatever darker, even further reaching plans that he was hatching in the back of his mind. Now, all that malice and planning is taking a more personal turn. It's all directed into understanding his past, understanding himself, and following that trail. After he's released from the hospital, he gets a message from Red Sophie, basically extorting him, so he kills her. And then it's time for the book donation ceremony. Johan manipulates a librarian into dousing the area in gasoline so the whole thing can be set ablaze. As Schuwald gives his speech, Johan gives the signal. The library bursts into flames. In the chaos that follows, Johan takes his moment with Schuwald. He gives Schuwald the message that he's got his memories back, instilling a deep and great fear of him into Schuwald. Now anyone who comes following after him and finds Schuwald will get this message. I understand my past. Do not pursue. Slightly surprisingly, Tenma overcame Roberto and runs down to confront him. If Tenma is down here, then he must have killed Roberto. And if he killed Roberto, he'll kill me too. Johan raises his finger to his head. He's on the precipice of death once again. And just like in the rooftop game, he walks forward. If he survives, he continues to be chosen by fate. And it works. Tenma doesn't shoot him. Nina even runs in and tells Tenma not to shoot. So Johan keeps walking, only giving himself a brief turn to see Nina again. She's pointing a gun at him. He turns back and leaves, only to hear the sound of Nina shooting at him as he goes. Looks like she really does want to kill him. It's time to get out of Munich. Next stop is tracing the clues of his history. He needs to go to Prague, the place where the monster had him right at the beginning. At this point, Johan knows it was Nina that was taken to the mansion. If the monster is still lurking about, it'll be looking for Nina more than him. So Johan dresses up as his sister and takes on the earliest name he remembers her by, Anna. While he's here, Johan also looks into one of the few remaining Kinderheim staff, Reinhard Biermann. Johan kills Biermann, but later learns that Biermann kept materials from Kinderheim. Materials including a tape with a recording of him on it as a child. Something which secret police are currently looking for. Best way to learn about the secret police is to start with the regular police. Johan seduces rookie detective Jan Suk and gets some information out of him, also dropping Suk a few clues for him to follow on his own, the Three Frogs and Grimmer. Now if Suk finds anything, he'll tell Johan, a trusted confidant. Johan ends up taking out a few key secret police as well, including Patera and, indirectly, Zeman. While in Prague, he also has a little unexpected therapy session with Milos, where Johan lays out how he's feeling right now. Who wanted you? There's more death than life in the world. What is your reason for living? Clearly talking about himself and coming to terms with some things. Yes, this is showing how little Johan cares for the lives of others as well, willing to break a young child the way that he was broken. It's also him coming to terms with the memory of what his mother did to him in his own twisted way. Through the Suk connection, Johan eventually gets his hands on the Kinderheim tape, recording over his past self with a message for the incoming Tenma. I know where I must go. I finally figured it out, Dr. Tenma. The tape having a pretty clear moment of Johan describing the Red Rose Mansion, Johan's next destination, where he must go. But also, why is Johan still egging on Tenma? Well, now the script has changed. Instead of leaving Tenma out to dry for all his crimes, Johan is essentially committing death by doctor, ploying Tenma along until Johan has achieved all he needs to and can be killed. The Red Rose Mansion is not his only destination. Johan also comes to the realization he should die, a final destination. His last lifeline, so to speak, was Nina, but she openly shot at him in the library. He has nothing left now besides tracking down the original monster and killing him. When Tenma eventually kills him, Johan will be lost to history, his past erased, only to be forgotten by the world. In the middle of this, Tenma gets himself arrested, so Johan has to detour back to Dusseldorf. He gets Roberto set up as Tenma's lawyer to make sure Tenma gets out, one way or another. It's through this time in Dusseldorf that he becomes aware that the organization is still looking for him. The organization apparently including his old buddy Christoph. After hearing about Tenma's jailbreak, Johan leaves a note for him at Verdemann's. Save me, Kenzo! He's egging Tenma on further, knowing full well Eva is safe with Čapek and Christoph. While at Verdemann's, he also looks for any information he can find on Franz Bonaparta, including the location of the Red Rose Mansion. Johan heads back to Prague and burns down said mansion. I understand everything now, where we've been, where we're going. There's two people left that Johan needs to take care of, Peter Čapek and Franz Bonaparta. Neither of these men will be granted a quick death. Both will lose everything they have left before Johan lets them die. Thankfully, Johan already knows where one of these men are. Johan heads back to Germany once again and reconnects with Christoph and Čapek. Here, Johan has to cover up a few of Christoph's mistakes as he starts to break apart the organization. He's already killed Gedrick and Wolf, Christoph is secretly already on his side. Besides Čapek himself, the baby is the last influential person in the group. So Johan gets Christoph to kill the baby. This all drives Čapek crazy, realizing Johan was in control the whole time. Johan goes to Čapek and gets a clue to the location of Bonaparta out of him. He leaves Čapek behind to be killed by Nina, who was being brought in. Since Nina wanted to kill Johan, surely she would kill Čapek too. They're both monsters. But Nina doesn't, and she heads with Čapek to where Johan summoned her. Johan is ready to say his final goodbye to Nina before he goes and kills Bonaparta. Finally, he can speak with his sister. But she shows up with an alive Čapek. So Nina must not kill monsters, she just wants to kill him. She must perceive him as something worse than the monsters they're running from all those years ago. Johan, to an extent, is still doing these things for Nina.
It's through the destruction of these monsters from their past that they'll be safe. And now Johan confirms that he too is one of the monsters in Nina's past. And assumedly, from her perspective, he must be the most monstrous one of all. As they talk, Nina shares that she knows that it was her that went to the Red Rose Mansion back at the start. Finally, she must understand him then, understand why he did all the things he did. She'll fathom the monster inside her as well, and it will explain everything to her. But that's not what happens. Upon finally confronting that truth, she puts the gun to her own head. To Johan, she's basically saying to him, "This is what you should have done. You should be dead. If I was in your shoes, brother, this is how I would respond." Hearing Tenma on the way, Johan leaves, knowing Tenma will pull his sister back from the edge. It's after this conversation with Nina that Johan says he awakens from a dream, now seeing the real ending. Nina affirmed his plans. Johan feels he needs to die. The only thing left he can do for his sister is die, hoping all the monsters of their past go with him. So he begins cleaning up all the killers he's manipulated, finding some time to track down Bonaparta off the clues Čapek gave him. He calls in Roberto and heads for Ruhenheim to bring it all to an end. Johan knows Tenma won't be far behind, but sends another email to Nina. "Come, witness the end of it. See me and Bonaparta dead, so you can move on with your life." Notice that he sends the email after the town starts flooding, knowing Nina will get to Ruhenheim too late to be caught up in any carnage. Johan watches the bloodbath start to unfold in Ruhenheim, spending some of that time in the house on the hill with all of Bonaparta's sketches in it. Here, Johan weeps for what could have been, the happy life for him and Nina that never and can never happen. One final push towards the ending he's stepping towards. Once Tenma and Bonaparta are together and alone, Johan comes out to meet them. Roberto takes care of Bonaparta, so now it's just what Johan has been building towards: death by doctor. By this point, surely Tenma knows him well enough. Pass judgment, execute me. Then Nina rolls up and says what he's been wanting to hear for so long. He's forgiven, she understands, she finally understands why he's done all these things. But it's too late now. He can't even turn to look at her, he's done too much. Let him die and be done with this whole thing. Johan grabs nearby Wim to push Tenma to shoot him, but unexpectedly...
Stop! You get away from my son!
And that is the best cohesive understanding of Johan I can give you. I'm on team metaphorical ending where Johan stays in a coma, so Ruhenheim is the last of his actions. That little bit with the mother, definitely Tenma's fever dream. So yeah, that's as best as I can put together Johan, one to take into account all the ideas attributed to him through the series. Is there a lot of hoop jumping to make the motivations work? Yeah. Has it got some holes? Yeah. Would Johan's character be a lot stronger and clearer if we just removed a handful of moments? Oh, you betcha, looking at you, Frau Kempf letters. But as written, this is the best way I can piece him together cohesively.
Your path and mine are almost exactly the same, right, Dr. Tenma?
Let's finally talk about some side characters. Now, the whole reason we split them off to talk about here is because side characters are one of Urasawa's big writing strengths, quickly creating likable people with a self-contained little story that, while satisfying enough on its own, also builds into the larger ideas of the story and the lead's journeys. I know a lot of the praise of Monster goes to Johan, but damn, these side characters pull weight, so let's hit the ones we've put aside. Mora. This is the journalist Tenma meets right at the start. He's dismissive at first of this 10-year-old killer, but after talking to Tenma for a bit, he gets sucked into the story. He ends up bonding with Tenma while they're poring over records to try and find the Fortners. Mora is a big setup for Richard Brown later on. His wife and daughter left him for working too much. Sounds kind of familiar. He lays out some comments about how he would respond to someone who would do such heinous crimes. Kill them without a moment's hesitation. Also, kind of familiar. Despite having a lot of passion behind his career, Mora does want to get his wife back. As he opens up to Tenma, he starts coming around to the idea of going to reunite with his family. The last time we see him, he's fully on board, agreeing to give up smoking once Tenma gets back from Heidelberg Castle safely. But of course, that never happens, and he's killed by Detective Mueller alongside the Fortners, before he can reconnect with his family. Also, sounds kind of familiar. At a basic level, we can say Mora is a big emotional setup.
We quickly get attached to this guy who just wants to go and reconnect with his family, only to have him killed off. Emotional stakes and emotional payoff. It's reinforcing how monstrous Johan is by giving us our first batch of truly likable characters being killed off. So far, it was just the hospital upper staff who we're not supposed to like, and Junkers who, helped kill all those families in the mid-couple murders. So now we're getting a real emotional hook to despise Johan on a personal level. These are the ways Mora builds Monster's story. But each of our side characters are also instrumental in understanding our lead characters, providing comparisons and challenges for them to grow through. This will typically be for Tenma, though side characters like Rosso and Lipsky, for example, are for Nina. If you wonder why Tenma is so hesitant to bring other people into his chase, why he keeps trying to leave Dita or Eva behind, it comes back to this. Mora is the first person he brings into his chase, and he dies within 2 days. Tenma learns firsthand how dangerous this chase is going to be. If he had decided to stay with the Fortners and Mora went to the castle, Tenma would have died then and there. But that didn't happen, and Tenma has another body added to his conscience. Mora had no connection to this. Tenma brought him in, and he died for it. From here on, Tenma stays pretty adamant about keeping people out of the chase, and Mora is why. Hugo Bernhardt, the man who teaches Tenma how to shoot, an ex-French Foreign Legion and mercenary fighter, did a stint in Afghanistan in a secret campaign and action in Myanmar, now runs a rigorous training program. He lives alongside a young girl, the daughter of a woman he killed in Myanmar. As he tells the story, the mother pointed a gun at him, so he shot first. Then he decided to take the innocent child back with him. That's what happens when you pack a gun. Pretty obvious message here. Guns have consequences. If you're going to kill someone, you need to be prepared for those consequences. Don't carry a gun if you can't hack it. This is the message that Tenma gets, Hugo really emphasizing the weight of the gun Tenma carries. Now the vignette could end there, but the story keeps going. The girl hasn't smiled since the death of her mother. Yeah, you could expand this way out to parallel Johan and include the whole fallen bird mother message, but that might be taking it a bit too far. Anyway, Tenma treats the pair to food, and Hugo can't use chopsticks to save his life. After Tenma leaves, they have some more chopstick food, and the girl laughs at Hugo. The message to the story being that perhaps the things we thought couldn't be fixed, well, perhaps they can after all, a definite point towards the redemption of Johan argument. What should be pointed out though is that is a story message. It's something we the reader get to have, putting that idea into the back of our minds. Tenma is already gone and assumedly never learns that Hugo and the girl bonded, so character and reader move on with separate messages. Tenma learning the severity of guns, us having a little more hope at the end of the tale. Dr. Schumann. This is the doctor of the villages Tenma passes through after saving Dita. Schumann comes across as a real nice guy. He doesn't charge patients who can't pay, he's doing his best despite not being knowledgeable of certain areas, he looks like he genuinely cares. He's set up as a pretty clear parallel to Tenma while he was a doctor. Beloved by his patients, genuinely cares. Even their stories are similar. Schumann went on to advance his position at the hospital, even marrying the director's daughter, only he did it all for prestige. One day his wife got sick, but by the time Dr. Schumann noticed it, it had already progressed too far. The last thing she said was, "Finally, you noticed me." Because of that, Schumann says he's not fit to love anyone. Now his story goes on, and there's this cute wee romance between him and Petra, and they end up getting married. This time, him noticing his spouse's illness before it's too late, learning from his past mistakes with the help of Dr. Tenma cutting through both characters' stubbornness. The message of this story is about doctors and their role. Dr. Tenma is defined by his role as a doctor. Many people refer to him as Doctor. After he thinks he's killed Roberto, he asks people not to call him Doctor. It's something woven into Tenma's identity. This story shows a doctor similar to Tenma and gives Tenma an in-world out, a chance to leave the Johan hunt like Nina requested of him, to go back to his primary duty of taking care of others. We leave this story seeing that Tenma puts killing Johan above this chance. He's not looking for a way out, he's looking for a way forward. Forest. When Tenma is looking for places to kill Johan in Munich, he meets a man in the woods. Forrest once worked for the Nazi criminal police and was charged with hunting down a criminal through these very woods. However, when Forrest finally had him cornered, he didn't find a criminal. just a foreigner, unwelcome in the current regime. Despite having done no wrong, Forrest followed orders and killed the foreigner. He remembers when he used to play in the forests as a kid and the birds would come and land on his shoulder. After he shot that person fleeing for their life, the birds haven't been near him since. So now Forrest walks the woods and apologizes, something he's been doing for 60 years since that day. Forrest's story is pretty clearly set up to dissuade Tenma from killing Johan. There are consequences to taking a human life, even ones you might not expect, like the very nature around you rejecting you. Some of those consequences will be very personal. For Forrest, that resulted in him needing to apologize to nature for 60 years. Most of his life was spent in regret and absolution of his past actions. This builds on a similar message to Hugo. A gun should be a heavy thing, the taking of a life incredibly costly. But where Hugo's was much more neutral, that kill if you must, but be prepared for the consequences. Whereas Forrest is quite clearly anti-kill, matching where they're placed in the story. Hugo is well before Tenma gets anywhere close to Johan. Forrest is when Tenma has Johan literally in his scope. Doctine, another character from the Munich Arc. Doctine is the teenager doing what she can medically for the immigrants in the area. After her parents were killed by neo-Nazis, she ran away from her foster family, picked up her old father's medical books, and became an underground surgeon for illegal immigrants. Despite being officially untrained, she still works herself to the point of exhaustion because for a lot of people, she's all they've got. This is another character meant to parallel Tenma as a doctor and remind him of why he does it. After saving Johan the first time, Tenma has this big epiphany about why he's a doctor, how he can help people and literally save lives. This is a passion for him, an identity, it's not just a career. This also comes right before he shoots Roberto and essentially casts off this title for himself. One of the last times the manga shows us Dr. Tenma in his element as a doctor. Doctine's story also ties back into the ideas of racial injustice from the last arc, tying directly in with the neo-Nazis we saw in Frankfurt, keeping those ideas running in the back of our minds when eventually they will resurface again in the Čapek Arc. Speaking of the Čapek Arc, our last character on the list is Milan, also probably one of the most important characters on the list. Milan, a childhood friend of Peter Čapek, invited Čapek into Germany when he was fleeing Czechoslovakia. When Čapek arrived, he set up his reading circle, which killed a number of kids in the Turkish quarter, including Milan's son. We see that incredibly creepy moment of children dying, and all the son wanted was to go back to that reading circle. Milan is a pretty clear parallel to Tenma's revenge quest. Milan wants Čapek like Tenma wants Johan. Milan brought Čapek in and feels responsible in part for all of those kids' deaths. Likewise, Tenma feels responsible for everything Johan has gone on to do. While Tenma tries to talk Milan down at first, Milan points out that their quests are essentially the same, and Tenma can't refute him. He lets Milan go on his revenge, which ultimately fails. Milan's life lost for nothing. The story adds in your classic cycle of revenge story with the kids Milan stays with, but the real message is for Tenma. He talks a big game about how Milan should settle down and take care of who's left, but shuts up real quick when it's pointed out that he's doing the same thing. He had his chance back with Schumann to settle down with what's left, but he pursued killing Johan instead. And now Tenma gets to see the results of someone in the same situation as him. They got nothing. They died, mission unfulfilled, and made their families' lives worse. No participation trophy, no respect for the intention, and Tenma is left wondering if this is ultimately the same fate that he will have too. You can see how Urasawa uses his side characters so well. They each add a little something to the story, another way of looking at things, a different perspective to challenge a character, a reminder of the person they used to be.
I thank you.
Alright, so there ended up being a few segues through the story that ended up being too tangential. So here are the other things kind of worth talking about in the manga, but not really enough to merit being in the main section without being overly distracting. Nina ominously walks around the hospital saying "kill" at the start. Obviously, here to amp up how creepy the whole situation is and how sinister things are. Later on, we can clearly see this as part of the trauma affecting her, but mainly it's here to build tone. There's a lot of moments like this through the manga. Take a look at the Thursday Boy prophecy in the Munich University, or the many times Nina starts freaking out about her memories while in Prague. nice additions to the story that add some beautiful tone. Sometimes this tips its hand a bit too much, like the aforementioned Thursday Boy prophecy and a doomsday that he'll bring. Similar to the biblical passage at the start, pushing the tone a bit too hard, which might lead people to some incorrect conclusions. Though most of the time, the tone additions are more personal things, like people feeling real malice in a Bonaparta book, or a character catching a glimpse of Johan and freaking out. Just really nice additions all around. When Nina goes to find the baby, she dresses up like a prostitute to try and get his attention. The baby we see with a number of women he pays to be in his company, eventually helping his downfall. Anyways, Nina gets in a hot red dress to get his attention, and we can finally comment on fan service in the manga. There isn't any overt fan service in the manga. I mean, manga fan service, you know the stuff I'm talking about. Urasawa doesn't use fan service because, he can actually write a compelling story without having to horny bait readers. Yes, there are characters in some of his other stories who are meant to be overtly attractive and have their alluring moments, but it's for a narrative purpose, not just to draw them in exploitative positions. I mean, Monster even has some scenes with nudity, I think isolated only to the red light district scenes. But they're not there for titillation. They're there to paint a literal picture of the location, and the manga treats you as mature enough to see it. In fact, the whole time with Milos, it's drawn to be uncomfortable. Contrast that to, say, the baby's time with his assassin, which is showing why the baby got honey-trapped. Or we can contrast again to when Carl and Lottie find Red Sophie and she's much different to the prostitute they were expecting. These moments have genuine purpose in the story. I do wonder though how much nudity plays into how people received the manga. The whole nudity equals mature smart series idea. This series is mature enough to show a naked lady, so this manga is therefore mature and therefore is good. Then again, it might just be a nice contrast from a lot of other manga out there, which are pretty obviously exploitative of their token busty characters. But going into the whole Jugs lore discussion is a bit too much for Monster. Suffice to say, Monster treats its scant nudity with purpose, much to its credit. A character that didn't make the side character special, Nina's old boss, Rosso. He's an ex-hitman who gave up the assassin lifestyle after he saw his target drinking coffee with 5 sugars, just like he drinks. That small connection made his target real, a tangible human being, and Rosso couldn't kill him. This character is obviously meant to show what it takes to kill someone. As Rosso puts it so elegantly at the end of the chapter, killing people is easy. You just need to forget the taste of sugar. Excellent line, worth talking about for that alone. If this is the path that Nina wants to take, there's going to be a personal cost. And that cost might be the things you love or hold dear or even define you. Much like how a number of the side characters push Tenma away from killing, Rosso does the same for Nina. But let's not overlook that Rosso is all about how he found his target a human and couldn't kill him. That connection over the sugary coffee made the target real. And this is ultimately what happens with Tenma's journey as well. He finds Johan real, a human being, and even at the end of the series, still can't shoot him. Detective Mueller is the one who kills the Fortners. His partner Messner falls to drug addiction afterwards and joins up with the baby. Meanwhile, Mueller is instructed by the crime syndicate to go to a coffee shop every day. Again, not confirmed that the syndicate is the organization, but most likely. It was through this monotony of going to the coffee shop every day that Mueller met and eventually talked to his current wife. Now, that's just a really weird scenario. Why would the syndicate make Mueller just go to a coffee shop every day? What's the point? Well, I think the point was exactly what happened, to eventually get Mueller deeply in love with this woman. We can look to another monster where it says Bonaparta found upon a research method to make 2 people fall in love. I wonder if this coffee shop scenario was constructed to get Mueller personal attachments that the syndicate could threaten if he ever wanted to blab. There's a good chance Čapek learned that skill from Bonaparta. Then again, the syndicate set Mueller up with Roberto, so maybe not. They wouldn't really need to threaten him if they had a gun named Roberto quietly pointed at him. Then again, the syndicate idea is never really developed. It just seems like a smokescreen for Johan, especially considering that Roberto is there. So maybe they really did set him up to fall in love, so then he had people to threaten, and then Johan just sent Roberto along in case Nina showed. Lottie's crush on Carl. This is some nice character stuff. It gets you a bit more invested in the characters, seeing more of their personality, especially that moment when Carl pays one of his friends to go and dance with Lottie. I love these small additions in the manga. Yeah, they're not hugely plot significant, but it breathes so much life into these characters. They're real people, and we understand them better through moments like this. As far as Another Monster shows us, these two don't have some soppy, happy ending. Oh, I never knew you felt this way. Nah, they just stay friends and go their separate ways. Lottie wanted something more, Carl was too caught up in reconnecting with his dad. And yeah, in all fairness, that takes a lot of focus. So they both move on, and that's life. Carl's mum, Margot Langer or Helenka Novakova. I left out this little subplot because 1, not hugely important, and 2, it never quite made sense to me. I can pull some thematic significance out of it, and I will in just a second, but I don't think it's intended by the manga. So, Carl's mother, Margot Langer, she was a prostitute who also had some big feelings for Hans Schuwald. They had some kind of relationship, implied that he purchased her services, but not confirmed either way. She got pregnant off him and had Carl. Then she ended up leaving Schuwald for some reason. Clearly, Schuwald had some big feelings for her too and wanted her to stay. But Margot left, for some reason. We don't know what Margot and Carl got up to during those years, but when Carl's young, maybe 8 to 10ish, she sends him off to go into foster care, while she continues to prostitute. Yeah, who cares about raising your own son, remaining a parent, and connecting him with a wealthy dad who loves both you and him? Margot says, screw that. She wants to keep living the high-class call girl life. So she does. Years later, she ends up with a roommate who eventually kills her, a roommate heavily implied to be Johan. Even at that time, she's still thinking of the son she, abandoned. So through the Munich Arc, Carl loves his mother, thinks back on her real fondly. Why? She literally abandoned you because she loved the escort life more than you. She was a super high-class call girl. She was making bank. She had powerful friends. The guy who got her pregnant wanted her to stay, but she dropped him and dropped Carl, and for some reason Carl's always like, yeah, my mum was great. She taught me not to hate my father. Hate his father? Of course not. It's all Margot's fault. What the actual heck? If we want to get crazy, and of course we do, we could say that this is supposed to set up how we perceive mothers in the story. How one character's interpretation may be entirely different to the facts shown. Something we can ultimately apply to Johan's mother and how we interpret her. So we take an entry-level look at Carl's mother through Carl's eyes, and we say, okay, yeah, she was a great woman. Likewise, we take an entry-level look at Johan's mother through Johan's eyes, and we say, yeah, total monster, horrible mother. But if we actually look at the stories presented, the truth seems like just the opposite. Margot ditched her son and bailed on his father for her own self-interest. She isn't what's shown in Carl's rose-tinted memories. Viera was manipulated and crushed by Bonaparta. She isn't the horrible monster shown in Johan's memories. The loose idea of a main character. While Tenma is officially our lead character, I was surprised by how much of the manga is not following him. Yes, we have our other key characters in Lunga, Johan and Nina, but then we've got even more perspectives when other characters take the spotlight. Suk and Grimmer during the Prague Arc, Carl, Lottie, Richard and Reichwin in Munich, Otto and Gillen in Frankfurt, Verdeman in the Escape Arc, Martin and Eva's whole side plot with Čapek, or even Mueller's whole side plot. Tenma, for the lead character, gets sidelined shockingly often. I don't think that's to the series' detriment at all. These are all interesting characters in their own right. Learning Verdeman's backstory and then learning how his father really was a spy, or Suk the rookie cop getting put in way over his head, trying to do what's right while getting played by Johan and secret police, or watching Grimmer's panic when he thinks Bierman is restarting the experiment that ruined his life. These are the parts that really elevate Monster above other stories. It's not just a compelling mystery to figure out Johan, it's that there are so many different characters taking the spotlight, each with an interesting story with twists to find and developments to get to. A series of compelling mini-stories and character journeys that build and flesh out the world of the main plot, all building into this overarching narrative ideas that Monster has. We could even go another layer deep and look at the side characters and how they build things as well. This is such a part of the series' success to me, how quickly Urasawa can get you interested in a character and that they are actually important in both plot and theme. The other thing people get wrong about Johan's past. There was a reading seminar at the Red Rose Mansion. Bonaparta took kids in and taught them his picture books, and this is actually where the other monster came from. Nowhere in Monster or Another Monster does it suggest that Johan went to this reading circle. I've seen a few too many comments which pin the reading sessions as part of what made Johan into what he is. No, that's just wrong, he never went. What they're missing is the whole idea of the Red Rose Mansion massacre. This is what created the monster. We can see that clearly with Nina. It's this moment that triggered the birth of the monster in these kids' lives. Johan and Nina came from the same background. Johan didn't get any extra special treatment until Kinderheim 511. So it leaves us with the question of why did Johan become the monster and not Nina? If you think Johan just had some higher training and that's why, then I think you're missing a much larger idea in Monster, Johan's relationship with Nina. Did he intentionally take on the mansion memories to try and take the monster from his sister? Was it all coincidental, and when Johan learns the truth, he's crushed that the monster he's been living as is his own creation? There's a lot more to think about here than just writing it off as Johan went to the reading circle. The reuniting the children conspiracy. This is mostly another monster idea, but it came up a few times, so you might be wondering what it is. So another monster references a couple of times that Johan may have been tracking down the registers of children who went through both Kinderheim and the Red Rose Mansion reading seminars. For Kinderheim, it's suggested to be on the tape and report that Suk and Grimmer tracked down. It's not just his own voice that Johan records over, but also the details of these other children. For the Red Rose Mansion, it's suggested that there was a record maintained inside the mansion, that when Johan was older, he didn't go there just to burn it down. He went there to find the register and then burn it down. The original idea comes from the Prague Arc, where Zeman is tracking down the Johan tape. Zeman talks about how whoever hired him, and we assume the organization, they plan to use Johan to unite the products of Kinderheim 511, that only Johan is powerful enough to bring all its graduates together and bend them to his will. Turn them back into Kinderheim's original goal. Turn them into communist leaders ready to revive the Eastern world and break the corrupt West. Only these supposed supermen could possibly be up to the task. Another monster takes this idea and suggests that Johan may have been doing this on his own, that for whatever reason he also wanted to reunite the children. But not stop at just the Kinderheim kids, he wanted the ones from the Red Rose Mansion reading seminars as well. I call it a conspiracy because of all the far-flung ideas in Monster, this is one of the more unlikely ones to me. Besides that one line from Zeman in Monster, nothing suggests that Johan was doing this. The only other pretty fringe clue is that Johan decides to study children's law at Munich, perhaps suggesting he wanted to restart the experiment. I'd also say it's pretty damn unlikely that Bonaparta, after killing 46 people to hide the Red Rose experiments, just left a register of their work lying around. The man is much too meticulous for that. So as far as Monster goes, I don't think it's legit. But if you have read the sequel and you know how it ends, well... The final bit that's worth a discussion is, who is the monster of Monster? Is it even a person at all? Well, from my reading, it's Franz Bonaparta. I have a very strong conviction that Franz Bonaparta is the titular monster. The monster came for us today. Common interpretations will also give Johan as the monster obviously, or the mother based around how the final chapters pan out, or something more esoteric like nihilism or the darkness in humanity. As far as I can see, all these things in the story all tie back to one man, all the threads converge to one person, a dark mastermind who literally set everything in motion, Franz Bonaparta. The monster inside me wasn't inside me at all, it was outside. Franz Bonaparta is alive, isn't he? An ambitious and curious man looking to test the limits of what a person can become, how to crush someone's identity, how to redesign people into how he wants them. A monster who doesn't kill. He destroys people and reforms them into something else. He fills them with a darkness that can't be removed, just repressed. He unleashes copycats onto the world, either his own acolytes that he's trained, or his methodologies, or even his picture books, which remain in the monster world under his various pen names. Bonaparta is the monster of Monster. After he takes Nina and Vieira, he has his big change of heart, and then he does, let's be honest, the bare minimum for his captives. He sets them free. Then he goes back to his ancestral home to live out a peaceful life to a nice old age. Does he try to right his wrongs? Does he use his genius to make a positive change in the world? Does he attempt to make amends for the many people's lives that he ruined? No. He rests. No judgment, no justice, no public accountability for his many crimes, a decade and a half of peace before his mistakes finally catch up to him. Then, in just a day or two, he watches his new home fall to ruin and then he dies. The monster dies with alarmingly little fanfare, but the things he did, the monsters he made, so to speak, live on in the story. Nina still has a monster repressed inside her, Johan broken from Bonaparta's experiments, the many, many others that went through Kinderheim or the Red Rose Mansion reading seminars, the eugenics experiment mothers forced to forget their children, or even poor Vieira, broken and alone at the end of it all. Without Bonaparta, all of these people could have a happy, normal life. But simply, for this man's curiosity, he sacrificed them all. Franz Bonaparta is the monster of monster.
Hold on a second. Come on, think. Think hard, Richard.
So, Monster. This manga still slaps. I had a big concern about doing such a deep dive on a series that I love. This series has meant a lot to me for a long time. There was a genuine worry that going into it so deep would ruin it, that I'd find all the inconsistencies and maybe they would be too much and spoil the joy I find in reading this series. Thankfully, that is not the case. Monster is still a series that I love. I've even found a lot of new ideas after going through it again. The all for Nina argument, which is still fairly new and 100% not my original idea, by the way, that the DID discussion actually might have some plausibility, even entirely new concepts like Johan is Johan. Actually, I don't think I ever got round to that one. A lot of stuff ended up hitting the cutting room floor in this video. Remember when I complained about how Johan's name better not be Johan? Well, there's a case to be made that the twins got their names, Johan and Anna, while in Prague, and that's why Nina refers to Johan as Johan on the border, or that Johan calls Nina Anna on the Kinderheim tapes. So maybe Johan's actual name is Johan, and he got it from his mother right at the start. Then at the end, when Tenma comes back and affirms his name as Johan again, it just confirms that he is a monster, and so he goes and kills his mother. I mean, I don't like the theory, but it is fun to speculate. So, Monster certainly left me with a lot to chew on, even after going through it so many times. That being said, yes, I do notice all the inconsistencies a lot more now. I probably said it like 10 times through this video, but Munich Arc is the turning point of Monster for me. The plot gets so much better, the weak Johan ideas are thrown in the bin, Johan himself becomes a lot clearer and focused. He's actually moving towards a clear goal. But yeah, those early arcs are still a bit rough. Originally in the story script, I had a segue to talk about Volume 1, which is the first arc, and how, while it's not necessarily a weak opening, it's just got some bad missteps. Things like CandyGate, or the spiritual imagery which remains absent until right at the end, or just how nebulous Johan's foster parents' years are. There were a lot more complaints, but after going through the story enough, I found that enough of them weren't really there, or not necessarily egregious enough to be worth the segue. The main complaint I had was that Johan's key characteristics, his charisma, his manipulation, his deep connections to ideas of mothers and families and childhood trauma, and even the political background, it's all absent in Volume 1. A hint of it comes through in the Junker's execution, but even that feels somewhat at odds with how Johan will be seen later. It's even already contradicting itself narratively. Overall, Volume 1 provides a level of general intrigue without setting up the specifics that it really should. It definitely leaves it as the weakest arc of the story. But then Volume 2 starts, and it's bang bang, let's go! We start in a new locale, the mid-couple murders are still going on, Johan's manipulated this guy into murder and then suicide, leaving a message for Tenma about the monster inside him about to explode, and then it's straight into Kinderheim, and we finally start actually pulling the thread of who Johan is. It's fantastic! It's funny though, because as I gained appreciation for Volume 1, it seemingly came at the expense of Volume 2. Despite that strong start in the Frankfurt Arc, the manga's not quite ready to run yet, and it takes some rough stumbles. Things like Dr. Gillen having this really interesting introduction with Jurgens, only to introduce the Kempf letters, one of the biggest question marks in understanding Johan, and then Gillen's conclusions just being so wrong for absolutely no reason. But there's still absolute gold in these arcs too. Rosso and Nina's exchange. Killing someone is easy, you just need to forget the taste of sugar. The little vignette with Hugo and the little girl. Adult Johan's introduction. Lunga pushing too hard and getting kicked off all cases. Really natural ways of introducing and explaining the historical context needed for the story. And that's really what I found more and more while going through this series.
Some moments were a lot deeper and a lot more connected than I remembered. Other moments set up things that never paid out or just muddied the already murky understanding we have of Johan's past. I think enough of it is good, and the strengths are strong enough to still label this as a top-tier manga. The big strengths of Monster are the intrigue in uncovering Johan's past. It's a well-paced, slow burn getting closer and closer to the core issues of his life. We start with him killing his foster parents, to learning about Kinderheim, to then learning about the Red Rose Mansion, and then it's Bonaparta, which flows through into Čapek and Johan's mother, before coming around once again on Bonaparta and striking at the core of the issue. The strong and memorable cast of characters that each have their own engaging story. I've seen so many people say Grimmer is one of their favorite people in the manga, how heated I always find myself at Eva for just being the worst, but I can still sympathize with her after Martin dies. Even the side characters like Hugo or Milan or Schumann, all memorable sorts. The excellent integration of its setting, geographically, politically, and historically. So often, mangas just use their setting for flavor, but so much of the plot of Monster is tied into its places and its people. Why Čapek had to flee to Germany, why Kinderheim even existed, why secret police are so prevalent in the Prague Arc. The use of the Bonaparta storybooks. Not only are they interesting little stories on their own, they are so important to the characters in the story and for us in understanding those characters. These are some of the most memorable things in the manga, and for good reason. Stellar additions all around. And dare I even say it, the ending. The challenging and evocative response we have to that empty bed, forcing us to come to a final judgment ourselves on Johan. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Urasawa endings are divisive, but I think this one works. It's memorable, it's striking, and what it means is entirely up to how you read the preceding chapters. I promised myself I wouldn't go into his other stories here, but I do consider this one of the better endings for sure. Monster's two big weaknesses are an unfocused first third which really hurts the overall intrigue. Things like the Frankfurt plot, mostly ignoring Johan, or Gillen being wrong about everything, or setting up the whole apocalyptic devil ideas which clash with the more grounded tone of the rest of the series. And Johan as presented being very hard to reconcile. He is incredibly hard to understand, and I think just about everyone will have to discard some facet of his personality or something he does to reach a conclusion. This video almost never happened because I got stuck on the Johan section trying to make it cohesive. Even after diving deep into the series, I still think the best way to understand Johan is by throwing out most of the first half. The Kempf letters were a mistake. Change my mind. I had a couple more things to add there, but mainly they just come back to those two ideas. Johan is left too vague to gain a complete understanding of, and the bulk of that problem comes from the missteps in the early chapters. While some ambiguity is nice, it adds to the mystery and builds into that almost choose-your-own ending, there's too much on Johan that I know for a number of people has left them unsatisfied. I totally get it. There's a lot of hoop jumping to make Johan's timeline and the motivations work. The ideas are interesting, but I don't think Urasawa had his roadmap planned out. Playing it by ear really screwed him when you read closely. So then there's that big cleanup when we get to Munich, bringing the lofty idea of the monster back to the more personal pursuit of Johan's history, and him tracing it all the way back to Bonaparta. I actually love seeing people's takes on Johan. It's so interesting to see how people interpret him, what they focus on, what they overlook. For me, it's like that IQ meme when it comes to people saying that Johan is the real monster. Did they just read the manga at a surface level, or is there some real deep thoughts about the nature of humanity and how we respond to childhood traumas and the ideas of agency and justice? Where did I end on Johan? I can't believe I'm saying this, but I don't have a strong opinion, or rather, I'm relatively convinced by so many different arguments, I've got no strong conviction to any one side. So whatever conclusion you personally come to, you're probably right. I think there is certainly some culpability to be laid at Johan's feet, that regardless of if you believe he's internally repented and ready to live a good life or not, he should still face some public accountability. The level of that would be a judicial thing, but he should be facing consequences. You don't get to do the things Johan did and just walk away. It's the same thing with Bonaparta too. I have a strong aversion to how he ends up. I think he got off incredibly light for the crimes laid at his feet. He was a horrific monster for decades. He broke assumed hundreds of people, if not thousands, and countless more by disseminating his techniques. However, he figures out he did a bad and lives a quiet, peaceful life free of consequences for 16 years until he hits nearly 70. This man needed to be brought to justice, not to death. I find his death so incredibly frustrating for that fact, that the monster gets away with simply being killed with no accountability for his actions. Bonaparta is removed from history, his crimes truly erased, to the point that I still call him Bonaparta. His name is Klaus Pope. So yes, my personal response to the empty bed was one of frustration. I wanted to see Johan brought to some sort of justice. While we might say he's redeemed, and I'll get to that in a sec, he should still have some public accountability. He orchestrated the destruction of a small town, or what he did to the kids in Munich. These actions should have consequences. Okay, was Johan redeemed by the end of the manga? Does he overcome the monster inside him? Kind of. I think the monster in Johan is too intertwined into him by this point that it's probably going to be there for life. Nina got on top of it while she was young and will live the rest of her life with it well repressed. Repressed is about as good as it will get. Bonaparta put the monster too deep for it to be removed. Johan, on the other hand, it's still a part of him. Being endowed at the end with a new name is the chance for a fresh start for him, a chance to live a life where once again he sets out to kill a monster. Except this time it's not the external monster he's seeking, and it's not the idea that he is nothing but the monster. This time is for killing off the darkness inside him, a bettering of himself, a time to actually build up who he is himself, not what he was created to become. So yes, in a sense he is redeemed, but there is still a monster in Johan. It would be up to his own strength to see if it starts to consume him again. And that's, again, a very human thing, the ongoing journey of trying to self-improve, to overcome our darker desires and live the life we want. And I do think Johan is a strong enough character to do just that. The rub is, Johan is gone, the bed is empty, we don't know who sat in that bed anymore. It could be John, or Franz, or even Hubert. It's up to that person to defeat the monster left inside them. Let's take this opportunity to talk to some of the other monster review comments that we see quite a bit. The ending left me mad. Why would Tenma go through that whole journey just to save him again? Good, that's actually awesome you had that reaction. However, it seems like that's where they've let their thought process stop. Why did Tenma not shoot Johan? Well, now here at the end, we can see his journey, what he learned about Johan, the lessons the supporting cast gave him. And at the end of it, he didn't have enough conviction to immediately pull the trigger. You're welcome to disagree with it personally, but for the character Tenma, this makes a lot of sense. The best thing about Johan is how he explores Nietzschean nihilism. Ideas of nihilism are pretty obvious through the manga, but this is mainly based off Johan's speech with Milos and then the ending quote, that all lives are equal in death. I think certainly it's an idea in the manga, but often people take it as the pure explanation for Johan. He truly does value nothing. But that's just not the case. Why ignore Nina's whole journey and her final lines? There is clearly something there to work out. For a so-called monster, Johan really doesn't do anything too monstrous. Okay, no, I do actually get this one, and this is 100% a tone problem by the manga. The early chapters pretty clearly forecast the larger impact that Johan is supposed to leave. Again, it's Munich which brings in the manga to a more personal journey, but by that point you've probably already gained some strong expectations of how dark Johan will go. And then this ties into why people find the ending an anticlimax, because those expectations that, yes, I would say the manga itself helped build, aren't met. The series is too dragged out. Now, from what I can tell, this criticism is mainly a holdover from the anime watchers. As a manga, it's actually fairly well paced, and I say that as someone who wants a good 20 to 40% trimmed off nearly every manga I read. We're following the mystery of uncovering Johan's past, and each major clue takes up an arc. We have the introduction arc and the race to save Nina, then Frankfurt looking into Kinderheim and the organization that wants Johan too, then we get into Munich and we learn what Johan is planning before changing pace to dive deeper. Prague and the Three Frogs, the Escape Arc, and okay, I'll give you this one because as a bit slow overarching plot-wise. Then Čapek with the Red Rose Mansion, and finally Ruhenheim with taking down Bonaparta. It's not dragged out. Yes, it can be a bit of a slow burn, but such is the style. Tenma is a weak main character.
yeah, I actually kind of agree. He isn't capable of carrying all these chapters on his own, and that's why Urasawa gives us so many other characters to follow. I think this story would lose a lot of interest if it was Tenma that we followed the whole time. One of the best thrillers I have ever read. I couldn't disagree more. While there are certainly some thrilling moments in the manga, I think the genre of thriller hurts this manga more than it helps. Fast-paced, tension, and suspense building some of the core ideas of a thriller. Personally, I think Monster moves too slowly and without enough tension to properly fit this mold. We know Tenma isn't going to die. We know Nina isn't going to die. Honestly, describing Monster as a great thriller just seems off to me. Try something like Part 1 of My Home Hero and you'll get that fast-paced tension that Monster lacks. Focusing on the more mystery side of things is a much better explanation of Monster in my opinion. A compelling and complex story with zero plot holes despite its length. Yes, yes, and oh no, no. What manga did you read? To give benefit of the doubt here, this is probably just a hyperbolic way people who love the manga describe it. Either that or they just, really didn't engage with the manga enough. There's a bunch of plot holes, inconsistencies, ideas never called back to, and perhaps really getting into a series can blind you to that. But, let's not be afraid to call our favorite series imperfect. I want people to love this series as much as I do, but yes, it's got its problems and it's not going to be for everyone.
Mr. Bonaparta used to be in charge of book readings, which were held at the Red Rose Mansion.
So you may remember right from the start of the video, I said I went through some other books to try and get a better understanding of Monster. And then I went and never mentioned them once. Well, to tickle your literary cross-analysis bone, let's take a moment to do so now. The first one I went through was Goethe's Faust, a German play and major piece of art. This was from Eva's comment and the fact that the main character is Johann George Faust, and there's that Johann name again. Honestly, I didn't find too much to parallel between them. In Faust, the devil Mephistopheles tries to reignite Faust's love for life so he can claim his soul. However, this doesn't really work, so the devil ends up having to give Faust a love potion. Faust then falls in love with this girl, and that's where the trouble really starts. I find this not a strong comparison to make because there was certainly some agency in taking the devilish deal from Faust at the start, something never afforded our characters in Monster. And then Faust falls from being tricked into drinking a love potion that really messes him up. The agency was removed. Again, very different tale to the one being told in Monster. The dynamics are just so different. So when Eva says she brought together Faust and Mephistopheles when Johann meets Čapek, it doesn't really work. Johann and Faust are very different characters. Though Faust on its own is still an interesting read in its own right, if you are curious. Then we have Sartre's Nausea and Nietzsche's Thus Spake Zarathustra. These are two psychological-leaning books, can be pretty heavy. I'll be totally honest, Zarathustra is titled A Story for All and None. I fell in the none camp. Similar response to Nausea, these just aren't my kind of books. Really ponderous. Nausea certainly had some more plot than the almost biblical way Zarathustra is written, but overall, not my cup of tea. However, I'll still take a quote out of each of them. From Nausea. In order to tolerate your condition, the human condition, you, as everybody else, need much courage. Monsieur, the next instant may be the moment of your death. You know it, and you can smile. Isn't that admirable? In your most insignificant actions, there is an enormous amount of heroism. Out of Zarathustra, we see another "my reflection is a devil" idea, like the one from The Peaceful God. Why did I startle in my dream so that I awoke? Did not a child come to me carrying a mirror? O Zarathustra, said the child unto me, look at thyself in the mirror. But when I looked into the mirror I shrieked, and my heart throbbed, for not myself did I see therein, but a devil's grimace and derision. Verily, all too well do I understand the dream's portent and monition. My doctrine is in danger. Tears want to be called wheat. For Zarathustra, this meant people were twisting and misinterpreting his teachings, taking them with intentions he did not have. For Bonaparta, he has a similar but more personal reaction. A child came to him, Nina at the Red Rose Mansion, and held the mirror up to him. Bonaparta realized how twisted his own teachings are, and made the choice to bury them. His wheat were tears all along. There's more sort of conceptual stuff we can pull out of those books, but I think that's a bit much for a video like this. Instead, let's jump into what was my favorite of the books and probably the best one to parallel. Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. This is one of those big literature books, one of the real big boys of the writing world, incredibly influential. A lot of authors have read this and derive a number of ideas from it. Despite it being written in 1866, a number of people still consider it as one of the best looks into the mind of someone justifying murder. For our case, it even has some ties into Nietzschean ideas of the Übermensch, these so-called extraordinary men who live by their own rules, as is their right. In short, the book, and spoilers for a century-and-a-half-old book, the book follows Raskolnikov as he plans to kill this old woman, then how he bungles the murder and kills the old woman's sister as well to cover his tracks. Then the majority of the book is how he responds to taking a human life. I think there's a lot we can take out of this book to apply to Monster, particularly to apply to Johan. Let's start with the aforementioned Übermensch ideas. So Kinderheim's purpose was to raise children who would overcome despair, raise them up as future leaders of East Germany to prosper the country. In essence, they were trying to create the Übermensch, young men who would not kowtow to social trends but live by their own code, feeling justified to take extreme action without remorse. In CAP, Raskolnikov talks about his idea about these supermen. I only believe in my leading idea that men are, in general, divided by a law of nature into two categories. Inferior, that is, so to say, material, that serves only to reproduce its kind, and men who have the gift or the talent to utter a new word. The second category all transgress the law. They are destroyers, or disposed to destruction according to their capabilities. The crimes of these men are of course relative and varied. For the most part, they seek in very varied ways the destruction of the present for the sake of the better. But if such a one is forced for the sake of his idea to step over a corpse or wade through blood, he can, I maintain, find within himself, in his conscience, a sanction for wading through blood. That depends on the idea and its dimensions, note that. It's only in that sense I speak of their right to crime. There's no need for such anxiety, however. The masses will scarcely ever admit this right. They punish them or hang them, and in doing so fulfill quite justly their conservative vocation. But the same masses set these criminals on a pedestal in the next generation and worship them. The first category is always the man of the present, the second the man of the future. The first preserve the world and people it. The second move the world and lead it to its goal. Each class has an equal right to exist. That might have been a bit wordy. Raskolnikov is talking about how the second class of man have a role to usher in the future, that they can find within themselves the sanction or permission to wade through as much blood as they need to reach that goal. That while persecuted in this generation, the ones that follow will thank them for their dark deeds. This is what Kinderheim was setting up in their children. A sanction to wade through blood for the prosperity of East Germany. Whatever actions they need to take are justified because its graduates are this second class of man. And this is a good way for us to understand Johan. This is what Kinderheim taught him. He's this second class of man, someone who has the right to exist and the right to take lives, something which is only emboldened after being saved by Tenma the first time. It's only his contention, his love for his sister that stops him. And I now know, Sonia, that whoever is strong in mind and spirit will have power over them. Anyone who is greatly daring is right in their eyes. He who despises most things will be a lawgiver among them, and he who dares most of all will be most in the right. So it has been till now, and so it will always be. To contrast Monster, in CAP, Raskolnikov is haunted by his killings, and he learns that he is no such great man, no such person who could do these horrible things and feel blameless for them. Understand me. Perhaps I should never have committed a murder again. I wanted to find out something else. It was something else led me on. I wanted to find out then, and quickly, whether I was a louse like everybody else, or a man, whether I can step over barriers or not, whether I dare stoop to pick up or not, whether I am a trembling creature or whether I have the right to kill? Have the right to kill. Don't interrupt me, Sonia. I want to prove one thing only, that the devil led me on then, and he has shown me since that I had not the right to take that path, because I am just such a louse as all the rest. The question we ask ourselves in Monster is if Johan felt the same way by the end. There was a time, certainly, where he felt he was this greater man, but by the end, after learning his whole history, has he become like the rest of us? There are some hints to this towards the end, with how dejected Johan is, how willing he is to die, how Nina describes him, hearing that she knows it was her who went to the Red Rose Mansion. Or perhaps we could even say that it was the moment in the Munich library that Johan realized he was no great man. We can even pick up some quotes from another monster here as well. Lottie speaks on that Munich library moment. He remembered that he himself was not a monster. That was the instant he returned to being human. Dr. Reichwin as well. Monster? There is no such thing as monsters. Johan was a human being. After the fire in the Munich University Library, he spent his life trying to be human. That's what I think. But let's get back to CAP. If he has a conscience, he will suffer for his mistake. That will be his punishment, as well as the prison. But the real geniuses, those who have the right to murder, oughtn't they to suffer at all, even for the blood they've shed? Why the word ought? It's not a matter of permission or prohibition. He will suffer if he is sorry for his victim. Pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. The really great men must, I think, have great sadness on Earth. I think by the end, Johan came to terms with his mistakes. Some things just can't be taken back. He carried that great sadness of his crimes, only to mount on top of that how Nina responds to him right at the end. She doesn't judge him as he feels he deserves. She doesn't magically absolve him of all his crimes. She just accepts him and forgives what she can. Final time, back to CAP. They sat side by side, both mournful and dejected, as though they had been cast up by the tempest alone on some deserted shore. He looked at Sonia and felt how great was her love for him. And strange to say, he felt it suddenly burdensome and painful to be so loved. Yes, it was a strange and awful sensation. On his way to see Sonia, he had felt that all his hopes rested on her. He expected to be rid of at least part of his suffering. And now, when all her heart turned towards him, he suddenly felt that he was immeasurably unhappier than before. Crime and Punishment was a good read. I'd definitely recommend giving it a go. There's a horse metaphor dream sequence in the early chapters that will hit you hard. Let's finish this up with a lightning round of some miscellaneous thoughts that I couldn't really naturally flow into. Eva sucks. The way she dresses up her lovers like Tenma is disgusting to me, and I'm very happy by the end that she and Tenma do not see each other anymore. I feel like that's the best solution for both of them. Nina is a queen. She's doing her absolute best through the manga, and most of my problems with her as a person are how Urasawa uses her amnesia. Amnesia is a really tired and annoying way of progressing plots. I definitely see it as a big flaw in the manga that Urasawa keeps using Nina's amnesia to push different ideas. Tenma would have been fully justified in shooting Johan, even early on in the library. The way that I see the trolley problem, Tenma should have pulled the lever. But I do understand why Tenma the character could not. Ruhenheim as a location is a real big swing and a miss. There's a lot of strong locations in Monster, and Ruhenheim is not one of them. The main problems being its art not showing the population of the town, and just that it's placed at the end. Plus, the absolute mental gymnastics that let Tenma find it is incredibly frustrating to read. The Three Frogs experiment just has to be true. It's the only way I can make cohesive sense of the backstories. I don't think the manga is overly preachy, or that even Tenma is too Christ-like. Manga has an ongoing problem with how earnest its dialogue comes across, especially in English. But Monster is actually pretty good, especially in comparison to some other series out there. I wish I could wipe away all expectations readers have before reading this manga. One of the more common complaints I see of this series is people saying, it wasn't what I was told it was, not this masterpiece people tell me it is, and I put a lot of that down to unmet expectations, and that's just a general problem with recommending manga. It happens to all of us. As I'm finishing up the video, I'm honestly kind of coming around to the Margot Langer is a parallel to Viera idea. I can't tell if that was intentional or just, my own explanation is compelling enough to me. I really wanted to have a better understanding of the vision of the end and Johan's moment with Schuwald. These were two particular moments I spent a lot of time thinking about but couldn't find clean answers to. I'd like to say this is a failing of the manga and not me, but please let me know if you've got strong ideas here. The former is too vague or contradictory with what was set up with Wolf. The latter seems to be there just to set up the Prague Arc, but it's framed as so bloody important. I really hope you've been enjoying the video and getting some new ideas on this series. Monster still means a lot to me, and if I manage to deepen your appreciation for it, then I will be absolutely stoked. That's it. That is Monster. Thank you for coming on this crazy ride with me. If you've enjoyed, consider subscribing. I would love to have you around for future videos. Feel free to leave a like or a comment as well, you would make my day. Let me know your thoughts on Monster. Was there anything I missed? Anything I changed your mind on? What's your favorite moment? I do have some plans to come back to Monster, but I definitely will be taking a break to talk about some other things first. My rough plan is to come back and go through the Johan section of the video and point out all the major breakpoints, what built up to why I believe this or why I dismiss a certain idea, or just the alternate ideas which are supported by the manga. I'd also really love to come back and do an FAQ and addendums follow-up video to this, answering any questions that come up a lot or going into characters like Nina or Lunga if folks want that. I did promise one for the 20th Century Boys video as well, and it probably will still happen at some point, but I don't think I've got enough there yet to do a full video on, which, I mean, is great. It means I covered enough ground there that there wasn't really much left to catch up on. For Monster, we'll see what ideas you all bring up in the comments, and what/if you want me to dive deeper into any particular moments or characters. I do hope I've managed to cover enough in this video to have it covered well. I guess time in the comments will let me know. I also would really like to get Bonaparta his own video. I think he's a character that a lot of people overlook, but yeah, he is the titular monster to me. It'd be good to have all of those ideas down in one video. Likewise, just for the fun of it, doing a video on some of the big monster conspiracies or interpretations. Things like Orphanina or reuniting the children. Things like that which might get people reading Monster in a new light. I think as far as this video goes, I managed to get all the main things in there. If you want some more Monster, there is a playlist up on the channel for some more goodness. If you want another Urasawa deep dive, I've done another video exactly like this for 20th Century Boys. Also, I will link out to this video by Leo Void as well. It came out fairly recently, looking at the Orphanina argument, and just a very good video on Monster. Okay, we're officially past 60,000 words, and I need to cap this bad boy off. Thank you for watching. You are a beautiful human being. Have a phenomenal day and an even better year. This has been CG, and I will see you Gs in the next one.